As we are once again live upon the internet. As yeah, we appear to be. Let's make sure that we actually are. Oh, with bitrates and titles and categories. Did I remember to change the category on the Twitch end of things? Because we're on Div 2 2D. Yeah. Let's make sure also this goes over here. Load up this character while we're waiting. Oh, and I need to cover it. Instead of 2, if you take 60. Yeah, the secondary weapon on that might be
defibrillators have
wrong.
been deployed by hostiles.
Also, it could be just that it's showing two mods.
Safe area detected.
Right, how the CHD ones, yeah. You wouldn't land 60 though. Because or actually no, wait, no, this is 10. Oh yeah, no, actually you would. I think this is from whatever was in here before. Thing is, you would basically never want to use it. Oh, it's because it used to have Coyote. It used to have Coyote, and then it made a little bit of sense to leave a gap for Coyote. As actually, I'm over there. I know you're not wrong, indeed. Actually, now that we're doing it with the overdags, we should. But the thing is, I basically just didn't consider this weapon at all because you're basically not supposed to use it unless you run out of ammo. But still, better be right than wrong. I know, lands 61, right? Actually, I think.
Let me guess. We're pulling short rations again.
Sure, that's correct. No, that's correct as well, indeed. So yeah, if you want to, that's basically also, for instance, literally here. For instance, we have some of that. Between, for instance, for some of this like obliterate or intimidate variants of like the Tempest style builds that we're going to look at in a minute. They're going to be super low on crit chance, crit damage, and you do exactly that. So here I have it on the side of just like 49 times 1.105, and then 55 times 93, and the biggest number wins. But yeah, that one should indeed be, if we're min-maxing, we should put that on 60 crit chance, might as well. Yeah, thanks for pointing that one out. Oh yeah, let me actually read the whole thing and then see if I did miss anything in between. Also, actually, so for instance, for this, we can do exactly that. So let me go here so it's a little bit zoomed in. So let me unbench this whole area. Well, actually, no, what we can do is just, okay. So I have it already there for some of the other ones. So if we go, what was it? 56? Yeah, so 56, 60, or the two crit. She already had those. I think they're 141, 151. Oh yeah, it loses a weapon mod, right? So this is 151. This is, oh no, this is 141. 151, and then is this number times this number. Now we can copy that same formula here. And then, yeah, bigger number wins. But technically, actually, that 56, 151 wins by the tiniest of margins. But that weapon's running killer, so we would rather be 60. So. Because usually, the second you kind of start wasting crit chance a little bit by going over, yeah, you kind of have to Those are especially these ones. But yeah, here even wasting one, we see that it's like, it's basically the same number. It's a 54.56 or 84.56 versus 84.60. So they're like really close to each other. Like percentage wise, this is how much higher? Not even a 0.1. It's a 0.04% higher, which is impressive. But yeah, that's exactly how you calculate that. But because we have killer there, I would rather have the 60. Yeah, so good call. Yeah, let's go here. Hang on, let me catch up actually. See. Already bright and early there, even though I'm bright early as well. I need this. I need theory. Just Langma overdag and facts. Yeah. Also better. Yeah, we have the Langma beast. Although actually, so it turns out in the end that the sacrifice variant is kind of a little bit better. As long as you even land a little bit of headshots, it's kind of the way to go for it. But the difference is not big. It's like 2% difference going sacrifice, and then with a 2% or 20% headshot rate. But all of them are pretty close, especially just overdogs. Getting overdogs in there is pretty big for pestilence. We'll see if that holds. We'll see if that stays that way, because yeah, that might change in the future. I don't think overdogs should apply to bestie, but let's see if the devs agree. Not that I'm going to do anything about it, but likely they'll fix the skill part of it, because that's known to them. At least I've seen some reports going that way. So they'll likely look into that. And then last time as well, when they fixed the skills applying to, or OD, ongoing directive applying to skills. It's funny that we have OD twice applying to some skills and bestie. One time ongoing directive, one time's overdog. Yeah. Oh, I need a corrupt. I need SPK. But actually, so someone was pointing out, I'd kind of forgotten, we went from a coyote version to this, but I just hadn't changed the secondary weapon. A minor thing, but yeah, well worth fixing it up. So, we kind of went on a tangent of how to calculate crit. Oh, you know, Yote comes in. Oh, that's the yeah. I forget what the ghost of Yote. I was trying to remember what the other one was, but it's been a while. Indeed. And their title. Yeah, I got to remember actually. So that is a multiplier calculation, and technically it is so 0.86 is then the multiplier that would add to 1. So it would be 1.86 versus 1.86, and then decimal points. So if this difference is small, you can kind of either leave it if it's for convenience, but also, for instance, there, yeah, we have killer, and killer will care for another 5 crit chance to activate it more often. Even though we're eating also into our crit damage, but yeah, bumping the crit chance up to 60, even if we're losing a little bit of crit damage, helps killer quite a bit. So. Oh yeah, I was gonna do, actually, let's do that real quick. Just to kind of wake up and warm up. Later on, yeah, we're gonna go and record the Tempest in-depth look. All I really need to do is just color in this thing, and then we're ready to go, and then we can get going. But you know what? Let's actually do that's why I'm kind of starting early. Let's go do a Coney. Let's get day 2 of this in the bag. I already did this afternoon on one character. I got to play a little bit this afternoon. Did some of my dailies in Division 1 and then did like one of these projects already. And yeah, let's go. And yeah, I'm gonna keep it solo. I'm not sure if they fixed their XP issues thing, but I kind of want to grind it out by my lonesome. Because yeah, in a group setting, it can bug out and give you all the XP.
Automated external defibrillators detected on hostiles.
That broke audio there. Yeah, so it's like on one of the first loading screens where it sometimes works. Okay. That should have fixed it. Yes, it's back in sync. I've been thinking of buying, yeah, because I'm starting to believe actually it's likely not even the thing itself. It's likely the USB ports. Should just buy one of those plug-in cards that exists and put this thing by lonesome on there. It's one thing I'm gonna actually likely try over the weekend. Already picked out and one of those USB card thingies. We have plenty of PCI slots, so let's use them. I need their apps. System corruption bill. I'm not likely to, like, I have the resources and stuff for system corruption. So actually, at one point there was a decent way to get some system corruption parts. So I stored up a bunch. I need 3 for each craft. The thing is, system corruption is just not worthwhile of a build to use. It's also, yeah, for instance, why Virtuoso or Breaking Point don't make it into the build collection. I don't have an Aegis. There are some Cavalier pieces but they're used for status or hazard protection. But yeah, what am I doing? Let's just go mod these guys. What do I want to run? Let's go with. Let's run. You know what? Let's run ND Tech Tank. We don't need to run that much, so. Yeah, we're just gonna heroic, no directives. Reanimated is on actually, so it's gonna be super easy anyway. I realize now with Negotiator, I'm gonna create a bunch of. Let's go to OD then. Gonna create a bunch of zombies that I have to deal with. Let's not. I need to know. Yeah, thanks for pointing the sand out there, Thierry. Yeah. I caught it there as well, because that time it did cut out for me as well. So, which it only sometimes does. That's why I don't always catch it. Observation and evacuation I want only in certain areas. It goes where it goes, basically. Much more so than
Intercepted.
you don't really have any control over. Well, it goes to the map you're on. Oh yeah, actually these guys will get shocked when they get back up, right?
Advanced AEDs in proximity.
You know what, we can just do this. Need some OD rounds to get going. Over here.
Serious trauma detected.
Not paying attention to the minimap. We have enough zombies, Billy. I'm clicking for rifles. Should I need to do? Hey, I reanimated on. Let's get some stars. Start working on some of those challenges and stuff. Usually these all break. So. Also, that's the most generic music ever.
Ma'am,
Did I don't remember. Did the MP grenades work for this? I don't think they do, right?
Focus on Keener. What about the deal, ma'am? Fuck the deal. Fuck Chernenko.
Let's get all the loot in here.
Keener is the objective.
And why whack them all when you can grenade them all? I don't have a D-rings. Yeah, actually, the actual answer is to put with a Scorpio on. Just get that. So, and yeah, who's up there? Sneaking in the vents. Why is there a fish in the vents? Yeah. No, yeah, that's a simple way indeed. And actually, I have even a video on that one actually, with going over how to do it in the simple calcs. A video called Simple Calcs. In that one, it's exactly. And actually, as well, we revisited in medium maths because I thought actually as well I was kind of convinced by the arguments of some that it should be done differently, and it kind of made sense until I realized that didn't. Yeah, like not too many things shooting at me the whole time. This guy shocked me twice. Yeah, I did. Oh, it's because I'm one-shotting the head.
A number of Black Tuskers staying behind on the
On all these enemies.
Looks like a
Okay.
trap.
I'm like, how am I losing my special ammo this often? But it's because I'm actually headshotting too much. And if we kill in one shot, we don't get the OD rounds because we didn't shoot them once to make a status effect happen and then shoot them again to mark them and then kill them. I'll say I'll catch up here for a second. Then we will show all the loot boxes for Coney. I find like 2, not 10. Or which Coney? Because there's 2 Conies. If it's this one, yeah, we're doing that now. But both Conies are pretty, like, there's a lot. Keep in mind as well, if you're going for that commendation and stuff, these count. Like med packs and grenade packs and stuff. Anything that is basically on the daily reset. All of those count. So. Oh, or do you wait? Yeah. Keep in mind that all of those like bags and stuff on the side and such all also count. So just resources can't. So there's a ballpark. There's a lot of them there. I haven't done that mission specifically the way we sometimes do for the ending of things and stuff. Don't pass technician felt better than Breaker Ninja Bike version attack. Yeah, I think for Ninja Bike I like the Honda's Fury version, but actually for Striker, yeah, I kind of ran into, for instance, as well, if I have 5 directives on, needing the Memento. But actually the Striker with Memento, so just going basically Tech Tank, Striker Tech Tank, and then instead of the Cheska chest, DNH chest, and yeah, Bulwark and then Tempest. That works actually really well. Like that's actually the one that I'm gonna kind of recommend towards the end of the Tempest video, kind of. But that's basically the Striker Tech Tank layout with a DNH piece in there instead of the Cheska. Yeah, that was amusement park. Because yeah, ballpark is actually a little bit simpler. So we haven't ever done that one because this one has a bunch of just small secrets and stuff. Well, there's a commendation for every mission. So. Well, the thing with system corruption, it does kind of work for DZ and stuff. But yeah, you can't, like, even there, I would make other choices. No. Basically everything that you can open just once on like the second run, it's empty. All of those can't. I need a dag. And either whatever. There's a weird sentence to say it like that, but I needed to know. And emails up. Yeah, glad to have you along. Here we're just quickly doing a mission, just kind of waking up. In a minute, I still have to do a little bit of work on the spreadsheet for it. Although, like, all of the numbers are in place, I just need to pretty it up, make it look good, and then we'll go and record. I think we're gonna use. We'll likely do American History Museum. I wanna use the courtyard at the end as the intro. I think. Not that's like per se fitting with this, but it is what it is. Just have something in the background. No memento. Yeah. Although yeah, that's if you're going headhunter. But yeah, that's the. Oh, did I delete that already? That's also kind of go-to with it. One of the things as well I added to that to the spreadsheet is actually striker tech tank and heartbreaker tech tank. I'm just kind of comparing, you know, we go Tempest instead of Lexi basically on those. Oh, like on the sliver, I was waiting for that dog to explode. I'm gonna mark this guy. Not the biggest fan of this tech tank, actually. The benefit of this tech tank is it can deal with ammo directives, so usually as well it can deal with 5 directives depending on what directives we get. But here, yeah, we're not even on 5 directives. Could have actually gone with a few directives. With yourself. Leaving these dogs on like a sliver and thinking I'm down. As well, I don't want to per se run a headhunter.
Dolores is moving through the haunted house up ahead.
Must look as also I want to create actually
Careful, Agent.
some extra dead that get back up. Which would already as well, even with headhunter happens quite a bit because of the clouds, but just to get that commendation or not commendation. Oh, actually. Yeah, we're not gonna make that actually. I've been standing around and answering. I forgot these are on a timer. Yeah, you know what? Let's actually go with a rifle build. Let's reset here. I'm not gonna finish this mission in 3 minutes. Forgot about that. And yeah, Yeah, that got it already. I hadn't. I was just in my mind. It was just go in to like finish it here. I wouldn't be too surprised if Overdog stops working with Pesty. Like that could be a thing that happens. Most likely, it would be also due to them altering it to working for skills, and then kind of as a side effect. But the thing is, yeah, we have it for the time being.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Right, like we have it for the time being,
Division spotted by the arcade.
and
Take care of it.
let's make use of it
I'm going
now.
after Keener, and the last thing I
And if we have to go
need is
back,
some other
like yeah,
fucking agent in my
don't
way.
toss a
Understood,
Langmo
ma'am.
chest if you if you had one.
Vital signs critical.
Should go without saying. Don't.
The drones are up.
This time around we don't need to loot, so it'll be quick. Or at least up to that point. Yeah, looted all this already.
The division managed to extract Chernenko. We've lost the asset. We'll retrieve him later. Focus on
Is
Keener.
that yet?
What about the deal, ma'am? Fuck the deal.
Oh, is there-
Fuck Chernenko and fuck you.
Is there some issues on that end? I haven't been keeping up. I did get to play a little bit earlier today, but also yeah, kind of been off the planet for a little bit. Getting some work stuffs done.
Deploying.
This is by itself a headhunter. We're doing 5 million on a headshot.
Yes, I'm set up.
I think I spotted
It was a
Dolores
setup.
and a patrol moving toward the Ferris wheel. A number of Black Tuskers staying behind on the street. Looks like a trap.
Just check the control points reset when I reanimated is activated. Deactivated? No. The activating directives, activating
These explosions are really messing
global
up the park.
events and global modifiers. All of those is safe. So you can't just turn on reanimated. That won't do anything to your map. That's the question. Which question was that? Oh, the retaliation? Oh, let me see. No, I mean, well, do you mean activated? Because it goes basically, the game picks where it goes. You have no control over that. But if you mean like just activating, yeah. Well, you have to be on the map that the retaliation is on. You can't do a New York one when you're not in New York, for instance. I really need that guy gone.
Serious trauma detected.
Eat that sniper round. Or was yeah, if you could clarify what you exactly mean. Because when you trigger a retaliation, it'll just go wherever.
Immediate
The
medical
game just
assistance
will
needed.
pick.
I got you. Hurry, look ahead. On the way. Engaging.
And then where you started doesn't per se matter. You'll be transported to
UAV.
the zone where what it is at. Suck at shooting summation. The answer is not one good.
Quit bitching.
So there's a wobble to this that just kind of need to get used to.
Dolores is moving through the haunted house up ahead. I'll keep an eye on the outside.
Kind of recoil compensating and
Careful,
actually
agent.
pulling it off of the thing, just because there's so much thing there, so much weapon handling on this. So, yeah. It's actually so oh yeah, you can go indeed with I don't mind glass at all. That's why it's also kind of very okay with it
Serious trauma detected.
on that build. Also, I feel generally with that build, it's kind of like a skill build. It's killing some stuff, so I can just sometimes leave stuff to die to the pesty ticks and not per se deal with them myself, and then just survive on the health gate. Let's loot. Now let's actually also spawn secret boss Radigan. Might as well while we are here. One rat there. One rat there. Okay. Yeah, I did actually. So in the end, I'll put it also in the thing on the. I made a pinned comment as well. So I'd forgotten the. I'd forgotten the.
Agent out of action.
Headshot bonus that Sacrifice, of course, has. Or well, the brand bonus.
System disrupted. System reactivated.
Shouldn't even just spam fire, should just still like that. Alright, rat number 3. Rat number 4. And then the Sacrifice, even at the 20% headshot rate, is around 2% ahead, and then I feel we'll lean that way. I'll also address it as well. I'm gonna do a build collection update video. That's gonna be the one after the Tempest here. So that one's gonna be next Tuesday. Yeah, because on the weekend we'll have a short, and then we'll do build collection updates, and then I'll also point to that in there. To be by the door. Oh, we could also.
Hostiles detected.
Do it here, actually. Maybe I do it here. And then I'll just... Although, well, I'm not going to beat the time trial then, though. Or maybe we just set it to easy. Because one of the areas, one of the ones I want to use as well is actually the hunter mask here with the knife through it. We need to use this one in forever as well.
Serious trauma detected.
Actually, wait, is this high enough, low enough? Oh no, that wouldn't work for this. Because I would want the Tempest, actually. Let's see. You know what? This would kind of work, actually. I didn't. But yeah, I need that other character because I don't even have a Tempest here, so. Yeah, maybe we come through here. Quickly do the intro there. And see if I can... Can we record a segment and still beat it on time? Yeah, that would be funny. That's the thing with glass cannon is more because I don't sit and cover at all with glass cannon. Like actually with glass cannon, it's much more about learning to, for instance, how to peek corners, how to pyre rooms. honestly should be more aggressive, because partially the thing is you'll kill faster. So once you know that you're going to kill faster, it becomes easy to actually be more aggressive. But it's also, yeah, it is a playstyle thing, so you have to either, you know, have that playstyle or adapt your playstyle to that. So.
Listen, spread the
My
fuck
playstyle
out.
is already pretty
Cleaners,
aggressive.
division, whoever the hell is in our way, empty a fucking mag in their head. Is that clear?
Donuts.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Must
Get ready,
loot
Agent.
everything.
They look ready for you. Expect contact right inside the old park.
Let's not make it easily. Also, I'm in it. Let's just... My brain is not gelling with this rifle at the moment. Let's just get straight. The linked spreadsheet actually has the updated numbers as well. It's like, it's a little bit over or a little bit under 2% difference at 20% headshot rate. But then as well, thing is, especially if you do headshot a little bit, and sometimes, you know, sometimes enemies get close and you kind of can. It's gonna work out better. And then the best take is basically the same between them, but a little bit in the favor of the sacrifice. But yeah, with that on top, I kind of lean more the other way. Yeah, I mean all of the
What the fuck is going on?
sanitation as well. I would think with extraction, if you just trigger it well, or maybe just have iron lung extra on top. It was always interesting to me that they did allow, you know, they don't allow global events there, but they do. Although global events would be extra busted, kind of.
Ma'am, there are cleaners everywhere.
Kill them, dumbass. It's easy. Aim and pull the fucking trigger.
There are too many. Ah!
Can someone get a fucking mark on Keener?
Language, lady.
We got TIC.
Dolores and the rest of her patrol are headed to the roller coaster northeast of your position. It's riddled with cleaners.
Let's actually have a key out of here. Now let's grab this thing. Actually, we're cutting in the whole place. And so as this, yeah. And it's just minor changes.
Watch out. It's coming
Anyway,
down.
let it. Great lines here, especially with some of the off-site ones as well. And Dolores might have some anger issues.
Dolores Jones. I thought you'd be dead by now, but you are one tough cookie.
Come out of your little hidey hole, you fucking coward. And I'll show you exactly how tough I am.
Thanks, but we're done here.
Keener?
Keener,
Keener!
come!
You goddamn motherfucking piece of shit!
Agent, I've got eyes on Dolores and the surviving members of her unit by the collapsed coaster.
No, let's
Serious
collapse a
trauma
coaster on them.
detected.
How did I manage to be this slow? It's the looting and stuff? Maybe talking? Just chilling way too much in combat, kind of as well. I mean, we're still gonna make it, pretty sure. This fight shouldn't be 2 minutes.
Alright. Who's up for killing some division agents? I know I sure as fuck
Me.
am.
I'm up for. Oh wait, no, I'm a division agent. No, then no.
Hostile took out a friendly.
Why am I not pulsing? Still see through the blind.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Where's the heavy? This is way closer than this should be. Come out, wherever you are.
Guess I have to take care of your sorry ass before I can get to Kia.
Sure.
Ma'am. Ma'am? Come in.
Sure.
Fuck. Jones is gone. We failed the
Oh,
mission.
Jones is gone. She's right here.
Cleaner, that son of a bitch. Not only did he manipulate the black tie,
Oh yeah, let me actually catch up
too.
here. And I had to pay attention there because I
We
was
have
getting.
Chernenko and can find out what he
I
knows.
wanted on
It's
judicious
pretty
stuff.
clear
You have
that
no
Cleaner is
control
planning
over where it
something
goes.
big.
At least
With Chernenko's
from
intel,
my testing so
hopefully
far,
we
it
can
seems
stop
completely
whatever
random
Cleaner
and
is
not
planning.
in the player's control.
Good job, Agent.
In the
It's been
BTS,
a
I was
pleasure
like,
working
hey,
with
it
you.
seems to be going towards zones where we like have a control point or something captured already, but no, that's not true. I was using the Mark 17 earlier. Rack. Yeah, sorry for taking a while to get to them, but doesn't the thing is, the glass cover doesn't, like, for instance, make anything happen. It's basically, you need to learn to play glass cannon. It's an acquired skill. It's like instead of walking on shoes, you have ice skates out now. You have to learn to ice skate. But once you do, it's like, it becomes second nature once you really get into it. Yeah, anything done in groups is giving a lot of this event XP. Letting it finish quite quickly. That's why I'm also kind of doing this solo, because I could of course do them in groups and stuff, but I'm doing them solo. I want to kind of I'm almost at the end anyway, but I want to have done it kind of, legit, whatever the fuck that means. But yeah, I'm basically just 7k away, so might as well. And I'll second account. I'll just jump into a countdown or two and be done with all the levels really quick. Oh yeah, let's go and clean up. Yeah. And actually, I'm gonna instead of American history that I was intending to use, let's use that. Let's use the. And I wanted that as well. Let's use actually that. Will likely fail. Actually, I'm gonna just set the world to normal and run up to that point. But yeah, where we had Radigan and that mask. Because actually that was I kind of liked how that looked with the Tempest. Oh yeah. Let's get to character 1. But also I need to colorize this, so we'll spend a minute or two here before we actually go there. Let me get up here. Exactly. It's the calculus. Sound the alarm.
Automated external defibrillators detected on hostiles.
My worst enemies.
Entering safe area.
Arithmetic and calculus. We meet again. For the final time. Yeah, let's just chill here for a second and actually fix this up, and then we'll go and do the intro. Thank you so much there, Eris, for for the continued support. 15 months already. Much appreciated. And thank you for being around for that long and also helping out, getting us, some funds to waste on some of these bundles and apparel. Although actually, yeah, we don't have any bundles this week, but we did have the event pass. So. But yeah, thank you very much. And this is why Airbus is also better than Boeing. Boeing doesn't subscribe to me. Excel. Oh yeah, we excel a lot here. We excel at Google Sheets. Coffee. I usually have a little bit of sugar in it. If I'm drinking it to stay awake. But quite often as well, at work and stuff, I quite often just drink it just black, just espresso. But usually like here at home, just to stay awake a little bit more, a little bit of sugar. Although in the past I used to be very bad with that. I used to have basically, I would make the joke like, yeah, no, I would like some coffee in my sugar. And that was actually honestly what I was doing. Like this face is not round this round just because, you know, there are reasons. Need calculator indeed. Indeed. Yeah. Let's quickly just color all this in. This is usually stuff I do. I was thinking of doing it before the stream, but then I kind of wanted to play, and then I was like, let's just go play, and then we'll come back to this, and we'll just sit on stream and chill and hang out. But it does help make it a little, well, better looking for the stream or for the video. So we're doing the time on it. Oh, you know what I'll do actually? Let's take that for that, and then no, let's maybe go the other way. Take these two just to kind of separate these out. That's how it works. And then we'll take, this will be the same red. And so here I've added in actually the the Striker tech tank and the Heartbreaker tech tanks, just with Killer and Flatline and stuff. And yeah, they're way ahead, but this is even an Obliterate versus an Intimidate. So if we flip this one to an Obliterate, it's even like even higher, of course. And honestly, I'm gonna run it mostly with Obliterate, I think, from now on, especially on the Striker one. But yeah, what this gets you is just the extra directives, right? Like that's the point of it, is just getting that extra directive out of it. Yeah, let's go. Let's go like that, I feel, for these two. Which was just hotkeys for this, or you could set hotkeys for this. That'd be nice for these repeated. Let's actually just for now. So let's do. Well, no, let's do maybe this one for Striker, and then we'll save the green, and then we're gonna come add shading to it basically. But for now, also I should just do like this. So just have a feel, and then for Undead Fury we'll do green. Actually, wait. How does this look? Yeah, let's go with that. Then maybe. And then also I added in this, which is this one though. I think I'm just gonna do basically alternating colors. And in this one, we're checking what third stats give. Turns out actually that crit chance is pretty close actually up there. But this is also kind of, yeah, with the best settings for it as well. And then this one we'll take off of like that. Yeah. This is also the second we go like actually headshotting a lot, crit chance falls away. Also, if you know, when full detoc. That's also why for all of this I'm keeping the detoc at 90% as well. Yeah, let's make this a little cleaner. Or a little bit more. Going through the colors. Yeah, so oh, actually this is no, yeah, that's not the same color. And those all share a color because both of them are obliterates. There we go. And done. Yeah, this looks fine enough for it. Oh yeah, this thing. What was this one? Oh, this is versus that. Yeah, so now we can't. Let's not have that. Just makes it confusing. Let's see. This is all set. 100 stacks. 0 with 100. Yeah. So let's make sure actually. I'm pretty sure I made these all already work here. So let's make sure that I haven't accidentally. Oh yeah, one of the things I did this afternoon is did a bunch of the. Oh well, yesterday we already did the numbers checking on all of these, but I did number check those tech tanks and the non-DPS one here as well. So with that magazine size one I have. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second, and then let's actually go and get recorded. And although actually, wait, let me already spool up the hard disk we're recording to. This hard disks suck. Why can't everything be solid state? For my opinion, yeah, but usually like the way that I'm doing it, like it takes longer to set those up. Yeah. Also, that like you need to have it already set up. It just, you know, actually it's faster doing it this way once we get going. What's the fastest method to control public executions or bounties? Overall, just 5 directives, open world, and then public executions, hostage rescues. If you can bounty cheese, that on top is kind of the way to go. You go farming the bounties, and then you go bounty cheese the bounties if you have that option. And yeah, I agree with you. There is, because of the 3 times and the 5 times, it devalues the rest of the time. That's one of my biggest issues with it. It makes it so that you go like, yeah, I'm kind of in the mood to go grind, but what's the point to grind now when we could wait 4 or 5 times or 3 times? That's the downside of those as well. Like, a lot of people just see the upsides of those, but it's kind of like drugs. Yeah, the highs are high, but then also there's the other times when you're not high that all feel worse. On game chat, was arguing Cheska chest with obliterate over an infinite chest if you have assault rifle or Sokolov. If you're I generally, so it depends on if you're full red. If you are full red, there's a reason why. If we, for instance, go to the build collection here, all of these strikers. So this, for instance, and otherwise you could go into the recommended folder. LMG striker, Cheska. AR striker, Cheska. Right, all of these are Cheska. Before we go open SMG and a different AR one. And that's just on numbers. Cheska does beat out things like Fenris, things like Sokolov, especially nowadays if you have high grading and if you're running a full red. If you're not running a full red, that starts to shift. Like if you're running at full blue, Fenris is going to beat Cheska. With 30 grading, I think it was at 3 blue cores or more, right? I remember doing, I think it's in the Strikers talent video where we kind of look into that. Was it Striker Talents? I think it was Striker Talents, right? Kind of look into that as well. But yeah, generally you basically, Cheska beats things like that until you either get super high in crit chance, crit damage, like for instance tipping skills does, but even there Cheska beats beats the Petrov just barely. Or if you're using it for like other things. So for instance, in the Pestilence build, we don't have a Cheska piece, even though we could. There are just, for every slot, there are better choices to be made. So we can have 3 pieces because we could, for instance, go Cheska instead of Fox's Spur, but the Fox's Spur is also playing to the Pestilence sticks. So unless you have a really good reason, usually Cheska wins. It's just a numbers game. So. Craft Big Show with just receiver components? Oh, it has a wrong entry thing? No, I hadn't noticed that. We've had that before as well, some of the weapons and stuff. Well, usually more gear. Sometimes not needing the brand things and stuff. Or fact that tipping skills are a little bit compared to other masks. Yeah, that kind of stuff also oftentimes happens. Because I feel as well, like, some of these, I feel a lot of the newer ones, they're in a different scales, especially for the mask. That one's definitely true. Like this Grupo, these are the same. These are the same visual mask, right? Like even this is like the perfect experiment. But yeah, look at that Grupo one. Look at that little boy, and then just Imminence Armaments is here. Just that's a big boy. But yeah, that has been the case for a lot of that. These pictures are all just generated, so I think they just like it depends on who made it, and I don't think that like the persons that do them, because I need refract and tipping. So a lot of the newer ones are in a different scale, I feel. But yeah, that's definitely true. I think it's even true for some of the chests and stuff. Because, for instance, this Providence doesn't look in the same scale as, or this DNH doesn't look in the same scale as this. And even then, like, these are pretty How even these two colons look. Wait, these are 2 appointments. Yeah. But indeed. No. But on full red builds, usually, yeah, the first piece we put in is Cheska, if it's a crit build, and then and then the rest comes in. Inventory session, and you mentioned a video discussing desirable unicorn pieces, but I couldn't find that video. I don't remember what the video we named. Did I ever do that? I think in that one, because yeah, there's so many video ideas. That one's actually a while ago, right? I think I pushed that one just back and back. These are my video ideas. I just put them on post-its and just put them there. I think I have several dozens in here. I don't think, well, I haven't done that video yet. Partially, the thing is also that shifts quite a bit. Because, for instance, now as well, is the Langmo chest still a super unicorn worth getting? Kind of up to debate. Well, it definitely is for now, not per se needed. But I think I may have even kicked that to the curb. Wouldn't surprise me. Thing is, yeah, that is also something that, yeah, just shifts and changes. And I think for that, I just in the end didn't do it. I might still do it in the future, but partially one of the ways to kind of have it is also just, yeah, in the build collection, there's a lot of, you know, just, but yeah, you have to kind of go through the build collection, which isn't per se. It takes some time. Well, yeah. Well, it's not even just spare. Like, for instance, the Tempest video is just like this one. Like the top one is it's basically also, I find that handy this way just for organizing as well, because I can just move stuff around instead of like on a spreadsheet where I try to keep track of it. And I can very quickly, like the seconds, because yeah, these are here and these are here, and I can just making it easy for yourself to remember stuff is one of the things that once I kind of got to being, actually, let's start moving towards the thing. I'm actually gonna set this to normal. We're not even doing it for the project because I'm not gonna finish it in time anyway. But yeah, I'm gonna use that one area. I think that'll look good for the intro here. But yeah, we're just gonna get to that point.
Ma'am, division spotted by the arcade.
Take care of it. I'm going after Keener, and the last thing I need is some other fucking agent in my way.
Understood, ma'am.
Advanced A.
Ma'am, the division managed to extract Chernenko. We've lost the asset.
We'll retrieve him
Yeah,
later.
let's get up to that point.
Focus on Keener.
What about the deal, ma'am?
Fuck the deal. Fuck Chernenko, and fuck you. Keener is the objective.
Yeah. I kinda like just saying imminence armaments. It's just like it's almost like a there's a rhythm to it. So it turns, I kind of had that as well when originally like it came out, kind of was just like imminence armaments, imminence armaments. There's just like a big drums in front of you and just that. Just imminence armaments, imminence armaments.
System curtailed.
There's a good number of syllables to like make it make sense that way.
I think I spotted Dolores and a patrol moving toward the Ferris wheel. A number of black tuskers staying behind on the street. Looks like a trap.
And indeed, actually, yeah, does make you sound like a donkey, indeed. Just We're running 3 pieces of and then 1 piece of bah, and then 1 piece of and yeah, what does the fox say? Yeah.
Shit. These explosions are really messing up the park.
Yeah. That super chest, that super unicorn langmo. Although, well, it depends on if Overdog stays the way that it is. We'll see. With most of these, I just will give it a few patches and see if it is or isn't. Because, for instance, yeah, I used to have an OD ongoing directive. Not that nice. Ongoing directive, kind of drone hybrid, for instance. But then, yeah, once it no longer applied to ballistic skills, yeah, that build was dead, kind of. So, well, at least for the time being, yeah, you can make it this way. But also in the future, like the sacrifice version already existed for the other one. You didn't per se need the Langmo chest. It was an upgrade though in that case. And I'm just running up to the point in the mission where I want to record the intro. And then we're gonna start our recording. Put it in the sand, force start to relieve and finish solo counts for the flawless. That's something some people have been saying. I just did it the normal way. But somebody was also saying that just doing that is apparently not enough. And I saw somebody go like, yeah, no, you need to do something more, but they didn't really like elaborate. So, it wouldn't be, depending on if you have some people willing to help out for like 5 minutes, some clanmates or something, you could just try it out, see if it works. Oh, actually, yeah, what is descent? What did descent become? Oh no, it's still slot. Okay. Let's see if we get something good this week. Definitely this week I would be totally up for doing if nothing else, if we get a rat or an envy, I'm gonna go for Nemesis patch at the very least. Well, maybe we even try for... Definitely this week I could make some time. Oh yeah, let's clear this out. Because I want to use that area over there.
Sorry, Dolores. Deal's off. I don't really need you anymore. Stick
But
around.
you knows.
Enjoy the park. It gets cold in here at night.
Hostiles detected.
But yeah, that would basically... It is something that is claimed. That's basically as far as I'll go with it. Because that would make it a lot easier to do it. 4-man is actually... Especially the Nemesis fight is kind of the hardest at 4-man. That I can definitely agree with.
I just spotted Dolores and her patrol on the boardwalk. Looks like they barely managed to pass by a group of cleaners.
Sir, could you go away? Trying to record here. I was like, I actually liked how this looked. Let's see if we can kind of... I don't need this to be... when the flames coming up to us. You know what? I kind of like this. So this is gonna be the intro for it. Yeah. Let me get you over here fully. Wrong way. Trying to click this actually. Let's already make a folder. Oh. Still had a bunch of segments from the last short that I hadn't deleted there yet. So this is 25. Oh yeah, 10. 25M10D01. Tempest IDL. In the pluck. What was our... Let's take a screen or the thumbnail file and stuff from Overdogs. And let's make this Tempest. There we go. I shall clean this up later. Into the Tempest. Let's already save this for a second. Yeah. Let me catch up here and then let's get recording. Getting some cringes there. I'm guessing that was at my bad dad jokes. Yeah. New by Armani. Armaments. And either a key. Wait, single best in slot? No. There's very few items that fit the moniker best in slot. It can be really good, but yeah, for instance, yeah, as I've seen right here, they're saying coyotes in groups. For instance, yeah, having one coyote in the team is much more worthwhile than another tinkerer, for instance. But also, yeah, Overdogs exists. Also, Centurion exists. Also, Bloody Knuckles exists. But yeah, it is one of the top picks, yeah. I like it a lot, especially, yeah, for my sake, it's especially going for, say, a striker and then damage talent and fast hands, for instance. Going killer plus fast hands, I like that a lot. And I'm not doing more damage than a coyote if I put in a fast hands, but it feels better, and that's also important. And indeed what Enrage said there. Oh yeah, I would agree as well with Energia that on ongoing directive, their Tinkerer, we could say there that it's best in slot just because we have so much good talents there. But also, yeah, for instance, exotic weapons and stuff, like Tinkerer doesn't matter to a pesty build, for instance. Well, there's plenty of exotic weapons that by themselves are well worth using even, and then despite the Tinkerer. Oh, let's see there. Yeah. Because I would say it's more of a Lexington killer almost than the exotics. Sure, there's a lot of without going with less blues, yeah, but then I die. I die behind the shield in parts. Oh, yeah, I don't actually have the cringe command on the YouTube side of things. I tried running it with like 2 more reds. I like having the bonus armor a little bit more, like having a little bit more bonus armor and having a little bit more, or just having the same survivability that I'm kind of used to. Kind of also depends on how much survivability you're kind of used to as well, because I'm very used to the tech tanks, you know, and their amount of armor cores. And when I don't have that, and I kind of, automatically go into that mindset with the second I have the shield and stuff. I get myself killed quite a lot. And there's Curix. But yeah, we keep it to English because actually I have no idea what is exactly said there. And I basically, I'm limited in my languages. That translates into, am I having trouble? No. No, if you're wondering if why I'm on maybe normal, likely, I'm just getting to this point. I'm gonna record something here for YouTube in the future. 95. Even there, the mosquito says hi. Busy little bee says hi. Orbit says hi. There's very few places in Division where I feel the term like best. Honestly, the biggest example is D-Talk to me. But outside of that, I don't really use best in slot as a term because, for instance, for the longest of time, people would say, Fox is best in slot, which was true in the high end days. But no, Fox is meta, and the meta picks are the picks we can go for. That's also why I'm not too fond of the term best in slot. It implies a thing that it needs to be true. in so many places, like, I would say, for instance, for OD, the chest is best in slot for ongoing directive. For, Hunter's Fury, it is high ends are best in slot in the chest and backpack, so stuff like that. Or, D-Talk as the third stat is the best in slot, but it kind of ends with those. They're just, in a lot of other places, you can't generalize to that degree. Because even for instance, Cheska is best in slot for a full red striker. The second we have an 4 blue core striker, it's no longer is. So there are too many it depends. Possible. Where is this? That a hunter mask? That is a hunter's mask. This is the missing hunter's mask. This rat killed it for us. This is a ratigan. There's a knife in him. But yeah, no, this is going through Coney Amusement Park, the ghost area or the haunted house area. The final room before you get outside. But I'm going to use this for the intro here. Partially because, we're going to have that as an interesting kind of looking background. And then have the Tempest kind of, Tempest is there as well. Kind of like this layout. And then also I have my heart up there. That's the commendation badge for 25 wings, 25 Shepherd rank. That's not everything. Exactly. The Lexi Bell. Yep. I mean, it totally would be. Let's take it over here. Let's actually make sure all of these are going correctly to the right spot. Yeah. Yeah, so in the block, Tempest. Let's maybe prep this. Put it at the top. Is that a common command or something? Oh, is that the code on it? No, those direct links don't work indeed. I forgot that was but yeah, it's indeed at the bottom. You're at the bottom of the build collection. Well, there used to be this one. Actually, that's why I call that one XYZ, right? So This was the first one of it, which was just when Elmo came in and everybody was like, "This is super OP." We just went with going Elmo-tastic, and then yeah, when the Lexi came out and it was even more OP than it is now, even we made the Lexi Bell. Don't Google that, or do. I'm not your real dad. Do what you want. maybe keep safe search on, or do it in a private browser window. But yeah. I still like how scuffed this 69 is. Just but yeah. Sometimes you just gotta go all the way into Lexi. Wait. Don't take that out of context. Yeah. Oreo biscuit. Yeah. Maybe we should have done that indeed. Well, Cobra admitting that they know who Lexi Bell is. Yeah. And yeah. I mean, who doesn't? Yeah, let's get to recording. Let's do this. Leroy Jenkins. Yeah. So end up look, Tempest, calculation sheets. Yeah. Yeah, let's get going. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, that was a weird cadence there for a second. I'm just gonna cut that there. Let's try it again. I kind of set in a weird way that just caught me off guard myself there. Also, yeah, I can actually wanna, because also I looked over and this was kind of, yeah, we'll do it like that. There. Putting myself a little bit more in the corner. Oh yeah. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into the Tempest. This new exotic pistol that we're getting in Year 7 Season 2 is actually very interesting. First of all, we weren't supposed to get it at this point yet. It used to be for the climax mission. Some stuff went wrong. We'll explain in a minute what and how. And yeah, it is available already. And it is meant to be available now as well from Summit Floor 100. So we can get our hands on this. And it is a very interesting pistol because it has one unique trait amongst pistols, which is that it's fully automatic. So we just hold down the button and it just lets loose. And because of that, we're going to have to look at it and see actually if it holds up against other weapons. Then it also has a talent, which is very mediocre, but actually it doesn't matter per se for this. I'll already give that away, as even without that talent, it does compete really well. We'll go, of course, over some of the numbers here and also actually put it on some builds, as I do actually already have. Before this, already I had some pistol arranged builds, basically, where we went with a bulwark and tried to basically have a tech tank style, but then with a bulwark shield and a pistol instead. And those builds have gotten a pretty hefty upgrade with this, at least for the usability, because not having to click as much makes quite the difference. So yeah, we'll go over some of those, take it also into some gameplay and such, and show it off that way as well. So yeah, let's go get started. Yeah. The third one is fine. Let's make sure audio and stuff is insane. Into the Tempest, this new exotic pistol that we're getting in Year 7 Season 2 just lets loose. And because of that, I'm fine with that one. It's not perfect. There was a little bit of stumbling there, but meh. Yeah. Yeah. And for today, we're interviewing the Lexi. Just we're pivoting to a different style of videos here. Yeah. Yeah, the intro. Yeah. Funny as well. I usually nowadays do it for like Reddit posts and stuff as well at the start. And I've had a few times comments of like, hey, I read that first part and I just like read it in your voice. And just like, okay. So we just got into a few people. One of views, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, it wouldn't be on YouTube. It would be on one of the hubs, I feel. GitHub, of course, is what I'm talking about. Yeah, let's not devolve into devolvery. Wait, so usually, wait, how do I have it with this? So yeah, usually I talk about how to get it, right? Yeah, let's do that first here as well. First, let's discuss how we get the Tempest and the issues surrounding that a little bit. As the Tempest was available on the very first day of Year 7 Season 2 from the Master mission. Actually, no, that's not true. It's from the Climax mission. Let's go back. Let's first discuss where we get the Tempest from. Because, of course, if you don't have one, then yeah, that's the important part needed to solve that issue. The Tempest was available from the very first day of this season, unintendedly, from the Climax mission from last season. It had the same item ID as the Tinkerer, and that made it so that if you went to anywhere where you could get the Tinkerer, which was the Climax mission, and especially, for instance, the first clear on Master, for instance, guaranteed a Tinkerer, it had basically a 50-50 to be a Tinkerer or a Tempest. They disabled that mission after a day or so, and because of that, it wasn't available. But during that as well, with that announcement that we're going to disable that mission for the time being to solve that issue, they made it so that afterwards, it would be available once they had the first patch out, which was a week ago. It will be available from Summit Floor 100. And this is for completing Summit Floor 100. Importantly, it is a 33% drop rate on Heroic for completing Summit Floor 100 and a 45% for Legendary. And then much lower percentages for Challenging and below, that it's not basically worth it to even consider those. Do it at least on Heroic. Summit Floor 100 is very cheesable. You can kind of do it over and over again. You could matchmake for it and find yourself as well for some people on Floor 100. Now, that was a little bit more the case on the first week that this kind of came out, but there are still groups going around, and a smart person could find an LFG or find a clan or such that is doing this still, is willing to help out with this. As what you can do as the basis of it is that you can rotate one person out, or just, for instance, have a second account in my case, that keeps the checkpoints. Everybody joins on them. They leave keeping the checkpoint because they didn't complete floor 100. The rest of the group then goes and completes floor 100 and then cycle and repeat. You can do so with extra people willing to help out, or, for instance, yeah, with a second account or such. Because of that, it is very gettable, but then there is a second issue. There is no blueprint for this. There is no reconfiguration blueprint, meaning that you're stuck with whatever you get. And for instance, for a lot of people, it has been a pretty hard thing to try to get a damage to targets out of cover second stat here. Because yeah, every time it drops, even though it does drop a lot, it drops with a random third stat, and that is 13 for pistols, even more than the 12 for other weapon types, because yeah, pistols don't have a second stat here, of course. Because of that, it can be actually a chore to get it that way. Hopefully in the future, they do add in a blueprint. I would hope that by the time it reaches the climax of this season, towards the end of this season, where we get the climax mission and we can get the Tempest, then from there as well, from Master, because that will still be the reward for that as well. And most likely as well, it will remain in the Summit from going on forward, so people can get it from the summit whenever they finish floor 100. They have a chance of getting a 1. But without the blueprint, it's a little bit of a hassle, much more so than it should be, I feel. And that blueprint should just be there, and let us just reroll the ones that we get, just so that you can get 1, reroll it, get damage to targets out of cover, and then you're kind of set. But for now, you have to basically keep grinding until you get 1 with damage to targets out of cover, adding a lot of grind to it if you are going for that. In this as well, later on in the calculations, we'll show what the difference is between if you do have a damage to targets out of cover, or maybe if you have a DTA or a DTH one or a crit chance one, we'll show actually how much you lose when you do that. You always do lose a little bit, but it's also not game-endingly bad. But yeah, that is where we'll get the Tempest from. It is going to be from the Climax mission towards the end of the season. There, it's going to also be guaranteed if you complete it on Master. But for now, it is only available from the summit till then, but it's also going to be available from the summit going forward. And I will cut it there. A little rambly, but it still works. As long as this is not 7 minutes or something. No, that's 4. That's fine. Because I kind of wanted that backstory in there as well. That'll be interesting in the future when people look at that video. Yeah, let me go back here for a second and catch up a second. For the bounty spawn location choosing, am I supposed to not do any of the side missions on the decent, or is it alright to do the SHD side missions that give you the SHD points for skills? So it depends. Especially for the Downtown West one, you basically need the 4 that are in, well, there's one is technically in Downtown West, but there's the 4 like in that upper left corner, right? And then there is the one in the north of Foggy Bottom, and then you don't want to do the ones in Downtown West either. So the one on the right on Downtown West. That's technically all the ones that you need for the bounty choosing in that one area. The thing is though that you would I think I saw none of those are SHD tech caches. No, the one on Downtown West is, so you would have to leave that one. But that's just for that zone. The thing is, if you're doing it, if you can, I would just do it all without, just in case in the future we find some other uses, right? Because now a lot of people are having these kind of worlds, because technically there's already a few other places we could do. They're just not as good as Downtown West. But if they fix Downtown West, because for instance, West Potomac, just across from Tidal Basin is that bounty area now. So maybe if we do the side mission there, all bounties will go there for West Potomac Park. So there's stuff like that. Same for instance, likely if they fix Downtown West, for instance, one of the ones in Downtown East could be done where we can have a quick one. Because actually, for instance, the one in the northeast in Downtown East, the Hanging Gardens, the building thingy, likely that will be a good one as well for bounty choosing there. But yeah, it wouldn't be as good. So yeah, kind of depends. If you if you just want the Downtown West one for now, you can basically just don't do any of the ones in Downtown West in West End, and then just the northern ones in Foggy Bottom, or just don't do any in Foggy Bottom. That would be enough already. So I'm getting the best skin. Find the expensive. The skins are a little bit too expensive for a lot. I mean, a lot of the cosmetics are pretty expensive. Sure, what are the SHD missions can as well? Oh yeah, no, they would. They are also locations where bounties can go. I know you don't per se need to get them. You won't be able to unlock all the skills, but actually now with Brooklyn, you can actually get. I think like you would have to just miss out like on 2 skills or something on that character, and that's kind of fine. Just like don't take the Burster Firefly and don't take like the Bombardier drone or something. Because from Brooklyn, you can also get a few SHD caches there, and you just don't open the ones in New York and stuff, like the ones in the safe houses that cost 5. Instead of that, buy skill. But yeah, those do count. Or well, those are also places where bounties would go. Yeah, actually, yeah. Also, yeah, it's because you can get all the perks and you would just miss out on a few skills. Like, for instance, yeah, on my character, on that one, I miss out on a few skills, but just, yeah. Take the ones you never, or basically, yeah, take the ones that you use and leave out the ones that you just never use anyway. Like, I don't miss a burster firefly on that character, or a bombardier drone, or a fire turret, or, well, like even a reflector shield. What else sucks? All of the sucky ones. Yeah. No worries. And yeah, good luck with the grinder. Also, actually, one thing I didn't mention in that video, I kind of forgot. You can also, yeah, always use call for backup, actually. For even if you don't have somebody to help you out, yeah, you would want to do call for backups and just get group scale that way. That will work out for a lot of people too. Yeah, the pricing on some of these is yeah, it is what it is. Sadly. Oh yeah, let's go talk about what the Tempest is. And with where we get this thing from out of the way, let's go see what it actually is. So this is Tempest exotic pistol, of course, in the pistol slot, semi-auto. I don't have such weaknesses. And yeah, that is, of course, alluding to it being fully automatic. Here, it is actually a 93R. It has the RPMs and the max size of a 93R, although plus 10 max size actually, instead of the plus 11 that the 93R would get. Its base damage is actually significantly higher than the 93R, and that is actually the reason that it works out. Then yeah, you would want to get this with damage stars that I've covered later on in this video, and there'll be timestamp down below, so if you're interested in just that, just jump there. We'll look actually what the second stat, what we normally would call the third stat, how much difference that can make, especially getting one of the damage ones at the very least, and preferably, of course, damage stars that I've covered. It has a pretty, well, the reload isn't horrendous. It is for pistols, decently long, but it is actually in comparison to some of the other weapons classes, especially ARs or LMGs or such. It is quick enough, but of course, at 700 RPM and a 30-round mag, we're hitting that reload quite often. And that is actually the biggest downside to the Tempest overall, is that, yeah, you do reload a lot, a similar thing to a lot of other exotics, for instance, the Lady Death or such. The benefits are there, though, I feel. Then we have the talent, and yeah, there's a lot of talk about this talent and that it's bad. And because it's bad, the gun is bad. This restrained, we will deal 25% amplified damage for 20 seconds after your shield gets broken. So when we lose our shield to damage, then we get to have this. Now, of course, the thing is, once that happens, we would also be disoriented for a few seconds, and then we would just have a bonus, but we no longer have a shield. And generally, if you're running a build with a shield, you would just wait it out. Basically, you would just fall back a little bit, wait for the shield to come back, and then do this damage. Overall, as well, breaking a bulwark shield takes quite a while. In most of the discussion here, we're not even going to include this. We'll show, of course, in the damage numbers how this kind of works out, this 25%. We're just going to ignore this talent, kind of like we do with the Ouroboros, for instance, especially back when it was one of the top meta weapons. This weapon, just by itself, does pretty well without even the use of this talent, and can meet up against other weapons that actually, for instance, need to activate Killer or such to keep up. On the mod slots, we have some stability, and this stability actually makes quite a big of difference. If we compare this against, for instance, a 93R, and we kind of fire it at its perfect RPM, or macro it to do so, the difference is night and day between the two, and that should be. With 50 stability, that should make a difference. We also get 15 crit chance. This actually, versus most of the other pistols, they do get to have a 20 crit chance, although, for instance, especially the Card 45, which is one of the top competitors in the pistol category, that gets to have 20 crit chance. This gets to just have 15, but 15 is also enough for a lot of builds. And this way as well, we can kind of slot it in without making too many changes to many of the builds that it would go into. Now, overall, stat-wise, this works out pretty well. That increase in the base damage, that is actually what saves it. Let's go start looking at some of the numbers and see how that works out. Yeah. That felt fine. Yeah, so let's go here and let's hit record on. So the idea is I do intro calculations, and then after this, basically as we end here with the tech tanks, and then I kind of, you know, shit talk this because, and then from there we go summit actually afterwards. And then after summit, we come back and kind of discuss this variant and this variant, and then I'll likely run the striker one or two things, and then I'm also actually saying it just for myself, just to put my eggs in the basket in a row, put my ducks in a row. Is that the same? Why am I putting ducks in a row? Yeah. Row your duck. Yeah, let's get going here. And for that, we'll come to this spreadsheet that I've prepared earlier. It'll be linked down below, of course. It is 4 multi-calculators for this video. And we'll be looking at especially the Tempest versus some of the other weapons, some of the build styles we could go with, and actually with the higher RPM, we can, for instance, go with strikers, actually. And honestly, that's, I think, the way to go with this if you really want to make a build for the Tempest. Also wanted to look at Hunter's Fury, so we'll look at that. And then, yeah, as we mentioned before, we're going to look at those third stats and really see how much of a difference that makes. These are multi-calculators of my design. There are up to 10 weapons that we can, or 10 builds that we can compare against each other here. Weapons, firstly. And the input happens down here, together with the weapon stats going here. And then what we especially get out is a damage per mag, a burst DPS, and a sustained DPS, and percentages to compare them against each other. On this very first one, we're looking at the Tempest. In first, the build that we saw a second ago. Actually, we'll pull that up for a second here. And that is with 3 pieces of Imminence Armaments, 1 piece DNH, Fox's Prayer, and Memento. This has been actually one of my go-to builds already for a pistol tech tank. We'll link the build picture as well, and we'll show it as well, actually, before we take it into gameplay in a second. But overall, this has already been a build that I've been enjoying quite a bit, especially for taking it against a lot of directives. Now, overall, though, this is a high-end style build. It isn't as powerful as some of the gear sets, and that kind of shows true as well here. But this will be the base build that we'll kind of be taking, and this is then the high-end tech tank that we'll be referencing in several of these. Now here, if we put in the Tempest, there is actually 2 ways that we can stick the Tempest into here. One is at 55, because the build was actually at a perfect 60 with a card. But the card, of course, has 20 from crit chance mods. Here we only have 15 from a crit chance mod. So yeah, we're dropping either to 55 or we're filling up with another gear on the gear, 1 more crit chance there. Now there were, of course, we would actually waste 1 crit chance basically, because we would go to 61 technically, but then capped at 60, of course. It turns out that going the route of the 55 works out perfectly fine. Here as well, now that we are going with the Tempest, we don't have Killer, the talent that we can have on the other weapons, because Killer was the go-to for pistols for a while. It was a pretty big talent, and then it was activatable enough for pistols and worked out well enough. So Killer was my go-to in the past. With Killer, we would want it to be 60, but Tempest, of course, doesn't per se care, and nothing on the build for the rest of it, except if we're running Obliterate, would care about this, but doesn't make too big of a meaningful difference to Obliterate either. So we'll be setting it up at 55 crit chance here. And that'll be our main variant that we're going forward. But we could actually set it up at 60, and that would work out a little bit better for the Obliterate one, because yeah, the differences in output is minimal, but then yeah, for Obliterate would matter. For Intimidate, that was the main talent I go with this build with, it wouldn't. If we kind of look at the card 45, which is actually to me, the top contender in the pistol category before this. It is a little bit behind on burst by a significant amount, I would say here. Oh, shit. Wait, something's off here. Isn't something off here? This is too big of a gap. Wait. Although we checked those numbers, let me check up against my PTS numbers. I can always salvage that part by just cutting right before it. So that'll be fine. We'll see where we were exactly and then cut those two together before we go to the card 45. Wait, but this looks off. It's just flagged in my brain as something is off here. No, this is the modifier. Where is PTS? Yeah, because my head was this, like card 45 with the killer is kind of at 100%, that they're kind of matched up. But here it's like 6% behind. Why is that? Oh. Oh shit, that also shit, yeah. For testing purposes, I had set this to 10. And then not put it back. That was a dumb thing to do. Oh yeah, let me catch up here for a second. And then we'll go. I need a yes. Nah. I might just redo that then. Also, I kind of lost my yeah. I'm happy I caught that because yeah, that was just this. That was a 10 because that's the pistol that I have. So for testing it on the numbers, I had it set to that and then forget to put it back. But maybe I caught it in the in the percentages there. Yeah, let's actually split the intro and the main for that as well. Actually, I should have done that. That's usually how I do it. Yeah, let's. Could I actually salvage the intro? Likely didn't leave enough of a gap there. Yeah, let's just do it. Let's just do it. What was my last sentence here? Let's go start looking at some of the numbers and see how that works out. Pretty open. Okay. And for that, we'll come to this quartet of multi-calculators here on this spreadsheet. I'll, of course, link to the spreadsheet so you can just go and look at it at your own leisure. These are multi-calculators of my design. We can compare up to 4 builds here. And here we're laying them out, mostly to look at the differences between the Tempest and some of the other pistols, together with some of the similar builds and some of the tech tanks. We'll look actually at some of the layouts that we can go with, because for instance, here I have the high-end tech tank, but we can also go with strikers actually, because we have a high enough RPM that we can actually get some striker sassoing, and we can actually go with a similar style to the striker tech tank. So I wanted to know the numbers for that, and also know the numbers for if we go Hunter's Fury as well, because that kind of makes sense here as well. Then on this last one, we'll look into what that third stat means for us. If we zoom in a little bit and go back all the way to the top, these are multi-calculators of my design. We have the gear numbers going in down here, the weapon stats going in down up here. Up to 10 builds can be compared on their mag damage, their burst DPS, and their sustained DPS, together with some checking numbers, and we even get the multiplier for the build out of it. Here's well, I've kind of set it up to toggle some talents in and out. We'll be comparing everything today at a 20% headshot rate, a 90% damage to targets out of cover rate, and then also 60% armor rate, meaning basically a 40% DTH rate, damage to health rate. That all to kind of balance some of the numbers out, because yeah, we'll be shifting between builds that have different damage to target out of cover numbers. The headshot amount also really does matter. These are basically averages that I feel for general play we can hit, and that's kind of the way that I go with them. And they can be very much debated. That's also why it's well worth, if you want to play around with it, you can copy the spreadsheet and play around with some of these numbers. So yeah, let's go get started with this first one. Oh yeah, we'll split it into an intro and a and a main one. Yeah, let's get going here. And we'll start here with the Tempest. And one of the questions we can have, actually, I should have that. You know what? Because actually I wanted that already. 1.14. Because actually, instead of going to the build in the game, I'm going to go to the build picture. And first we'll discuss actually, because the Tempest has 15 crit chance versus the 20 that generally some of the other pistols that we would pick, especially the Card 45 was one of the main picks, quite commonly 4 pistols. Is it better to go with a 55 or a 60 in the high-end tech tank that I do enjoy using for pistols? First of all, let's actually introduce that build and the style that most of this comparison will be centered around. As we talked about, we would go into a build setup for strikers as well. But this has been actually a go-to build of mine for going into Summit with a lot of directives, or even in the open world with 5 directives. And it's been working out pretty well. And I've been enjoying this build quite a lot, and others as well. I've gotten a lot of feedback on this build of people enjoying it. Overall, this is 3 pieces of Imminence armaments, with the holster here as well being Imminence armaments. 1 piece DNH. We aren't going actually with the punch trunk. It turns out that the punch trunk would generally need above a 30% headshot rate to get, or well, actually closer to 40, 36 I think was the number, but closer to a 40% headshot rate to get the benefit out of it. And because of that, I'm just going with a DNH piece. Now, the positioning of any of these doesn't per se matter. The Fox's Prayer, though, and the Memento, those of course are fixed in there. And in the past, I would use a Card 45 here with Killer, and this wouldn't be a TDI card custom. This would just be a Card 45, because that second stat of damage to targets out of cover is well worth having. But here we would have exactly 60 crit chance. Here with the Tempest, of course, we're losing 5 effectively against that. And overall, this has been my go-to already in the PTS as well for playing around with this weapon, and has been working out really well as well there. I'll link, of course, to this build picture down below as well. Let's go back to our multi-calculator here, where with this build, we also now have an option of going Obliterate, for instance, instead of Intimidate. That's why we have the toggles here to change all of these between Killer and, or between Obliterate and Intimidate for their numbers. If we're going Intimidate, we don't per se care too much about the crit chance, except that we want the best, basically the multiplier, just multiplying those 2 numbers together, whichever one is the highest, that's the one we want to go with. Here, though, we're already calculating out a burst and sustained DPS, so higher number here especially as well, wins as well. So actually at 55, we're doing better because the crit is already so low that, yeah, here we don't need it, for instance, for activating Killer. If we do go Obliterate, though, I would maybe lean towards actually setting it up at 60. The way we would do this is actually putting in a 6 crit chance mod. We would be wasting 1 of it. Because of that, it is actually lower on its pure DPS output, but actually for Obliterate, we would be activating Obliterate a little bit more consistently. We're getting more crits, so we'll be getting up in the numbers a little faster. So it does matter, actually, how you set this build up. and for which talent, especially. In the past, though, we would definitely go for the 60 because, yeah, we used to use a card 45 with killer. Here, with the card 45 numbers here, we already have killer active, and we can actually toggle this off, and let's do so before killer is activated for the card 45. What we have is that the card 45 is way behind. This is that difference in base damage that the Tempest has, and it is kind of like the Oreo. Its stats are higher, and its talent is basically inconsequential to it. And without killer activated, it's 17% behind, as we see here. If we reactivate killer, it is basically head-to-head on the burst DPS between them. Although you have to remember that burst DPS-wise, the card 45, we have to click for this. I'm never going to exactly hit 310, not unless I'm macroing it. I wouldn't recommend macroing weapon shooting, because yeah, that's actually a little bit too far, in my opinion. But you could. That's really the only way to exactly hit 310. If I'm just clicking, I'm not going to hit 310. So we're going to be lossy already a little bit on our burst DPS and also on our sustain DPS by extension. And because of that, the Tempest being fully auto, we just hold the button and it's going to fire at that RPM. That makes quite a bit of difference actually to this calculation as well. That's also why in gameplay, Tempest does feel even more ahead than this would kind of lead you to believe, because with all of the other weapons, of course, we have to keep clicking, and that is a big difference maker. We're not going to hit perfect RPMs and lose, let's say, another 5 or maybe 10% in difference, because if we're just dropping 10% of our RPM basically, and that's pretty easy to do, to be able to not click as fast or basically as well. Sometimes you click too fast and 2 of your clicks, a second click might not be registered, so you might have a little bit of a higher gap in between if you over RPM it, as we quite often call it. On the sustain end, though, the card 45 does actually compete really well. Now, even if we lose 10%, let's say from RPM causes, then that still works out on the sustain end of things. That'll be the thing as well for the Tempest here. The card 45, of course, being lower RPM, very much faster reload. Even the max size, though, being lower, its firing time is actually a little bit higher, of course. Because of that, it's not hitting the reload as often. And the Tempest's biggest issue is actually it's hitting reloads quite often. And because of that, we kind of have to deal with that. But then build-wise as well, we can build around that. We have a big-ass shield, and we can hide behind that while we're reloading pretty safely. On the sustain end, yeah, it doesn't actually catch up. But yeah, you should remember as well, the Tempest is doing this on the very first shot overall. Well, we have, at least on the weapon end of things, we have Intimidate, we have Obliterate and stuff like that. But on the weapon end of things, it's always just doing this damage. That card 45 needs to activate killer to be on that number. And even though it is still ahead on the sustain end, even with killer not active yet, that's just because the card 45 is a really good sustainer, especially it is the top sustainer as well in the pistol category by a long shot. And yeah, that there it still matters. But this burst being so low, I would definitely lean towards the Tempest, and that's also the thing that I've had so far. Keep in mind as well here, yeah, we don't have the talent in here. Later on, we'll have the talent. Yeah, this is without that talent. That 25% is not in here. For most of the discussion here, we're just going to not even consider that thing there, basically. Then we have another one, which is the M45, and we'll turn killer back on because all of these other ones will definitely need it. When we have killer activated for this M45A1, the M45A1 is actually the burst leader in that category overall, but it has a much worse reload and a smaller max size. Because of that, its sustain is substantially lower. Even though against the card 45 is there are tiny difference in burst, but a large difference in sustain. Because of that, actually, I do go with the card 45. A little lower burst, but we gain so much in the sustain end that it is worth going with it. Both of them actually handle very similarly, as they are kind of based on the same model, actually. And because of that, the firing model. Because of that, yeah, they actually line up. We can kind of compare them directly just on their burst and sustains. And that's why I do actually, even though the card 45 is a lower burst weapon, I actually lean towards that because its sustain is so much higher. Sometimes that does also matter if the difference is too big. But it is the burst leader, and because of that, we should include it here. And then we're kind of a few percent ahead when killer is active. Let's deactivate killer again. So on that, before we get that at least first kill, because sometimes as well we'll need multiple kills to get killer activated, it is way behind, and that's kind of the story here. We'll see the same as well with the 93R being the base weapon of this exotic. I included it here as well. The base damage difference between the two is pretty hefty, almost 10k there, a little bit under 10k, just barely between them per base on each shot, basically at the base level, and that's getting multiplied through everything, of course. And yeah, that one with killer off, even at its best RPM. And of course, this one as well, the handling that we have here actually makes the Tempest usable. The 93R, to me, is almost unusable, especially if you're trying to get it to its highest RPM. You're clicking so much on the mouse and trying to recoil compensate for it. It is, of course, also a burst weapon, so it's firing a 3-round burst, making it kind of annoying to kind of compensate for. Let's activate killer here again, and what we have there is that it actually doesn't catch up on the burst. It is a little bit still ahead on the sustain end of things, and that's just because it has a much better reload. But yeah, we wouldn't use the 93R already because handling-wise, it's almost unhandleable to me. This Tempest having that 50% stability was very much needed. If that wasn't in there and it had basically the same firing model as the 93R because of that, yeah, it would be unusable. Then here we have the Tempest, that 55 one, so we can compare them directly. And if we add in a 25% amp, well, surprise, surprise, our DPS goes up by 25%. Yeah, this is, of course, an amp being a separate multiplier by itself. It's just going to add 25% on top. When we activate that, though, we do go up by quite a lot. But this is, of course, breaking our shield. I'm just never even making that consideration of like, oh, let me stand in front of too many enemies and break my shield. Like, no. Because of that, yeah, we're just not including this talent in a lot of places. It'll get triggered here and there, and on stream I've sometimes gone like, hey, I finally did it. I broke a shield. We have 20% and or 25% for 20 seconds. Yay. And yeah, we do kill 25% faster at that time, but it's also gone pretty quick. Now, of course, actually with the tech tank, you do get your shield back after like 10 or so seconds. The cooldown on the shield as a spy in the game real quick is actually the bulwark is a little bit longer, 18 seconds. So yeah, no, you wouldn't get it back in time. A Crusader comes back a little bit faster than that. But yeah, it isn't a thing we're going for, and also a thing I'm not per se including here in these calculations. We do have it here, though, for comparison's sake, because what we have here as well is a Striker tech tank and Heartbreaker tech tank. Here with Lexington, one with Killer, one with Flatline. And what we're comparing here is, of course, their outputs versus what we have here. And this is also just to put into stark contrast that, for instance, AR-based tech tank, it does have a Crusader, of course, but those shields are also, we're still a 6-tier shield. The Bulwark one is much stronger, of course, but the tech tanks do fine on a lot of heroic content and such. Here, though, actually, even the pistol ones that we're comparing against the Tempest and such, even for instance, this one being almost tied together with when the talent is active, the talent that we're not considering much anyway is active. It seems to be catching up to the Striker tech tank here. But that's Intimidate versus Obliterate. On this, we have Intimidate. Now, on the other ones, actually, I always keep it to Obliterate. And then also on the other one, actually, we're using the Heartbreaker chest, of course, so we're just getting that multiplier. In this case, though, yeah, if we actually toggle this between Intimidate and we toggle to Obliterate for the pistol builds, a much more, well, in line comparison, because Intimidate, of course, yeah, we do need to pick up pick up from the memento, so we can't have it on the first kill, for instance. We need to get a kill in or kill something at least to get a memento drop. And Obliterate, we can just stack up pretty quickly. If we go to that Obliterate, even for instance that even with the talent active, that 25% amp in there, a Striker tech tank or Heartbreaker tech tank kicks its ass with the Lexington. Of course, on the other end, we have a much stronger shield. We have a pistol instead of an AR, but an AR is actually much more useful, of course. So you might be asking yourself, why would we do this? Well, let's go answer that. I got my cat there. Yeah, let me check how long that was. That was pretty long, but that's also the main That's the main discussion here. That's the main one. 12 minutes. The other ones are going to go a little bit quicker anyway. And also, it's an in-depth look, not a surface look. So we're already on 24 minutes. Oh no, I failed my. You know what? I want the screenshot of this. I failed my target time. You know, I'm totally putting that in screenshots here. I'm saving that for in the future. I don't think it's screenshot as well. But yeah, I feel I failed the time trial maybe a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, let's return to Washington, D.C. Let me catch up on some of the stuff here. Yeah. Indeed. Fireplacing it up. It's annoying though that there's no setting for that, right? Even like
Automated external
in the
defibrillators
JSONs and stuff.
detected on hostiles.
When we tap out of the game,
Safe area
actually, or
detected.
is there? There isn't, right? It bumps the frame rate down to like 10 or 15 or something. I mean, how much? 20, no, 10. So yeah, it makes it very choppy and stuff. I wish I could not have that because, but yeah, basically because I'm, you know, moving around in other places.
We need you to secure a skyscraper. This may take a while. Hope you cleared your schedule.
I hope I cleared my schedule as well. Anyway, we're gonna basically take it here in the summit. So yeah, basically I set up the question there. So why would we do this? And then we go here to go like, this is why we do this. So we can do 8 directives. I'll be, you know, it will go set up in front of the first door. That's gonna, yeah, that's basically a throttle if it's inactive. I wish there was a way to bypass that though, because I can't have it be active. I mean, the real way to do it is I record the game and then just play it back in the background. But also, yeah, I don't want to do that. That would be a workaround. Yeah. And my voice just didn't want to actually generate volume there. Let's wake up, voice. Voice, we need you. Help us, voice. You're our only hope. Yeah, let's go. Oh, yeah, actually, I need to be not with the chat on screen. I need about this. Yeah, let's record this real quick. What floor am I on? Floor 14. Oh, let's hit some challenges, maybe even. I should know. Let's go a quick climber. Well, let's actually track those. Alright, let me try to go build a sharpshooter and see what. Oh, do you mean that it folds again? That's been a while, or is it just in a weird spot? I mean, yeah, I guess. Wait, is this Maru? No. It was a Maru. Oh, this is a Maru. What do you mean? Just that's folding again? But yeah, that's been they fixed that a little while ago. Where Can't see shit. Or is it? Or oh wait, is it something sticking through there or something? It's kind of hard to tell. Wait, right here. Oh, the knife sticking through it. But... Oh, it might be if you, because these backpacks I think can be, they can be one strap, or yeah, it can be one strap. So maybe like this, it breaks. Huh? These are... Oh, okay, yeah. Sometimes, yeah, just kind of like the butt scratching. That sometimes happens. Okay, that one doesn't matter. Although, let's do that. I'm actually kind of like this look. I really do like the headband. I'm totally... This character is gonna just have this headband that's there as theirs thing. Can actually save that later. Yeah, back to our regularly scheduled programming. Yeah. And for that, we'll come to the summit here. So I'm taking this high-end one, the one we saw from the picture a second ago. I am taking Obliterate, though, instead of Intimidate. Intimidate, what we saw on the numbers end, it is quite a bit higher, and we'll see it in a minute again to compare it against the Obliterate. Obliterate is just going to be so much more consistent, especially now that we have a weapon with 700 RPM. We can actually go with Obliterate. In the past, I would not go with Obliterate. I would go with just with Intimidate. With the Card 45, the RPM was just too low to get Obliterate going consistently. 700 is much more doable, especially if we're actually hitting 700 as well. And the main reason is not just Summit, but with 8 directives. Here, with 8 directives, generally, basically also 2 more than the other tech tanks, because mostly the tech tanks can take 6 directives pretty consistently here, especially now that they've changed no regen. For those that may have missed it, no regen normally would be all regen. The more recent... Oh, God damn it. It's gonna make it way too easy if we have... I forgot to turn... we need to have not reanimated on. Yeah, the in combat regen is back on it. So now if you have things like, yeah, a regen build or mementos regen, because in the past I wouldn't take no regen because they would, the memento regen would also be affected by it, and that would be my healing, so. But yeah, well, I should lay it out here. That's one of the reasons as well I want to kind of do this and stuff and then include that in there. So nowadays, yeah, you can run memento with no regen. Because a normal tech tank can basically deal with 6 of these.
Rogue agent detected.
Don't want to go up against these without my memento charged up. Also, I don't want to, like, per se fight rogues. I just want to fight normal enemies. So, take 3. Should have just ran in there and died. That likely would have been faster. That's the skill event was one. to bring it back sometime. Yeah, all of those events will likely come around, and there's more of them planned and stuff. I also actually missed out on 2 days of it, and actually didn't play too much with it the third day. Just ran some shields on red belts and stuff instead. It was very powerful on Eclipse. I didn't notice like the extra damage there was very much there, but these are all going to be like small extra stuff. Without the memento charge up and stuff, nah. Also, I don't want to per se like fight rogues as the thing. Like that's not really. I would just grab a PFE, honestly. Yeah, let's do that part again at the start. And for that, we'll come here to the summit. I'm running that high end that we just saw the build picture of. Here, though, I'm running it with Obliterate. As we saw, there was a toggle there to toggle it between the two. Intimidate really works well for instance, at card 45. And then Obliterate would just be too slow on a card 45. Here, though, with this Tempest, this opens up a few options. For instance, this being one of them. Where, yeah, we can take Obliterate instead of Intimidate and stack this up. Now, of course, Intimidate is a much larger increase. It is basically a 40-something% increase at full stacks. Obliterate is basically a 20% in here. It is the only source of total weapon damage in there as well. Intimidate would always be a separate multiplier, and actually it's self-multiplicative even. Here we are going, yeah, with this high-end version though, and then yeah, with that Obliterate. And then in the summit, we can have a lot of directives. And that's actually what I enjoyed already with that card 45 version of this build, which used to be just exactly this build. And I still have the card 45. And it's actually still saved with the card 45, where we would just have it like this, but then with Intimidate, because then we could trigger that. And I've always enjoyed this in the summit, especially with, well, in the past 7 directives, but now actually we can go back to 8. This season, they fixed up no regen. It used to be also the in-combat regen, so the regen from Memento or such. Because of that, I would generally turn it off. They reverted it back to its somewhat original way, even though keeping the weapon swap kind of bypassing it. That kind of stuff is not in here, but the effects of it is that, yeah, we do actually have the ability to, for instance, yeah, run it with tech tanks and have our regen still be there. A very important part and something I rely on. So generally with any tech tank, we could just have 6 directives here in the summit. Here though, we can up that to 8 because we can add in the pistolero, and then also ammo hoarders, because both of the ammo ones don't really care too much the second you start, or matter too much once you start running pistols. Now here we're just kind of running around as a tech tank and just closing the distance, trying to murder stuff. Here we have this the annoying variant of this one where it heals enemies, and it has a really hefty overheal. It's almost impossible to kill enemies when they're in there unless you really hit them hard in one go. But yeah, this allows for 8 directives. We could even take a 9th, so the 2 we're leaving out here is scavenge skills and the ammo, the special ammo one. Special ammo is just annoying. Against hyenas, it is disorient, and that will, even if it hits the shields, it will disorient you. And for Black Tusk, it is disrupt, and disrupt would force me to put away my shield and play a lot slower. Things like fire and bleed rounds from the other factions, they actually, if they hit the shield, they will not cause me to bleed or burn. So they're actually easier enough to deal with, but just we usually have it off. And then scavenge skills, I would need to pick pickups up every time I would put away my shield, which is very well doable if you just want that little bit of extra XP and also drop rate for targeted loot that is provided by an extra directive. But yeah, I kind of like having the ability to just pull out my shield and put it away at will. I'll be pretty aggressive, and then also try to basically just I pull out my shield when I need it. It requires basically a lot more thinking if I'm going with scavenge skills. Here I'm letting myself get hit quite a bit. And then this is also the reason, because actually with the Bulwark Shield, one of the things we could do, the Bulwark Shield is very strong. We don't need it per se at 6 skill tiers, the way that we have it there, by having those extra blue cores and such. The yellow cores, of course, is just from Technician and from the Memento. Those we kind of have no too much control over. But we could actually give up a few blue cores. Thing is, though, the reason why I don't is this is still for me plenty of output. But I also die behind the shield because I still also need to survive, not just my shield. Because of that, I've actually leaned into just, keeping it at that same amount of blue cores that I have with normal tech tanks, partially because I'm also very used to that amount, and I kind of expect that amount to be there. The second it isn't, because I've tried actually, for instance, having this be just the Memento, basically, and Technician, 3 tiers on the shield, getting healed by a 2-tier Artificer still, because that doesn't change. But the 2-tier shield, the 3-tier shield is fine. That part is perfectly fine. But I find myself dying behind the shield, as also, for instance, the bonus armor for each time that we pick up one of those Memento pickups is a lot smaller. And all of those things kind of get affect the survivability for me here. And also, as we see here, we don't have, Reanimated is actually available at the current time, but also I don't have any of the modifiers on.
Shade tech detected.
And we're still doing perfectly fine. I wasn't even fully charged up on the Memento, for instance, which will be in a second. Here I'm going to actually EMP grenade that box as a simple tip. You can just EMP grenade it as your first action. This thing is out of action for a while, letting me capture it without it putting out any skills, as a simple tip here for the summit. And then here, of course, with the summit, we can have 8 directives like that. And with 8 directives, summit is XP-wise okay-ish, especially if we're getting some challenges along the way. It isn't great. It's definitely not on par with farming open world with 5 directives. But then, of course, this can also deal, with the exception of, as we discussed, the scavenge skills, I would kind of avoid. But in the open world, we can also actually, if like this season, we have special ammo. That's kind of fine as long as we're not going up against Black Dust. But if we're open world farming, we're likely going after, the simpler factions anyway. So that works out perfectly fine. But then, this is the thing to use for a lot of directives. We want to have a bunch of directives. And I just enjoy, actually, its gameplay. It needs to be a little bit more aggressive than some of the other tech tanks. It needs to get closer. But then we have a very strong shield. And its playstyle works out in a way that I enjoy, even if versus a striker tech tank with a Lexington versus a Heartbreaker tech tank, those are of course a step above. None of the pistols, and part of it is also down to their second stat, none of the pistols keep up actually against main line weapons, because when we have 12 DTOC here, or we have 21 DTH, that makes quite a difference. One thing, though, with pistols, there's a thing to be said that their second stat is 100% headshot, where in MMRs we have 111% as their base, and then we get 20 on top from our watch as kind of our base amounts at 1K. Pistols actually have 100 headshot as their base, and they have then 20 from the watch on top for 120. So you could kind of see it as that is pretty close up there. But headshot being additive to 2 crit chance, or to crit chance crit damage, basically makes it so that, it is a lot less valuable than a separate multiplier by itself, even if we're getting a hefty amount of it. Although you have to remember that, for instance, ARs by themselves also have 75 at 1,000 watch, 55 base and 20 from the watch, so it isn't like it is versus 0 on those weapons. And here we're just gonna running around, and this is kind of the playstyle of this as well, right? This is kind of tech tank style, but we want to be close. I'm keeping Obliterate up pretty consistently. Intimidate would be more powerful, but just keeping it up. Here in Summit, I'm pretty confident in doing so. The range limitation on Intimidate is also a consideration, though. That's why I do actually prefer Obliterate generally now, because, I find myself shooting a little bit more in somewhat deeper ranges, especially, for instance, with the Striker one we'll see in a little bit. But overall, well worth having as a build, and I've enjoyed this one already anyway. It is kind of like a red D3 at this point, for those that may have ran those in the past, where you still go for the stamina to get that bonus, but then the rest of the stats go towards enemy armor damage and such, and crit and elite damage. Anyway, we do get the key here. We're on some of the lower floors as well, where it is a little bit easier. Even though I just got the key, I'm still key checking every corner. But yeah, we'll run these 3 floors real quick here. As just, this is especially the place where, yeah, I already in the past would run this quite a lot, but then with the Cart 45. And just getting those directives up, getting a little bit more XP out of it, I kind of enjoyed it. And also, while we are weaker, we're not weak. Right, like this still kills plenty fast enough. We can, especially if we hit some headshots along the way, we can be very quick about clearing out the runes, and doing so as well in a very comfortable way. You know, yeah, I did armor break there just by being a little bit stupid. Let's see if we actually are bugged, but we're not. Here we see as well, actually the regen there, slowly my armor is going back up, which yeah, in the past will not be the case. And yeah, that is no regen going back. And I'm very happy about that, because that was actually kind of annoying. That would get in the way of, yeah, for instance, builds that use memento. Because if you are investing in the memento, one of the big things is the regen. And not having that be deactivated, and especially as well, it didn't feel intended. The description on it as well is the out of combat regen, and that's what I feel it should only affect. Yeah, let's keep running along. I've quite done, yeah, a lot of summit floors with that old cart version, to a degree that, yeah, I for myself, I enjoy summit. But then this as well, of course, is kind of shows that it can deal with most of the directives, and if it's forced to, it can even deal with the ones we don't have on here, if we had to. Scavenge skills would just mean that I would just move around with my shield more. I would just get a kill, put the shield away, pick the pickup up, so I have my shield back. Because every deployment of the shield with scavenge skills, you would need to have 1 pickup to get it back, even if it isn't going on cooldown. Effectively, just to get it back, you kind of need that. Yeah, here as well, for instance, actually, as for illustrative purposes, I'm just gonna... well, I actually wanted to be hugged there. I guess that guy felt that and was like, you know what, I'm not gonna give you what you want. We do want to keep enemies in front of us, so here's what. I'm just gonna run back here, put everybody in front of me. As a tech tanks, always, they're claymores, front towards enemy at all times. This guy is trying to go for his special ammo. None of that. The reason I don't have that directive on. Don't you go annoy me now. Although, yeah, as long as we're up against, for instance, here, outcasts, that fire rounds, that we can deal with. We still don't want to get hit on our body. We will get set on fire from that, but yeah, it is pretty easy to avoid, and we would just need to play a little bit slower. Here, done 3 quick floors of Summit. Let's actually go grab our box. And I also did a few challenges here. If you do actually do a few of the challenges along the way, Summit can be decent for XP. Not good, but decent. It is still better than, for instance, Countdown overall. And then, for instance, here as well, we're getting crazy then. Each of those is worth a decent amount of XP with it. And yeah, that does add up. So actually in the past, running, for instance, 8 directives here in the Summit, and you would just reset, for instance, the first few floors just to get to some of the easier challenges along the way. It can actually do pretty well when it comes to XP, but yeah, it's still not as good, of course, as the open world. But here we saw this build basically in action a little bit. Let's actually go see some of the other variations that we can go with. It's kind of turning into a build showcase. Weirdly. Yeah, let's take this back to Ichi. Oh, yeah, let me catch up here.
Entering safe area.
I needed to teammates. Yeah. The interesting thing with that event was, yeah, I was also on in the DZ, on in conflict. It was also on in descent. So actually, just going slot in there. For once, I picked capacitance just for the extra 3 cores worth of damage from kind of like, yeah, the 7.5 from 3 of those. But yeah, there's a brand one coming up. There's several others coming up. I'm kind of curious what that brand one exactly is in the end. Well, we'll see. Yeah, Stricker. So let's set up the build and then. Oh no, I should. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna do. Yeah. I completely forget. Even actually, is that in the stash? Yeah, I even prepped an extra chest exactly for this. So, although yeah, I should need the Tempest. Okay. Yeah, it is indeed nuts and mutts and butts. Yeah.
Automated external
Because on this one we're
detected
taking
on
the
hostiles.
Striker Tech Tank.
Safe area entered.
Oh, do you have? No. Yeah. Sure. I will just pull it out of somewhere else. Just looking for chance mods. And I actually made a second chest. Forget how mods work, apparently. Oh, Best. And it will work. Oh, also, I hope this just works. Okay. Yay! With directives turning on. Is already a big ask, apparently. I'll just take this as a background. Yeah, actually, let me check. How long was that segment? Hopefully not too long. So yeah, these two were failed ones, right? Oh, reanimated. Let's go by. Oh yeah, how long was this? 13 minutes. Right. It's hoping to be a little bit shorter, but yeah, it's kind of fine. Yeah. Let's go back to this. And let's go back to the spreadsheet here, where I had a question already right away when we saw the RPM of this is, would that work out with Striker? Because of course, Striker as one of the bigger gear sets in the game, it has a lot of damage output. All it really needs is a weapon with a decent enough RPM, and then it can just basically feed off of that. And we could, of course, just go with this weapon with a bulwark, and then kind of looking at it in the way of a tech tank, in the kind of the same way where the build we saw a second ago was kind of a high-end tech tank. This is then the Striker tech tank. But then actually, if we take the Striker tech tank, there is actually some optimizations we can do towards taking it for the Tempest here. Taking it to the game here, I have a DNH chest. We basically move the other one over, although I actually have a dedicated one for this character now, where we stick in, instead of the Cheska chest that normally would be part of this build, and then of course just whatever weapon, and then it's maining the Lexington there together with the Crusader shield. If we take it to setting it up for the Tempest, we do want to take that DNH, 20 pistol damage, when we have comparing basically Cheska usually beating out some of the things like Fenris and such, even on a build like this, that because of the memento is still pretty high up there on the weapon damage, especially with the grading as well. Keep in mind as well, in the previous parts that we saw, I did have a maxed out build. I did have 30 grading, even though we didn't have, for instance, the modifiers on adding damage and such, or for instance, reanimated to make it super easy. It is basically as maxed out as it's going to get, the version we saw there, and well, same here. If we are min-maxing, yeah, this DNH just makes more than enough of a difference to be worthwhile using here. And so we flip out that as gear piece from Cheska here to DNH. Of course, we take a bulwark, and then together with that, we'll take the Tempest. That's basically all we're doing here. And then here, actually, I'm just taking one crit chance mod instead of a crit damage mod that would be on, on the Cheska chest. Here, though, we're then landing on this 49,105, which actually, yeah, for a blitz rate, we could actually take it to 55, which is actually the way that the blitz rate calculation in a second is set up. Going back here, though, so yeah, that is that Striker's Battle Gear, SB is standing for that, Striker's Battle Gear Tech Tank. With all of these, we're comparing as well with Intimidate and Obliterate. As long as we're running the Memento, we can actually run Intimidate, and Intimidate is, of course, a decent chunk higher. Let's first look at that, because if we look at the high-end version that we saw a second ago, it is around a little bit more than 15% increase going from that Intimidate to, or from the Obliterate to that Intimidate. And that is actually a pretty hefty difference. Obliterate, while more consistent, and while I'll go for it in certain situations, I feel actually in Summit, for instance, it works out well to go with Intimidate. The thing is, though, that you kind of want to have safer places. So in the open world, I'll likely get hit on the body quite a lot more than I will in the Summit, where there's a lot of tall cover. I can kind of use it to cover my sides, or at least the sides that other enemies are on, and then kind of keep myself safe. In the open world, that's less so. For instance, in a lot of missions as well, it can be less so. And the second you lose your bonus armor, you lose Intimidate, of course. So Obliterate's consistency is actually the thing I'll be going with the Tempest. And overall, I feel that's kind of the way to go. And while we do give up a little bit of damage, and yeah, we can lean into that Intimidate, I feel that Intimidate is much more situationally good. Now, last season, actually, with the modifier, we had a lot of extra bonus armor happening just from the main modifier. As long as you were taking some damage, and it could be on the shield as well, you would get bonus armor that you would get to keep as well, was infinite, infinite time, basically. And because of that, you could have Intimidate up all the time. Last season, Intimidate was awesome. This season, for instance, with the modifiers, there isn't per se anything giving bonus armor that readily. But yeah, so Intimidate versus Obliterate is definitely, yeah, worth kind of considering both and going with both, trying both. That's why also, if you're going for DNH chest, or for instance, on the other one, it could also be an Imminence Armaments chest, then yeah, consider having one that is free talentable so that you can go between Obliterate and Intimidate. If the chest is basically inactive, so we don't have either Obliterate or Intimidate there, because if they're inactive, basically both are the same. This is basically the over-under for the talent. So when we activate Obliterate, we're gaining a little bit over that 15% that we have there. And going up then towards the Intimidate, we're gaining another, basically a gap of 30% there. So it is very important to kind of keep uptime on those chest talents, because with the chest talents not there, we're losing quite a bit of damage, and we're dropping down to burst DPSs that will just feel pretty weak. With Intimidate up and such, these are still not, as we saw. The Striker Tech Tank just running the Lexington, for instance, can output a lot more, but then of course here we're running a pistol with a much stronger shield, and because of that we can also lean into, for instance, Pistolero or Ammo Hoarders much more easily. But then comes the question, yeah, high-end versus Striker. Striker usually wins in a lot of situations. Here, it is actually no different. If we go with the Striker, especially at 100 stacks, where we'll be looking at it as well with a little less stacks and also kind of be searching for the crossover point between the two. If we have the Obliterate versus the Obliterate, and actually here on the side we have this versus the high-end Obliterate. Well, the Intimidate already, as we see, at full stacks. Now, of course, Striker needs to stack. Here, we basically have either Intimidate active or we're stack up Obliterate, which is basically a little bit over a mag's worth of shooting there. If we activate here, though, with Intimidate and such, we need that as well. But then on top of that, we need the Striker stacks. So it does take a little minute to get up to this point. But when it does, yeah, it is of course a big difference between the two. That amp that separate multiplier from the Striker bonuses, even though it does say it is total weapon damage, it isn't. It is a separate multiplier for the Striker stacks. At full stacks, yeah, there is no contest there. Now, of course, though, the thing is, yeah, you need to stack up Striker, but here with 700 RPM, although actually a little bit more, because from Striker, we're gaining that RPM bonus anyway, and we're going from 700 here to 805, and that is enough. It is on the lower end. If we were on the AR side, this would be similar to, for instance, running a fall, and generally we wouldn't go with a fall if we, I mean, some people do, but you know, we lean towards some of the higher RPM weapons if we can. And there's good reason for that. So this is on the lower end, what would be acceptable on the higher end. But here, of course, yeah, on the pistols, this is the highest RPM we have ever seen. Although actually, well, the 93R already had that, 700 actually. But here we can actually use it. If we compare the Obliterates against each other as well, the Striker at full stacks is basically 28% ahead. Here, though, if we actually take it and try looking, I forgot actually the number, and I should have jotted it down. I think it was 43, yeah. So at 43, as we see there with the high-end Obliterate versus the high-end Obliterate, and also actually for the Intimidates as well. So comparing against that, both of them are just below it now. So at 44 stacks with the metrics we're going here with, because also there's again a 20% headshot rate, and actually the detox rate also matters here, because of course if we have 100% detox rate, it is a little bit more in favor of that 18% that the other one has, that the high end has, because it has Fox Spur, versus the 10 that this has just from the weapon. So here as well, yeah, we are leaving this at that 90% rate here. And if we kind of go with these metrics, we can say in between 40 and 50, just to keep it a little bit wider, just as well. The crit chances are different, so the headshot rate will matter as well. Somewhere between 40 and 50, depending on the metrics, the Striker will take over. And 50 stacks is pretty easy to get. And overall, I feel this is the way to kind of go, because both of them still have that memento. The survivability of them is the same. They have the same amount of blue cores and such. It is just the difference in the Striker stacks. What we can go as well, and I looked into that, and we'll see it in a minute as well, a layout for that with Hunter's Fury as well. We could also go Ninja Bike. If we go Ninja Bike, we can take 2 pieces Imminence Armaments, and then we can go with 3 pieces Striker, and then the Ninja Bike. Now, of course, in a similar way, we're taking up that backpack slot instead of a memento, now Ninja Bike. Does that work out? It does overall, just because the Imminence Armaments is actually one of the bigger bonuses. So we're basically getting, you could kind of split it up in this way, where the third piece bonus, of course, is 20 pistol damage. The first piece as well has actually 5 pistol or 5 all weapon damage. The way to kind of see that is basically what you're getting is 3 bonuses out of that, of just a 25 pistol damage or applying to the pistol, a 20 and a 20. You could kind of split it up like that to kind of just as brand bonuses go. Now, that is still not per se the optimal way if we could go with if we had other bonuses, if we had a 2-piece that could give pistol damage, for instance, as well, that would maybe be the way to go. But we don't have that. We have imminence armaments on the 3-piece. But because imminence armaments is so big and also much bigger than, for instance, things like Fenris and such versus their 10s, this is a 20 per stack, basically. It does actually kind of work out. Now, on the obliterate end, for instance, this is versus the striker obliterate. If we are running the same obliterate there, we are actually a little bit ahead versus the striker obliterate with the memento. So we could actually gain about 10% damage there if we went that route at full stacks. But then what we would have, actually I need to put this back to 100. Let's put this back to 100 stacks. What we have there then is that numbers-wise, the Ninja Bike is actually a little bit ahead, but then we're giving up the regen, we're giving up the bonus armor, we're giving up as well. This is actually with the memento long-term buff there for the weapon damage. So the memento is fully stacked to that 30 weapon damage it gives on the long buff. But actually, if we are consistent on picking up those short-term buffs, we're gaining another 15 weapon damage from that. And that would actually kind of eat up into this. It would be still ahead, but by a smaller amount. So I feel with the striker one especially, we would lean towards that memento. That regen and such is well worth having, even though there's definitely a case to be made for the Ninja Bike here, much more so than with most other builds. Quite often we just ridicule the Ninja Bike. Here actually, I could see a case being made for it, but more so actually in a different style that we'll see in a second. Let's see this in action actually for a minute. I'm going long, aren't I? Yeah. It's fine though. It's fine. How long am I? We're already on 49. Okay. Oh, hi. I turned my camera around in the game and just I was in the menu like this and I just turned around and just somebody's just. Sometimes I feel like somebody's watching me. Oh yeah. Yeah, let's go make a mess over there. Oh yeah, let me catch up here. Oh yeah, sorry, I was kinda in my own world there. Saw some chats coming by, but yeah, we're recording some stuff. So we're going Jessica Grubo versus regarding blue versus red cores. It kind of depends also on the crit chance and stuff is the thing. So it's different for a lot of builds. On striker, I think I have it in the striker talents video, I think. I'm not super sure. Because the thing is as well, it's not just blue cores, it's also how much crit chance, crit damage it has. And that differs between, let's say, like a high-end and a striker or a negotiator or Umbra or, you know. Well, actually, no, Umbra is the same as striker. But, yeah. Because that part of it, of course, also, like, needs to be balanced there. So, with striker, I think it was, yeah, I was going, so from 3 to 4 was where... Fenris with grade 30 would pull ahead. I'm pretty sure. And then, yeah, depends also if you have grade 30 as well. But also you have to remember that depending on how you're kind of getting set up, Cheska still has benefits for instance, yeah, if you're running ACS alongside of it, if you're not running Tinkerer, for instance. Because then it would also apply to, you know, if you run a secondary SMG or ACS to stack with or LMG or whatever. Yeah, enjoying some DZ, I see there. Yeah, so then let's try, yeah. Just somewhere between, yeah. That's, I think, well, at least that was one, because, yeah, that's in the past with Coyote. I think it was, on a general note, you can say between 3 and 5 is kind of the crossover point. So especially if you're over 5, if you're all 6 blue cores, basically. Because also the thing is, it's not just blue cores. Because for instance, yeah, Memento is a blue core, but then also adds weapon. It's really between. The easiest way is actually to calculate that for yourself. Just have a video on the multi-calculators. I might actually even like revisit this. Although, yeah, we kind of looked at it with. I'm pretty sure in the Striker talent video. You search for that on my YouTube. I feel we kind of went over this, and then also looked at what the differences are as you move up and down in blue cores. Yeah. Okay, there's somewhere where there like a line of activities to do. Maybe even also not Outcast. Where we go for bounty, actually? Yeah, let's go for a bounty. We'll do an activity and roll into a bounty. Makes 12 the optimal rank. Oh, the optimal. So, well, it's a very simple answer. You'll see a lot of my gear on 12, and the reason for that is when we go from when we go here, go to, let's say, Striker. I'm blind. So, for instance, here I have a piece that isn't, right? This is just normal resources. This I can just dump in here. I'll fill up on these. Most of the time, I'll have way too much. Here, once we reach 12, the next step starts taking exotic components. This is the main reason. So that's why we usually stop at 12. Up to 12, it takes basically just the main resources, or just the two main, like for gear, it's, well, whatever these two are, polycarbonate and carbon fiber, and then I forget the name. Wait, can we pull up resources here? Oh no, that's just when we donate. But yeah, you use that, and then later on you'll also use a few field recon. But yeah, once you reach 12, going from 12 to 13 is where it takes exotic components. And this is the expensive shit. This is the stuff I'm gonna save this for weapons always, unless I really run a build a lot or something. Because it's only benefits going up, but it's pricey. So I'd rather pay this price to upgrade my weapons and then also some of my skills. So I like having some of my skills kind of maxed out. Actually, yeah, one of the next things I'll do here. One of the things with skills is also it's account wide. So on this account where I'm using all 4 characters, I like having skills maxed out as well. But yeah, the gear basically isn't a big bonus, and because of that, I'll just invest it in weapons. Yeah. Topic. I don't have specifically one for there, but I'm considering it's actually on my list of shorts, but yeah, that that list goes slow because yeah, it is a common question, and I do wanna add that in there. It's, no worries. And yeah, always feel free to ask. Some of those stuff is not per se obvious until you know, until you've done it a bunch. Yeah. That's gonna work. Oh, you can have both. Nice. Yeah, I mean you can still. They've never fixed that one. In group settings, you can still have both indeed. Is it like 200k armor if you have my yeah, about that. Well, it depends on also, yeah, because it does go into the 10% of the watch and stuff. So kind of depends on the build, but yeah, on a full red build, it takes you into the 900Ks. The thing is though that isn't just, I mean that's an extra blue core on top. It's just the price for that is pretty hefty. But some people, so for instance, Toasty, who has builds that he runs for speed running, he'll eventually, like the builds that he uses the most, the gear is also going to 30 because you might as well. You might as well just get everything as maxed out. That one time that it might like save you just a tiny bit, and you might not get health gated at that point. Where without it you would get health gated. It makes a difference. So then, you might as well. Like if you're just running one build all the time, you might as well. Because also on second account, I've been kind of considering actually taking my striker on there to having everything grade 30. Just, I'm running out of other things to upgrade. But yeah, for me, actually gear, I generally don't even like consider it too much. It's more like, hey, my gears, actually, what was this? What was the... oh yeah, protect the fabric. So when these three are full, which I already, we're gonna, well, this is almost full again. I'll just go, hey, what build hasn't been upgraded yet? And I'll just upgrade the build on a character. Or just at least some pieces of it. Why are these two upgraded and these choices? So that's usually how it goes. I'll just be full up on resources and then just go like, okay, time to invest in getting that number down. Oh yeah, we'll do this and then yeah. Yeah, what was my last sentence here? More so actually in a different style that we'll see in a second. Let's see this in action actually for a minute. On the full resume. Yeah, it's pricey in comparison to the rest. So you're better off just getting weapon damages up and stuff. That will matter more. It's an opportunity cost thing. Great turmoil. Yeah. Well, I wish they were just added to the thing because that's to the expertise thing, just so I can have the. Because usually this place is where I pull, for instance, for some of the, for like the item guide and stuff. It's coming from here, so it doesn't have a, it doesn't have an icon here, so it's kind of annoying me as well. Yeah, let's go record here. And for that, let's just take this into some combat and kind of see it in action. Thinking exactly that. The striker, this is literally this striker tech tank. Instead of the chest, it would normally be running a Cheska with then also here a crit damage mod. It's taking instead this with a crit chance mod. Although actually, if we're setting up for obliterate, with the calculations as well, it works out to be better to be at 55 for obliterate. And even if though our crit damage is then significantly low, of course, actually if we go to the pistol itself, 49,105, it would drop to 56 and then 93. That still works out better because of obliterate actually. Because actually between the two there's a tiny difference for the crit multiplier side of things, but yeah, we would trigger obliterate a little bit more here though for laziness, and also just yeah, that would be my way actually to set this up. I would just save it for the in the way that it was, the striker tech tank, just have this chest at the ready, put in a bulwark, put in the tempest, and we just swap it to this. 5 directives here, of course, because yeah, that's really, if we're using this, we would use it for the 5 directives. In the background as well, yeah, you have a bounty ready to go. Oh, actually, yeah, clear out this territory control and then go do that. The thing that this build as well has become for me, although there is easier ways to do it, because the competitor to this would definitely be things like the like any OD build, where we can just have OD provide us the ammo. So for instance, the triple tick build for solo 5 directives, or for instance, just the full red OD. I kind of like those. Now, of course, the big one in that category is also, as a 5 directive build, is any of the headhunters, either hotshot or rifle version, or just pistol variants. For myself, I enjoy actually a lot of the gameplay. Just, yeah, I don't per se enjoy headhunting gameplay. I can do it, I can get it done. And with Determined, of course, it is very powerful, but with Determined, I don't enjoy it at all, basically. And if we're just headhunting, I can get frustrated quite quickly. So I kind of like shooty builds, as I quite often call them, for 4 or 5 directives. And this is then kind of one of my go-tos for that. Now, actually, I do, for instance, even have an OD tech tank, a tech tank style, but then set up through with OD pieces. It is a little bit weak with modifiers and stuff. It can work out well. This will actually beat that out, definitely. But then also that OD1 could be for all the directives. Here, I'm forgetting that I have cool skills on. And because I have cool skills on, my shield actually, when we went and...
Agent vital signs, 0.
I'm not going to keep that in. I was just super dumb there, not paying attention. Also, actually, yeah, let's go after a different faction, because actually I don't want that guy. I literally said I don't want to actually go against outcasts. Not for that. Outcasts are too simple. Like, I'd much rather be against, well, not hyenas here. But then, yeah, let's go through against some true sons. Do I actually have something against them? No, let's go get a bounty and do a bounty, actually. Let's maybe do it like that. Yeah, let's go get that bounty and then we do the bounty. That one though is gonna go likely here, and that's gonna be annoying. Just it will take time to get there. I'd rather be maybe here, because yeah, we'll go here. Yeah, let's go over there and then go down there. Let me check out that resource guy. Oh, they could. They likely just, yeah. They've already raised it several times, and nowadays it's pretty high. Like, how much did we used to have? 999? It was the old one, right? Back in the day, and then they went to like, did those go in 2 steps, or did it just go directly to 999? Or, well, they added a 9, basically. They added an order of magnitude. But yeah, those are those kind of decisions that just like, yeah, it is what it is, and mostly because at some point you just gotta have to limit it. Now, for instance, for those, it won't matter for instance the tech side of things. So for instance, dash space and stuff actually does affect the network and stuff, because you also need to send that data and stuff. But these are pretty simple. These are just a number in the background. But they need to store it somewhere. So that's also why it's ending at 999. 1 bit. 1 bit less. 1 byte less. Yeah. Let's reintroduce and go. And here we'll take that striker tech tank, but then here a little bit of a different variant. So exactly what we're doing is just, yeah, taking out this Cheska chest that normally would be ran together with the AR as the main weapon, putting a DNH chest here. It does make more than enough of a difference to go for that DNH over the Cheska. For the lazy way here as well, I'm just sticking a crit chance mod in here, and we aren't per se going to that 55 that we had on the spreadsheet there, which would be better off for the obliterate variant that we're running here. But just for laziness, because yeah, we're dropping, well, this we can just drop in without swapping out any of the other sets. I could actually just re-roll one of these pieces, but it'll work out well enough. Taking a bulwark, taking that Tempest here again with Detox with grade 30, so kind of at its max. I've encountered some enemies along the way here already, but yeah, let's go actually do this public execution real quick and publicly execute all of these enemies. And again, the reason to run this, of course, as we saw with the numbers, the Striker Tech Tank, the normal variant of it, will do a lot more damage overall. But of course, here we can have pistol arrow. Now with that other one, yeah, we could actually, for instance, I do have as competitors to that, of course. Even if you don't want to run, for instance, Headhunters, you can go OD. And for the 4 or 5 directives, one of the builds I quite enjoy is actually, for instance, the triple tick build, where we have the OD variant with the Pestilence and the Vow, providing 3 separate ticks. That can be a good way to deal with 5 directives. Any OD, or just a full red OD, can be a really good way to deal with 5 directives. Both of those are just, yeah, pretty different style of builds. Not, to me, not as comfortable as, for instance, a tech tank like this is. This fits my playstyle really well. I like being aggressive. Those builds are much more, you take a position and you fight your way through, and that is fine as well, but a different thinking, basically. And also, yeah, again, playstyle differences and also kind of comfort differences. This is very comfortable because I can make a lot of mistakes here and get away with it. I can turn my back against these enemies because there is somebody behind me there. And it'll still work out for me because, yeah, I have that memento. Once it's especially here stacked, we'll have a lot of armor, we have a lot of survivability, we'll have some regen going, so I can actually take some hits without it consuming any med packs. And that, yeah, does make a difference here. Indeed, where the hell are they? As yeah, these guys get kind of spread out.
Hostile control point identified.
I'm hoping somebody will shoot. The fog is likely making it so that the NPCs are also not seeing me. Somewhere over there. There he is. But yeah, we can just dumbly run towards the enemy and just give them a tickle. Damage wise though, yeah, this is way lower than the other tech tanks. Of course, there's a big elephant in the room as well with 5 directives, which is Headhunting and Determined on top. Now, a lot of the pistol Headhunters can work out really well, and they can be very powerful. Let's actually go do this bounty real quick. But I, for myself, I quite often have this of the, I enjoy shooty builds over headhunty builds. Well, especially a determined pistol build or determined rifle build, or even hotshot, for instance, can deal as well with 5 directives pretty well. Any of the 5 directives as well. There's differences between the seasonal directives, of course, where each season we have a different set of 5. Here, if we had scavenge skills, I might maybe lean more towards headhunting because scavenge skills would slow this down. I can't just pull out my shield and put it away as as I want, because each time I would need to pick up one of those. That still works out, but that means I keep up my shield a lot more. It's a lot slower. Here, I wanted to clear out my sides. We'll up this backpack. Here, well, we're killing fast enough. Especially what we want to do is stack up on Striker eventually. As we saw, we need to be above, because the Intimidate or the Adrenaline, the Obliterate is already stacked up, although we're going to lose it, of course, in the meantime. That would be the same once that high end basically just needs to stack up Obliterate, and then it's at its full power, basically. Whatever chest talent it has, once that is up, it doesn't rely on, for instance, a stacking mechanic. Here, though, one of the things we can do as well is I'm going to reload this ACS and just do this for a second, and then pull out my shield. And we can, of course, in the same way that we do that for other weapon types. We can do that. And then I have a little bit of buffer because of how much health and armor I have to do that. Because I can just take a few hits and then it'll regen behind the shield anyway. And now we're above that 50 stacks. It's going to drop away, of course, but yeah, we have some time before it actually fully falls away. I'm gonna quickly go for this guy's backpack, and actually there, for instance, yeah, I did lose my shield.
Assistance needed.
Really?
Agent killed.
It's a dictionary. That second explosion, like, that guy shouldn't even fire when I'm that close. I'm gonna cut that there. I'm not gonna keep that in. It's fine, we'll just go for the bounty then. I wanted to actually reach full memento, that's why I wanted to do some activity before it. But yeah, stupid deaths. Although that one, I don't, like, that close, that guy shouldn't have fired. It's fine. Or you pop this bounty. It's report 2 indeed.
Target near you.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what, let's actually not have these in there. Just so we don't have. This whole spiel again. Maybe I do that separately. No, I want it to be just one cut for the rest of it. Yeah. Take 17. And here we'll take that striker variant that we kind of saw a second ago in numbers here in the flesh. We're effectively just swapping out the Cheska chest. So normally with running the Lexington, we would be running this Cheska chest. And then we're swapping that out to this DNH. I just have a mod here flipped to crit chance to provide that loss of crit chance a little bit to make up for it. Actually, for obliterate, so the balance here, the balance crit is actually 49,105 is actually a little bit higher than 5693 that we could have as an option as well. But actually, if we're going obliterate, if we're not going intimidate, for intimidate it wouldn't matter, of course, then nothing is based on crit anyway. But here, because obliterate actually does stack up true crit chance hits, we should actually set it up at 55. I'm being lazy though, and because of this, we can just have this one piece come in. We stick in this bulwark shield, we take the Tempest, and we're kind of set up this way, taking the Striker Tech Tank from an AR variant basically, or just a general variant that could run any weapon type as long as it fits on the shield, to here being with the Tempest. I was gonna do a quick bounty with this. And then, of course, what we need is our stacks to be generally high. Now here, I'm just going to shoot enemies. I'm going to go for body shots as well to get a little bit more stacks out of it. If we even have 4 enemies here and simple engagement, well, we gain about 20 stacks there. Let's grab some of the memento pickups as well, as we're starting cold, effectively. Of course, once the memento is stacked up, we're gaining some bonuses from that, especially the regen and the bonus armor that we get along the way, but also that weapon damage. Now, as we go through here, actually, let's pop this key chest as well. Might as well, while we're here. What we can do is, of course, in the same way that we can with just normal strikers builds, where we take, for instance, an ACS and just ACS our way, as every pellet off of a shotgun will actually be counted as an hit. Here we have a heavy. I'm just pulling out my shield. We're abandoning the ACS there, just so that, yeah, I can take those hits. But there we got about 40 stacks, basically the break-even point between the high end there and this. And of course, I have a little bit of armor and such to make that happen. Now, once we have actually the memento charged up, we also have 3% regen from that. So it is actually important to fill up that memento. Without, yeah, it does feel a little bit weaker. For the no regen, actually, to be clear, yeah, so here we're not regenning, we're not in combat. The regen only happens in combat. if we have any regen stats going. Here, I might actually try again. Although I instantly regret my decision there as I take a shotgun blast to the chest from a name that will instantly kind of fire. Depending on the veterancy of the enemies as well is how quickly they will kind of engage you. Here's well. So for instance, with Intimidate, this guy would be out of range, but I don't want to give up my position here. Even though the Tempest, very importantly, has a pretty short optimal range of 12. So yeah, that's basically that guy. Or from here to this pillar, that's 12 meters. Because of that, you want to close the distance, but also, of course, we don't want to be not shooting. We want to be shooting even if we are a little bit out of optimum. Either we position or we just try to get closer, or yeah, try to just shoot just to make some damage happen. Its drop-off range is actually pretty, well, it drops off over a pretty long distance, so it isn't losing all of its damage right away the second we're out of 12. But then for Intimidate, yeah, we would need to be within 10 meters for Intimidate, and that's actually the one that I find myself quite often finding myself in the 15 to 20 meters range quite often. And because of that, it is, yeah, that's why I don't want to go with Intimidate. Here's why, actually. So we've already aggroed those enemies upstairs. That's why we're regenning here. So sometimes it's actually helpful to aggro the next wave, basically. As when these guys spawned in upstairs, I was still shooting. So they're already actually engaged with us, or we've engaged something outside. But let's go deal with Sergeant True. Let's toggle that to false. And yeah, for a lot of these fights, if we actually ACS stack, for instance, yeah, we can actually have way over 50 stacks, and that's of course the breaking point. So here actually I'm going to empty out my ACS and then pull out my shield. Even though I'm taking quite a bit of hits, I'm going to... What the fuck? What do I have today?
Agent killed.
What? This shitty lag. I saw that I should disengage. I was just talking and I was hoping the pillar would save me, but the pillar didn't. You know what? I'm gonna, although no, I also now want to clear up this bounty. Oh, I even killed the name, so actually the bounty got cleared up. Fuck your tool game. Do I have some hyena ones here? No. Game's trolling me today. You know what? Let's just go against the control. And yeah, take 17.7. One thing is though as well, I'm trying to play aggressive and I don't have my memento fully charged up, and that's like dangerous. Yeah, let's go instead for these then. Oh dear. Take 17. And I killed the final name there even. So that bounty does complete when you get that. So we don't even know. Yeah, let's just go demolition site. Yeah. And let's actually take that into some combat here. This layout is very familiar, of course, the Striker tech tank. Here we're just swapping out that Cheska chest here with a crit damage mod, going to a DNA chest with a crit chance mod. That'll work out well enough, as that puts us at this 49,105. Now for the Obliterate, actually, it would be a little bit better if we went 56 and then, or 55, and then a 93 on the crit damage. You know, just for laziness sake, I'm just leaving it as is. We could actually flip
for instance, recalibrate this or put in a different mod and swap it out that way. But this will work out well enough. And then, yeah, we're taking a Bulwark, we're taking that Tempest. Here again, as well, a graded one with DTOC, so kind of as high as we can take it. Here with the Striker, now one option we of course have is an ACS. We can just grab an ACS and go and stick that, for instance, into some enemies and get a few stacks for Striker that way. Now this would be a little bit more consistent if I, for instance, had my memento stacks. But we can use the bonus armor, for instance, to get into range and then deal with the enemies.
Incoming hostiles detected.
And yeah, let's, if they're not spawning out there, they're spawning back here. And of course the survivability of this is kind of into the tech tanks, except that it has a much stronger shield, so it can take a lot more punishment on there. Especially with this season's modifiers, that does make a bit of difference, as yeah, when they have the red or the yellow from this season's modifier, they do a lot more damage. Out of Mind does a ton more damage. When several enemies have been charged up, they will tear through you and through a tech tank, for instance, in seconds. But of course, what this is for the modifier, or for the directives especially. I wouldn't per se consider running this if I'm not running any directives. I would just run the Striker version, the normal Striker version, run that Lexington as my main weapon, have a lot more range, have a lot more damage, as well as we saw on the numbers end. But going this way, we can take that 5th directive, either Pistolero or Ammo Hoarders, if there's always an ammo directive there. And either will work fine. We can deal with either with a pistol. And that would be the reason to go with this. Make note as well, actually, so I do have some memento stacks, but yeah, we're not regenning out of combat. The no regen is still in combat. The second we initiate combat here, I will start to regen for the little bit that I have. But yeah, it's not affecting regen stats out of combat, or that no regen, which is the intended way for it to work. Here we're gonna assault the control point. Actually, I'm gonna kill that little car, even though we had already dealt with the enemy there. And that's just for an extra memento. And I should actually go and grab some of these mementos. I let my sight kind of be exposed there, but I got away with it. That's actually the reason why, for instance, I do like going with this as a build. Because dealing with 5 directives, you can do it in a lot of ways. You can go, for instance, OD, and OD with either the triple tick or just even the full red one works really well at 5 directives, because it'll generate ammo and then you just deal with other directives as you can and must. And either the triple tick or, for instance, just the full red variant works pretty well if you want to stay with a shooty build. But of course, the elephant in the room there is especially the headhunter builds. Now, any pistol headhunter or even the rifle or hotshot with LMRs and such can deal with 5 directives really easily, as they can generate their ammo. You can, with the pistol ones, of course, just have the same effectiveness where you don't need the ammo. And then with the rifle ones and the LMRs ones, we can grab some ammo to start out and then just use cover to generate more ammo with sharpshooter. But I like my shooty builds. I've quite often said this, that yeah, while I don't mind headhunting, it isn't my playstyle. I much more enjoy, as I call them, shooty builds. Builds where, yeah, we're not per se trying to go for the head. And quite often they feel a little bit, without determined, I just kind of suck at them. With determined, they become boring to me really quickly. Now, that isn't to say anything about their effectiveness. They're still very, very effective, especially determined pistols builds. Yeah, they can be really good farming tools. And sometimes I still actually even do run them for that with that. I'm pushing forward here. I want to quickly see if there's a named group here. There isn't. But actually as well, to point out that the recent changes with this season for Retaliation, most likely, they actually changed this spawn points for Demolition Site. Demolition Site used to have actually just one spawn point. It used to be behind that statue there, a sewer grate. You could just go and basically farm them as they came up. Yeah, they added actually a few control points here, or a few spawn points for this control point here. So actually we no longer have that. I also saw aggro happen on some enemies there. Let's go deal with them, because they'll come and join this fight eventually.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Question is though, where are they? And they are there. And yeah, apparently I had a retaliation here that I let lapse. That's likely why this is an outcast control point, where normally, of course, this wouldn't be. But that'll make it actually a little bit easier. Also, hey, gear mods targeted, actually, don't mind if I do. And the amount of damage that the bulwark can absorb is a lot more. I could even, might even let a hug happen. We'll see how that goes. But what I definitely don't want is, yeah, to be surrounded. So I'm kind of putting enemies in front of me. That is the basic play style of a tech tank anyway. It's front towards enemy, claymore style. They can still spawn over there, but yeah, they won't always. Someone here has taken it on themselves to go and sit up on the minigun. Now, one of the ways actually here, even if you have 5 directives on, this minigun has infinite rounds. So we could just sit on the minigun and deal with enemies. Oh, actually, yeah, let's get a hug. Actually, I wanted it on the shield, but the shield just didn't want to come up in time. One of the things is, though, that, yeah, with builds like this, with the memento, we're in combat here, 3% regen, 33 seconds to go from empty armor all the way back to full. These waves seem to be dealing with themselves, mostly. We don't even need to do anything, as outcasts quite often have. I wouldn't mind actually taking one of those explosions on the shield and seeing if we barely survive it or not. And the downsides of Fog of War and not having a tool to deal with it is this. Now, these enemies are also getting spread out because my NPCs are here. But we'll just go deal with it. I lost sight of you. And here we're not doing a decent job of keeping our striker stacks up. Let's maybe actually do a little bit of that, because yeah, we can. Gonna take a quick heal there. And positioning, of course, is the important thing for tech tanks. Is I don't want to be hit on my sides. I don't want to be hit in my back. And even just a few shots out there with the ACS helped me to get above the 50 stacks that will be needed for dealing more damage than the high-end variant. This guy, yeah, has shock rounds now, but yeah, I have lead rounds. That works too. It turns out lead can beat electricity. Let's deal with this last guy. And overall, this is just this. It is a good way to deal with 5 directives, one way that I quite enjoy. And you can be pretty stupid with it and get away with it. That's the strength of tech tanks in general. That's why I enjoy running them, for instance, as well. For me, on streams and such, I can chat away. And if I make a mistake or two, I'm not on a glass build. I'm not on a build that can't, you know, the second that it gets tough, can't really deal with it. No, I'm on a build that can take a beating. And quite often, I do take quite a beating on it. But this striker variant is honestly the way to go. If you're going for the Tempest, if you're going to make a dedicated build for it, and we'll add actually likely, and my consideration is we likely will add a Tempest recommended folder, because this I will add an DNH chest and the Tempest likely to the striker tech tanks build picture, but I'm not going to make a dedicated one for it. So yeah, likely we'll make a recommended folder just so we can have several of those in there, because there's actually other ways as well. Let's go look at one of those last ones.
Way to go!
Hostile broadcast picked up.
It only took 78 takes to do like one thing with this.
I hear you really know how to use that weapon.
Okay. Poor lady. Which weapon did she mean? Yeah. Unless you're 50 Cent, of course. Then you need more shots. Yeah, let's take this back to base. Let's get this cleaned up. We go back to the other one. Very briefly look at the numbers for the Hunter's Fury. And we won't even take that one into combat, into gameplay.
What can I do for you? Nice doing business with you.
Before we go back, let's quickly do this. Actually, it was from OD, right? Yeah. This back. Let's put this back to the other character. Oh, wow.
Safe area
Taking
detected.
forever to record everything. That's fine though. Yeah, let's take that. Chevron. Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna put the mods in. Just gonna show it here quickly. I need the next.
No, sorry.
Yeah, let's record some of these last parts and then it's in the bag. It's almost done into a build showcase almost. More so than in the black. It's fine though. It is what it is. Yeah. So we have that. Let's go here first. So we'll go here. Scroll one down. And let's come back to this multi-calculators where we have another one here with HF, Hunter's Fury. We'll be a little bit briefer on this one. This was actually, I thought it would work out to, for instance, yeah, go Hunter's Fury with it. Although I had my suspicions that it wouldn't work out as well, just because while we do get, for instance, that armor on kill and the disorient on kill, for instance, from Hunter's Fury, generally Hunter's Fury, if we're also not taking the on kill bonuses consistently and such, and this is not a very fast killing build, for instance, or just style of build. Without that on kill bonus, Hunter's Fury usually falls behind the high ends. But then, of course, yeah, on SMGs and such is fine because that armor on kill and that disorient is really nice, or for shotguns. What we see here is if we take with the Hunter's Fury proximity buff, we would always want to be within that 15 meters. That's also one of the limitations there. I, for instance, with the Striker there, quite often I was a little bit outside of 50 meters. And then it still works out. The drop off on the pistol on the optimal is there, but it's not ender. It doesn't end things. Being outside of that Hunter's Fury range really does make a big difference. It is a 20% amp on top of everything. With Hunter's Fury, though, if we have it kind of in the same layout as a tech tank, where we take it with a memento and then one piece TNH and on the chest with a blitz rate or with intimidate, and then the rest is Hunter's Fury, yeah, it doesn't actually catch up to the high end. Now, we do have, of course, that on-kill bonus that we can stack up to 5 times. It does dissipate in 10 seconds, so you need to be getting a bunch of kills in quick succession, which this isn't the build for that. Depends, but in most cases, we want to separate one enemy out, deal with them, move on to the next one. And plenty of times, it'll take a little bit over 10 seconds to get there. But if we actually take that 5 stacking kill buff, which is a self-multiplicative, and it is 5 stacks basically of a separate multiplier. So each is a separate multiplier, meaning that it's a little bit more than 25% that you would expect if it was additive to itself. With that turned on, it does actually catch up to the high end with the same talent. So for instance, here versus the high end with the blitz rate, here, yeah, we would be around a little bit above it. So we would need to get actually multiple kills in a row, damage-wise, to kind of catch up to the high end. And of course, the striker one that we saw was even quite a distance ahead of that one. That's why I feel this high for the Hunter's Fury one doesn't per se work out. It is a little bit too weak, and that's also in gameplay because I've played around with all of these versions. This version doesn't per se work out. But then we have also, as we discussed, that Ninja Bike variant. And actually, so the way we would set up the Ninja Bike here, I don't have the mods in, but just to illustrate the point, kind of, if we take, and also have one blue core too many, as we have here, but layout-wise, 2 pieces of eminence armaments, we would take it with the chest being an eminence armaments piece, a blitz right there, or intimidate, depending on what we go with, 3 pieces on this Fury, and then the Ninja Bike. Because of that 60% pistol damage, this is of course, one of the best brand bonuses you can get, especially even the pistol ones being 20% was already way higher than the 10%, you know, that, for instance, a Fenris gets, or a Petrov gets, or an Araldi gets. Here with 60% triple of that amount, this basically becomes, yeah, a 25 for these, basically the 3-piece bonuses here. It becomes a 25, a 20, and a 20. That's the way to kind of see it. And that's much more than, for instance, the Lengmo, which we could see as a 10, 10, 10. Yeah, 20 double. And even on that first piece, because, yeah, we get also 5 weapon damage. Because we have good bonuses, here is one of the few places where Ninja Bike kind of makes sense. But then, yeah, as we talked about with the Striker, it's 10% ahead with a blitz rate. But then we're giving up all of those bonuses from the Memento, where we have, we have some regen going. We have skill efficiency. We have the bonus armor, and then the weapon damage. Now, even with the weapon damage, at full stacks, the Memento would still need a short duration pickup to kind of even out against the Ninja Bike. So we need to charge it up, basically. But yeah, with the way that we're going to mostly be using this, which is kind of solo with a lot of directives, I feel. But also in a group setting, there are other ways to deal with the directives, I feel. This, especially for solo, yeah, that kind of works out. And then, yeah, the Obliterate one was a little bit ahead. But then, yeah, especially not having that regen really would hurt. But then Hunter's Fury comes in and, of course, has its armor on kill there. With Hunter's Fury, I would lean towards going this Ninja Bike variant, actually. If you want to have this playstyle, the playstyle of it is also a little bit different. You need to close in the range, but actually you can be very safe once you have, because you will disorient enemies close by, and especially spawn camping stuff. And for instance, in the summit, this actually does work out and is a viable way of doing things. I wouldn't go the Memento route with this, because actually, yeah, we don't kind of need per se those Memento bonuses, because, yeah, we are ahead on damage versus the Memento. This is versus the Hunter's Fury with the Obliterate normally, and then this is then the one ahead of it. We actually take this back to 0 Hunter's Fury kill stacks again. This is basically 10% ahead of the Memento version, even with the Memento fully charged up with its long duration. But then, yeah, there we have 3% regen and stuff. But then here with Hunter's Fury, we don't per se need that regen. And that's why here I would take that little bit of extra damage, because it is a little bit weaker than the high-end one already. But I feel it is very much between the high-end and the Striker version. This one we will not take into gameplay here just to save up on time. Overall, I will say that, yeah, I wouldn't per se use it in the Memento variant. This Ninja Bike variant for the Hunter's Fury, I could see being used. But I feel the bonuses or the damage increase that the Striker especially has is kind of the way to go. But still one way to consider this. Okay. Anything. Let's take it back to that. Let's do this last one and then run that. And then we outro. couldn't find a folder there. But I had to scroll down more. Yeah. And to close it out here, we'll come to this final multi-calculator. And the basis of this is what third stats can do for you. Because having DTOC as the third stat, although on pistols, technically the second stat, but we just always call them third stats, so I'm just going to keep doing so, even though it isn't. If you have damage to targets out of cover there, that is the basis that we usually advise, because we could, of course, on the damage end of things, we have rate of fire, we have DTA, we have DTH, we have crit chance, crit damage, and headshot as other things that could go there. And then also a non-DPS. So here, for instance, if we had swap speed or magazine size, although magazine size would, for instance, change that number, reload speed would change the reload speed number, of course. We're not including it that way, but yeah, I do actually have a video going in depth, even for instance, in those things. And yeah, you can find that by searching for third stats, and one where we go in depth into it. Here, though, just because we don't have the reconfiguration blueprint for the Tempest, a lot of people will be stuck without having one that is with damage to targets out of cover. If you farm long enough and get lucky enough, like my dumbass, yeah, you might get one after even not trying too hard, and even get a second one that we gave away to help some other people out. If you are stuck with rate of fire, DTA, DTH, or crit chance especially, that still isn't the worst. So here with the 20% headshot rate and 60% DTA rate or armor rate, because that does matter, of course, because if we actually put this to 0% armor rate, actually DTH, 10% DTH, even though it says 9.5% as the stat, it is actually 10%. It does show so in the stat screen, and also on calculations and stuff, it will match up only if you do 10%. The 10% DTH would actually win as long as we're shooting the H. As long as we're not shooting armor at all, it would be ahead. That's also why we're kind of using these metrics just to even those a little bit out. Because the same holds true, of course, actually, if we go 10%, well, that actually the same doesn't hold true if we go to 100% armor rate, just because armor bonus is only 6 versus the 10 from DTOC. DTA, while getting a lot closer, and a part of that is because the additive nature of the stats, DTOC, as much as some people say it's multiplicative, it isn't, because that implies it is also multiplicative to itself. It isn't. It is additive to itself and then multiplies against everything else. Usually the additive or multiplicative, in a lot of games, beyond even Division, we generally mean we're talking about the to itself part. Because the to itself, that is the part that we care about, because everything is multiplicative to each other, generally, in all of these systems. And then if it's additive or multiplicative to itself, in Division, we don't have that many multiplicative to itselfs, the way that a lot of other games do. Here it's basically Intimidate is that, Hunter's Fury stacking buff is that, but not many other things are. For instance, the specialization weapons have a self-stacking multiplicative as well. But beyond the point, yeah, this not being, for instance, just a 10% increase, going from a 10 to that 18 here. God damn it. How big of an idiot am I? How did I not catch this? Eh. How much DTA do you have when you're only wearing Fox's Spur and the weapon doesn't have DTOC? Do you have 10 or do you have 8? I was about to say, like, this should actually be, because even at 100 or even at 0, the A should be just or the H should be just a little bit ahead. And the DTA should never be ahead. Yeah, that makes more, yeah. God damn it. At least we caught it before, but yeah, I was always going to catch that. Because yeah, it didn't make sense, because I was already looking at the CHC and that didn't make sense either. But yeah, you have 18 DTAC when you do have DTAC, but then 8, because you have Fox's Prayer, that's the 8, not 10. Mistake. But yeah, one that I at least, again, caught before it went out. Yeah. God damn it. Kind of like that take as well. Yeah, let's go. Let me catch over here for a second. It's Alaska. Yep. Just 1+1. Funky plus Tempest. Funky plus Tempest sitting in a tree. Why are they all shooting at me from the tree? Yeah, let's do that again. God damn it. If I'm not dying in the field, I'm dying to my own calculations. Yeah. And let's go to this final multi-calculator here where we're discussing what second stat, third stat, as we're so used to saying third stat for weapons, we can have on this pistol because, of course, the drops, as they happen, will have random stats on the summit floor 100 for the time being. And we don't have a reconfiguration blueprint. It really should add one, just so you can pay the price, pay the exotic components, and just re-roll it till you get DTAC. But for the time being, you have to just keep farming. Now, you might get lucky like me and get one without, too much attempting, and then even get a second one that we gave away to help someone else out. But for a lot of people, they'll be stuck on some of the other third stats. Now, here we're looking at having DTOC versus rate of fire, DTA, DTH, crit chance, crit damage, headshot damage, or just having non-DPS bonuses. Now, for instance, some of the non-DPS bonuses like magazine size would increase the magazine, reload speed would lower our reload duration. Those we're not including per se here. But actually, if you want to go more in-depth with it, I do have a in-depth video going into that with third stats. If you search for that on my YouTube channel, you'll find it, where we went actually over a lot of those as well even. Here though, looking at DTOC, and here we're taking the high-end one. If we didn't have this DTOC one, and that is our 100% point, if we had a rate of fire one instead, we would have to drop down a little bit in our damage. In the case of rate of fire, it actually also adversely affects the sustained DPS because our firing time is shorter, so we're hitting the reload much more often. Our sustain drops because of that a little bit. But DTOC as well, just generally above the rest. Same for DTA and DTH. Now here's then actually the thing, because we're using these metrics of 20% headshot rate. DTOC is actually at 90% activeness, so 10% of the time we are actually hitting an enemy in cover. As just a general approximation of what I feel in gameplay sometimes does happen. You will have enemies that might be even suppressed and not wanting to come out of cover, and then you have to deal with them. And then we have 60% armor rate. Now, actually, for the DTH side of things, if we set this armor rate to 0%, so DTH is fully active, then actually DTH, with DTOC being at 90% here, of course, will pull ahead. If we take the DTOC rate then to 100% as well, and that's kind of the thing here as well. You kind of need to discuss them in situ, but it's kind of hard to do so because what is the actual average of this? That's going to be different for everybody in different contents. You don't even have per se all the control over it. Now, you don't have any control at all over if your enemy has armor or health, except for instance, maybe putting the difficulty down, but just the enemy you're fighting is the enemy you're fighting. They'll have a certain amount of armor, certain amount of health across the content. How much DTOC is active, you do have a little bit of control over. You can grenade them, you can try to push them out of cover. Also, just shooting an enemy that is attached to cover will stagger them out of cover. Here also with this build, we're closing the distance quite often. That will push them out of cover. If we flank them, and this is a build that will get close and we'll just try to flank here and there, they will run out of cover, and then we can affect this number a little bit more. But generally as well, DTOC is much more active than the rest. So here with basically DTH at full, DTOC at full, DTH still wins. DTH is actually 10% instead of the 9.5% that it says when you roll it on a weapon. On the stat screen, it shows to be the real 10% that it is. And here as well, just because the DTOC side of things is additive, it's the same 10%. So you would think actually it would be exactly, if we didn't have other DTOC. But here, of course, we have the Fox's Prayer for an 8, always there. And here, DTOC showing that it is additive. Because generally when we talk about additive versus multiplicative, just to go on that tangent, usually we're talking about the 2 itself part. So for instance, all of the stats like DTH, DTA, and DTOC are all additive to themselves before they multiply to other things. Now, quite often you will only have one source of it, from DTOC, for instance, as well. You really only have two sources of it on gear and weapons. You can add a third source by smart cover. You can add a fourth source from having a demolitionist in your team, but that's about it. That's like all the sources for DTOC in the game. Versus, for instance, yeah, weapon damage, which we have dozens of talents, dozens of things providing that. Even weapon talents providing that. DTOC, because it is much more limited in its ways of getting it, it will be closer to its maximum, but it isn't multiplicative. Because when we're talking about multiplicative, we're talking about multiplicative to itself quite often. That's usually the way that a lot of the games use it. In Division, we don't have too many of those. It's really Intimidate and Hunter's Fury's skill stack, basically that stacking kill buff. Those are multiplicative to themselves, and by extension, if they are multiplicative to themselves, they're multiplicative to everything else. They have to be. But yeah, just to go on that tangent, I wouldn't consider damage to targets out of cover multiplicative in that way. Even if it was, that wouldn't actually be the reason why it's good. It's just that it is a separate multiplier, one that we can't also feed too much into. So because of that, that's actually why DTOC is good. And we see that here as well. Actually, let's go back to that 60 and 90 that we had a second ago. As just general metrics that I feel will balance this out a little bit to show a little closer to general play. We see that damage to targets out of cover, yeah, beats out everything here. DTA would never reach up to the same number just because it is 6 DTA versus 10 DTOC. Even at 100% DTA rate, everything has armor, which also would not happen, by the way, because even elites that have a lot of armor, even names that have a lot of armor, they will have health underneath it always. So because of that, that is why we lean towards DTOC. Rate of fire be way behind as well. Here, crit chance. With the crit chance, we can actually, what we especially do is take that crit chance, take a little bit more crit damage. That's generally how we use that crit chance set. If you were to set it up in that way, that one actually gets the closest of all, at least with these metrics. But then that's also down to the headshot rate. The more we headshot, so for instance here, if we set this to 100%, now it falls actually kind of in line with some of these other stats. This is also the reason why we kind of lean towards crit chance, for instance, on LMGs as being kind of the second choice, just because of its value and such. But it's also very build dependent. Here, the crit chance, crit damage is actually pretty low, so we're gaining a lot out of it. But yeah, if we, for instance, had 0% headshot rate, then actually it would rise up to be a little bit closer to the DTOC, but still not taking over, even with 90% still on the DTOC rate. And this is the main reason why we go with DTOC. It beats everything else. And especially what you shouldn't consider, because those 4 rate of fire, DTA, DTH, crit chance, if you have to, if that's the option that you have, if you, you can't play with Tempest or with DTOC if you don't have one. But if you have one with rate of fire, DTA, DTH, or crit chance, it's fine if you have to. But yeah, crit damage and headshot, just by the values that they have, because yeah, we get basically 9.5 crit chance, we get 10 crit damage. Of course, generally the crit damage values are double of crit chance. It isn't the case here. And also 10 headshot, for instance, as well. Both of those will leave you hanging quite back. And yeah, I would recommend grinding out for a better one if you can. If you can. If we don't have any, if the second stat is, for instance, swap speed or something, yeah, we're losing about 8%. And that does hurt quite a bit. This build already by itself is not the strongest. The more we lose, the weaker it quickly becomes and loses a lot of its potency. But yeah, overall, yeah, DTOC, here again, kind of showing that why we go that route. But yeah, rate of fire, DTA, DTH, and crit chance, doable if you have to, but wouldn't be the optimal choice. But if you don't have the choice, you just don't have the choice, right? But I wanted to include this, especially for those people that, yeah, don't have the optimal one. You don't lose extreme amounts. This isn't halving damage or such, but yeah, you lose a little bit. Yeah, we cut there. This goes in, outro, and then this final multi-calculator here. Actually, let's go. Still not taking over, even with 90%. Okay. How long was that? 8. Okay, yeah. I was hoping to do that faster, but also I realized while going through it that this is gonna be a longer one. Yeah, let's go back to Coney Amusement Park. Yeah, let's go. Let me go up here as well. That's not so I consider yeah. And I'm just gonna do it on normal. Oh, let's actually see if I can get it even as a. And actually, let's not have it anything like that. Even see if I can get the timer. Let's see if we can do it with even recording the outro.
Division spotted by the arcade.
Because yeah, with the intro, I was at like an hour mark.
And the last thing I need is some other fucking agent
Not
in
when we
my
finished
way.
it, because yeah, I'm just going to the point where we did the intro,
Target's unstoppable.
which is the ghost house. That's also why I'm on normal, I don't care.
Ma'am, the division managed to extract Chernenko. We've lost the asset.
We'll retrieve him later. Focus on Keener.
What about the deal, ma'am?
Fuck the deal. Fuck Chernenko and fuck you.
Don't
Keener
fuck
is
the deal.
objective.
Eyes on circle. Need my help?
Fuck the division instead.
On the way.
I'm just gonna blow that up because I'm gonna go stand there.
System malfunctioning.
Watch the foot. Got him. Here they are.
I think I spotted Dolores and a patrol moving toward the Ferris wheel. A number of Black Tuskers staying behind on the street. Looks like a trap.
And thank you for the kind words, the title.
Shit.
I also don't know how you do
Really
it.
messing up the park.
Who knows?
Engaging division agent.
Sending them out.
Hostile civilian targeted.
Yeah, let's see if I can record the outro and still make it in time, even though it's on long. It's not like this mission is hard. Because it's normal.
Restored.
Get your heavy bit
Dolores
down
is moving
here.
through the haunted house up ahead. I'll keep an eye on the outside. Be careful, Agent.
Did that animation, is it just broken? Because that's actually that I didn't pay attention first time I went through, but I haven't seen us interact with it correctly once. Because also I noticed actually the last run through, it was just doing a
See the enemy. Target's right here. Scored ahead.
like tippy tapping on the watch instead of pulling the lever. Which is why am I running this build to get to this point?
Vaya con Dios.
Yeah, let's do this fight.
Deal's off. I don't really need you anymore.
Get your
Stick
nose.
around. Enjoy the park. It
make it
gets
a short.
cold in here at night. But don't worry. I got something to keep you warm.
Hostiles detected.
As we film the intro over there, we're gonna film the outro over there. And let's see if I still can do the time trial on top. Which we need like 7 takes now.
I just spotted Dolores and her patrol on the boardwalk. Looks like they barely managed to pass by a group of cleaners.
There's somebody lagging in and just obscuring that. Yeah. What's this song? Jazz. Yeah. Yeah. Let's quickly record the outro here. And I'm going to outline the Tempest in the back. Rat is nibbling on my ear. Yeah. Yeah, let's go. And all that brings us to the end of this in-depth look into the Tempest. The Tempest is well worth using as a weapon, even though as some people have derided it for its talent. That's not what you should look at it. Some weapons have bad talents, and they work out perfectly fine because they have good stats, and this is one of them. And some weapons really live off of their talents, for instance. And yeah, that is two different things. In this case, the base talents of the base stats of this are the talent, effectively. It's kind of like the Ouroboros, especially the early incarnations of it when it was very overpowered, where the talent is just something to forget along the way. So here, comparing it to a lot of other pistols, it is well worth using. The thing is, though, that for pistols, yeah, the only real reason I have to use pistols overall is if we're going with a lot of directives. That's usually where I take it, and then especially to deal with pistolero or with ammo hoarders. Because if we're not going that, in these cases, like I had here with the Striker Tech Tank, for instance, versus taking it with a pistol variant, the normal Striker Tech Tank using Lexington has a lot more range, has a lot more flexibility, it has a lot more damage, versus taking the pistol here. But of course, the pistol allows us to take some more directives. Especially, for instance, in Summit, where we can take both pistolero and ammo hoarders and deal with them very easily. Yeah, there is some value there. I do enjoy this build, this style of build already for a long time. In the past with a Card 45, and the Tempest has slotted into that high-end tech tank, pistol tech tank, just like a dream, effectively. Making it much more easy to use. We can just hold down the button. We don't have to click as much, and I've enjoyed it quite a lot for that. It is situationally well worth using, and if you kind of enjoy the play style of a tech tank, an aggressive tech tank, much more so than, for instance, going OD to deal with 5 directives or going Headhunter to deal with 5 directives, it is well worth trying these out. And likely in the future, we'll actually cover it even more so with a build showcase, even though this video kind of turned almost into a build showcase as we ran it into some Summit and some open world just to show off what it can do. So yeah, thank you for joining me for this one. If you did enjoy this video, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. It does help out. So I'll do that a little bit of shilling here. In the future, we are going to go into the going, for instance, a retaliation only tips, because I do want to cover that game mode, even though a lot of us have already discovered a lot of it. It is well worth covering it for everybody, so we're all on the same page. And also a build collection update video going over some of the changes done recently to the build collection. So I hope you join me for those. And as always, have a good night. Hey, one take wonder for once. For those, yeah, on the stream, that's just for the video. That's not the end of the stream. Yeah, let's see if I can still make it in time. Oh, yeah, I can, likely. Yeah, let's just finish this on normal. Screw it. While I'm here. Let me put that recording away first. Now this. Oh, frick. And then tomorrow I'll stitch that all together, making for the Tempest in depth look.
Listen. Spread the fuck out. Cleaners, division, whoever the hell is in our way. Empty a
Need any
fucking mag in
resources?
their head. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Get ready, Agent. Because they look ready for you. Expect contact.
Or
right
normal,
inside
how
your
ready are you
apartment.
gonna be?
There are explosives detonating everywhere. What the fuck is going on?
I see them.
It's funny how little damage these guys do in normal.
Kill them, dumbass.
This is the real power fantasy. If you ever wanna
Fucking trigger.
feel super powerful, just run on normal.
Can someone get a fucking mark on Keener?
System reactivated.
It's raining black dust.
Dolores and the rest of the patrol are
Hallelujah.
headed to the roller coaster northeast of your position. It's riddled with cleaners.
It's about to be riddled with bullets. Yeah, personal challenge there. Just can we do this mission
Watch out.
on normal in the time, but then also record an outro? Turns out we can. I've likely even done it on our right.
Dolores Jones. I thought you'd be dead by now, but you are one tough cookie.
Come out of your little hidey hole, you fucking coward. And I'll show you exactly how tough I am.
Thanks, but we're done
Can
here.
we resurrect Dolores and
Keener!
just go like, hey, Keener's in the basement?
Fucking piece of shit!
Agent, I've got eyes on Dolores and the surviving members of her unit by the collapsed coaster.
Just like, hey, Keener, I brought a friend.
All right. I'm ready.
Then just let Dolores,
Who's up for killing
let the
some division
Dolores
agents?
clone in
I
and then
know I
just
sure as fuck am.
have fun. You two play nice now. Or not. And all of these projects don't have a difficulty thing to them. Well, I wasn't actually per se intending to finish it. Yeah, right. Might as well.
Guess I have to take care of your sorry ass before I can get to Keener.
Ma'am,
He's very good at ventriloquism
come in. Fuck. Jones
by
is gone.
talking through a dead body.
We failed the mission.
Keener, that son of a bitch. Not only
Yeah,
did he
he's got that
manipulate the
project in
black
there.
tusk, he suckered us too.
I feel it's so weird that they're just doing one
Find out what he knows.
for these, just
Pretty
doing
clear
one
that Keener is planning something big.
one piece of
Can I
gear
tell?
or one piece of weapon. It, yeah. I don't feel it per se makes a lot of sense. Yeah, let me
Entered.
burn reanimated challenge. That one just takes a while. If you wanna farm it, you can just the fire sticky especially is a good way. If you hit an enemy, because yeah, if you've tried to fire cam revived enemies, they'll just die to the explosion. But you can fire sticky them, so if you direct hit them, that will set them on fire. That one just takes a while though. Running Eclipse and just running some content, but that depends also on how good your teammates are. You can also do it with Mad Bomber and grenade, fire grenade. But yeah, that one takes forever. That one's also one like you could skip. Or if you're like smart about it, you just skip. Unless you want to do all the challenges. But yeah, it's just because yeah, they're so weak nowadays as well. They die to the cloud of other enemies very easily. But the easy way is just to kind of mow down. For instance, as well, being on lower difficulty helps a little. Mow down like a patrol of 4, and then just toss a grenade as they're getting up. Because one of the things as well, you need to actually do it. The grenade can't have been the part that killed them, or they can't. I remember. Change grabber ammo from ammo box doesn't top over weapons. Only if you open the crate, if you're the one opening the crate, that will reload your weapons. If you pick it up when somebody else opens it, that has always been like you just pick up the ammo. If you mean that. Division 3. Well, unless you're some I don't know, Saudi investment firm. One of the jokes I feel with that is just it's likely just some rich Saudi that just really likes FIFA or football club, and he's just like, fuck this shit. I'm just buying EA, and we're gonna make them make good games. And that's what I'm hoping from that. Just he just had it with like the shenanigans, and he's just how funny would that be? But yeah, I'll have to see actually how that works. And yeah, oh no, it doesn't work. Well, flamethrower does work, but you're doing a lot of damage before they burn. So you because of that, yeah, you usually kill them first before you. Because the flamethrower will just kill them outright before they start burning. That's why also, I wouldn't recommend doing it that way. But flame grenades and Mad Bomber is usually the way I've done it in the past, I believe. But it's also just a grind, basically. Just body shotting, the territory controls, and then just body shot killing everybody, and then just tossing a grenade on top of them as they get up. Well, a little bit of skin there. Yeah, let me get over here all the way, and then it's actually, in the meantime as well, turn on reanimated here again. Am I doing on the vent pass? Okay. On the way. Yeah, let's maybe make our way down that.
Automated external defibrillators have been deployed by hostiles.
You know what, let's swap to character 3. Yeah. Because I can catch up on the last 2 time trials. Let's do those real quick. For the event. I'll save the other ones to do on a purple build. Nah. Turn these off. Because that doesn't affect the season XP. Yeah, let's just run Striker Tech Tank. Let's run a little bit more aggressive. Just gonna go do these 2 missions real quick. Get the 2K from that. That's odd. Just look over and see 0 on the Twitch and that something broke there maybe, but no, I think it's just needs a moment to update. Yeah. And then also, if you do it with skills, take off the Vile Mask, because the Vile will also kill them before, before they get set on fire. So Eclipse with Fire Sticky can work as well. And then just direct impact an enemy. That will not, like that doesn't do any explosion damage. No. Just sets them on fire. It's the weirdest. Yeah, it's actually one of the... because I never use that photo mode like that. So the only pictures I have in my folder of that is that. Hey, actually, that's part of day 2 here, right? You know what? Let's take ours. That one's also, well, that one's pretty easy. You have to just make sure, yeah, you use the... So, for instance, on PC, you can do like through UB Connect, right? Normally, if I want to take a screenshot, I do it. I go into photo mode and then just take a screenshot, basically. I don't actually hit the screenshot button. But you have to do it normally. From Dizzy. Backfind is well, glad it's hopefully, well, I don't know if you've tried it out yet, but yeah, well worth messing about. Let's go to these 2 time trials.
Okay, Agent.
It's gonna
The Black Tusk are keeping Chernenko
heroic, no
contained inside
directives.
a
We are gonna
chamber by
run
the ballpark.
reanimated just to get
There's
some
no way you'll get
reanimated
in undetected.
going.
But I'll...
Hostile radio intercepted.
Oh,
Sumner,
well.
sir. Division agents are attempting to breach the perimeter.
say that.
Take care
I forgot
of it.
we swapped
Protect the
characters.
asset. Of course, sir. Everything under control there, Sumner? Jones, I'm on top of it. Thanks.
Where's he at?
Actually sounded together pretty nice there. Explosion plus dinner. Also, you know what? Let's do both of them a day. Or let's see if we can get them both to be on day. Is it nighttime? Actually, nighttime. As here, whenever you come here, normally it'll set you to evening. Oh, there we go. It'll set you to 11 o'clock in the evening whenever you come here. But yeah, if you toggle to the manhunt mission and then toggle back, yeah, you get just, you know, now it's just global time. This is the time for everybody basically. And we'll just see it like this, just to see it a little differently.
Okay, Agent. The Black Tusk
It works a lot
Chernenko
better, his
contained
mission at
inside a
nighttime.
chamber by the ballpark. There's no way you'll get in
Hostile radio
I mean,
intercepted.
there's definitely no way I'm getting in undetected. I'm
Division
just gonna
agents are
start
attempting to
blasting.
breach the perimeter. Well, take care of it. Protect the asset. Of course, sir. Everything under control there, Sumner?
Also, I need to headshot kill
I'm on top
reanimated
of it.
hostiles a
Thanks.
lot. So get a few of those in.
Experimental AEDs in proximity.
They have Highland built for it. And with Tinker. I don't think Tinker has much use for headhunting. You definitely can, and then for instance, yeah, if you, because yeah, from a damage standpoint, it just doesn't react. You know,
head west through the
body
mural to
shit
the
kill
roller
you.
coaster.
You know what? Let's get a photo of you.
That was close.
1 out of 5. Yeah, this place looks quite different just during the day. What is it tonight? But yeah, I do have like 3-piece breaking point, 3-piece.
Don't work on it. Get it done.
I would stick maybe more an Overlord in there. You could stick that in there. There's a 3-piece there is headshots that you could trade in for. But also I have the tech tank style of it. I like that one quite a bit. Especially for instance with reanimated.
System disrupted. System back online.
Enemy approaching the
Yeah,
coast
if
from the
multiple
north.
enemies in
Use
there,
the
it won't
mortars.
actually count.
Sir,
So,
but what about our troops?
I
you know,
suggest
wait for these
they
two
cross
to
their fingers
separate,
and
maybe?
continue to do
No,
their job.
just
Yes, sir.
gonna go
Copy
there the
that.
same way.
The mortars are coming from a mobile unit near the shoreline south of your position. In order to reach Chernenko in one piece.
The thing is, things like Rifleman comes in like later in. So honestly, Streamline would be the way to go, kind of. Because Rifleman, yeah, well, it is weapon damage, like it doesn't help you on the first shot, and you would lose quite a bit because you're removing a piece of gear that would have either bonuses towards headshot or, you know, it will be the third piece hot shot, for instance, or the third piece breaking point, which has a bunch of headshot. You're losing a stat, and then also you're, you know, and then the mod, you're just getting to keep headshot as well. Because of that, yeah. But also from the damage perspective, it just doesn't make sense. Because of those things. Like, there is just too many good bonuses on gear and stuff for Attendant. But what it does work out for is, for instance, yeah, if you pair it with Preservation, you get always the 20% headshot. So having Determined plus Preservation. But then as well, I would rather just, for instance, run the 4-piece hotshot and just have that be bonus armor and healing. That was not his head. Medics don't respawn on the guy in the back there. I need to headshot a bunch of people anyway, so let's get some of those in.
System restart.
Blow them to hell.
Mini tank.
Fire everything we got. Yes, sir.
But a Rifleman, for instance, yeah, it comes in on the later shot, so it increases your cap, but it doesn't per se help you with your first shots, which is usually the thing you're going for, carrying mostly.
But there are hostiles near the boardwalk. You'll need to take them out before you can disable
we
the
have
launcher.
Warheads? No. So you have that guy revived. And this guy.
Targeting system detected.
If Isaac can patch me into the firing system, I should be able to control the mortars from here.
Okay, we're not getting up.
Connecting to targeting
When they're
system.
kind of touching geometry and stuff, they
So
quite
far,
often
so
don't
good.
get back up.
Sir, the enemy is attempting to take control of the launcher. Kill them, or I swear I'll kill you. Yes, sir.
Whatever happens, Agent, make sure Isaac completes the process.
Whatever happens, you say? What if you suddenly tell me to not let Isaac complete the process?
Targeting system commandeered.
You did it. I got control of the mortars. Head toward the big tower across the beach. You're not that far from the ballpark. There are hostiles up ahead. Agent, I'm gonna try
I am
and
indeed
clear
not
the
too
road
far
for you.
from the balls. Park.
Hostile civilian targeted.
Yeah. There's the 5 photos then. Well, usually as well, I don't care too much about doing the challenges. Oh, actually, Danny.
I'll take out some of their defenses.
Remind me after his missions, Danny. Because it's Wednesday.
Dang it!
I
I'm out
forgot.
of mortars.
Oh, yeah. Alright, I should catch up here. Let me see. Hopefully, I'm not saying. There, yeah. Did I play as in Counter-Strike? Oh yeah, I've
Breaks the gate. Then take care of
partook.
it. Yes, sir.
Not so much actually go and do nowadays. But back in the day, I've dabbled. I'm not pretty, like I've never been too good in shooters. I have okay aim, but not to the degree that some people have. Never have as well. Not also like as getting older as well. Just it's very obvious that
Go through it and up the ramp. You can access the ballpark from the
even losing
bleachers.
what I even had get worse and worse.
Sumner, I'm hearing a lot of fucking ruckus. Are you in control of this shit or not?
Whenever you feel like sharing your concerns with me, don't.
Yeah.
If you lose Chinenko,
Back off and let me do my job.
fucking DC.
Oh, actually, I can.
bullshit.
Yeah, there's a command.
Should've fucking known.
You're on Kena.
I think actually
I'm on the Chinenko
I'll
boat.
chat there.
End of story.
But also, SXP season XP links to it as well. That's also in there for myself, actually. I can pull it there.
System curtailed.
Also, it is in the resources in the Discord, in the general resources tab,
System reactivated.
if you need to find it as well. Actually, wait, let me just double check. I wanna just. That is the same one, right? Yeah. I'll bid them by chats. Oh. As yeah, that is the spreadsheet that contains all of the priority objectives and of the reward. Can lead you to understand exactly what you're gonna get before you're gonna. Oh, actually, oh yeah, I never added it to that side. Yes, yeah. I'll just do it later. I'll be my own bet.
I see you at the ballpark,
Just
Agent.
play.
Chernenko
I do have
is
two
right there
installed.
inside the
I remember
containment
doing
chamber.
a few. Although I think it's now a new season, right? Like I did a few of the placement matches, but I actually didn't finish my placement. Because actually it's in season 3 now, right?
Kill the bot.
But I was actually hearing Toasty talk about it, and I was like, you know what? At least it has a map that I kind of know. As far as shooters go, at least it has, you know, it has the Destu, so I at least can recognize that map.
Dead asshole.
But I've played a bunch of, well, even, yeah, 1.6 and even, was the one before that, 1.3?
Fly, little bird.
Long time ago.
They're worth going.
Okay. this
Mostly
ends
because
now. I'm going in.
Counter-Strike was, you know, I didn't have a PC that could actually run, like, because I was kind of in the whole, like Modern Warfare times. Kind of feel like Modern Warfare 2 timeline, kind of. Because I didn't have a good enough PC to run that, but yeah. By then already.
Shot on the mark.
Sumner. Sumner.
Just thunders
Sure.
and stuff.
Sumner. I can't fucking believe this shit. Fuck.
You did it. I've got an extraction chopper inbound. Just need you to get Chernenko out of that chamber.
Thank you. I don't feel
Very
deserving
whelmed.
of your help. What I've done, what Kinner made me do.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Had kind of the same at some points in my life as well.
Explosions? What the hell? Okay, we need to get Chernenko on that extraction chopper now.
This is attention to detail. And the series, wait, I want to now. Well, already counterweights before installing upper counterweight cylinder. Wait, does this bug out the? Did I bug out the video? Will this mission finish? I'm gonna guess the video is kind of like playing in the background. It's a pretty long video, but guess I shouldn't have gone into photo mode there. Because I can't skip the video if I don't see the video. How funny would this be if this fucked it up actually and I have to do it again? I mean, it wouldn't be funny, it would be sad. And it would be fun. Okay. Hey, we found the bug. Don't go in photo mode while Chernenko is exerting. That video is not this long. Because what I'm hoping is the video is just playing in the background and I can't skip it or anything. I'm gonna press and hold F actually. See that? No. No. God damn it. That was a timeout. Anyway. I found a way to break the mission. Steam name of the same order, well, not the YouTube one, but the Twitch one. IKEA 87. Oh no. I don't think I own anything from like Go or anything actually. One of the reasons as well that like every time I kind of go like, you know what, I should maybe play some, or I get interested in like watching a few videos on it. There's a bunch of, let's try that again, shall we? Once more with feeling. They took my completion. Damn. I kind of wanted that game. So, wait, I wonder. Wait, where do we have more cutscenes? End of mission cutscenes. Not really many, right? Oh, maybe. But then also, yeah, you couldn't do it while solo because the cutscene triggers off of the laptop. Although you could go into photo mode real quick. The army terminal and also the mission with "Fuck You, Kina" video. But you kind of interact with the laptop, and then like a few seconds later it plays, right? Okay. So we found a way to break the game. Don't go into photo mode when it's trying to play video. It will fuck shit up, as it fucked my shit up. Hey guys, I'm back. Did you miss me? I was hoping to not miss you.
Well, take care of it. Protect the asset.
Oh well, I was hoping to miss you,
Everything under control
but I'm
there,
not missing
Sumner?
you.
Jones, I'm on top of it. Thanks.
Identify yourself.
Hi, I'm IKEA. Identify yourself. Yeah. What am I glitch here?
I was actually thinking there, like, if it was, I was hoping it would just complete, actually, for a second. I was like, hey, it's not playing the video when it should.
Head west
I was
through the
hoping
murals
for
to the roller coaster.
discovering a skip more so than just being SOL.
How's my perimeter? We secure
There's actually, yeah, so
Working on it,
we've
sir.
been doing this
Don't
mostly
work
solo,
on it,
but there's
get it
actually a
done.
trick here. You can actually just jump over. The enemies don't spawn till we open that door. But solo, this doesn't have much function. Because, you know. But yeah, in group settings, actually, they quite often jump over that. Like with Eclipse, I already put my hive down here, just so it is ready to murder. This is actually kind of handy to know, for instance, things like names, they won't reanimate. So there, I just went for the weak point kill, which is a body kill. But doesn't matter because names don't reanimate. Neither do medics, for instance. Not supports like this, but medics.
Enemy approaching the coaster from the murals.
Use the mortars, sir.
The mortars?
But what about our troops? I suggest they cross their fingers and continue to do their job. Yes, sir. Copy that.
The mortars are coming from a mobile
Deja
unit
vu.
near the shoreline south
I've
of your
been to
position.
this place
In
before.
order to reach Chernenko in one piece, you'll need to disable that launcher.
Doing this mission always makes me want to play some Roller Coaster Tycoon. It's been a while actually since I... At least we've looted everything. Although, well, not everything. Skipped a few. So maybe I should grab the graded weapon, but doesn't matter. You can't just finish enemies off like that on the ground.
Blow them to hell. Fire everything we got. Yes, sir.
But I was gonna finish these two. Yeah, all that thunder in the air.
But there are hostiles near the boardwalk. You'll need to take them out before you can disable the
Sometimes there's a log. Sometimes there's a dog on that laptop.
Targeting system
A
detected.
log on that laptop.
If Isaac can pass
And yeah, then they're kind of
I should be able
like
to control the mortars from here.
kind of mangled up
Connecting to targeting
because they'll be
system.
standing on like 1 foot,
So far,
and then
so
just
good.
their bodies kind of just
Sir,
completely
the enemy
mangled.
is attempting to take control of the launcher. Kill them, or I swear I'll
It's
kill
kind of
you.
awesome.
Yes, sir.
Whatever happens,
Non-reanimate. Okay,
make
so
sure Isaac completes the
we need to
process.
reanimate a bunch and then headshot them as well. But I think those challenges is not per se
Cleared.
worth it. You could farm in the time that you do the challenges. Even for instance, yeah, taking some of those pictures ones or that's setting shit on fire, for instance. You could be farming a bunch of levels and get more stars out of that. But in my case as well, I'll be going for all of the challenges on main accounts. For every global event down the list, I've I've done all the challenges except for one time when I was locked out of some of my characters. But even then, we did like almost all of them before we were locked out of all 4 of my
Take
main.
out some of their defenses.
That one sucked. So.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
But at least
Dang it.
they got fixed
I'm out of
eventually.
orders. Wish I could have been more help, Agent.
Help. Could you send somebody to help against you?
Sir, the enemy breached the gates. Then take care of it. Yes, sir.
You get this one? Wait. Okay, we need to reanimate. Yeah. Accidentally still get a headshot.
There's a gate ahead. If you go through it and up the ramp, you can access the ballpark from the bleachers.
Sumner,
Can access the
I'm hearing
balls.
a lot of fucking ruckus. Are you in control of this shit or not? Whenever you feel like sharing your concerns with me, don't. If you lose Chinenko, back off and let me do my job. Fucking DC amateur bullshit.
Hey,
You're on Tina, I'm
I'm from
Chinenko
DZ.
fuck. End of story.
Actually, I'm not from DC. Actually, very clearly, our agent is not from DC, and then comes from like somewhere else. Unlike the Division 1 ones, which are definitely from New York. Okay. I have a feeling I've been here before.
I see you at the ballpark, Agent. Chernenko is
No
right
photo
there
mode. No
inside
photo
the
mode.
containment
No photo.
chamber.
Do not allow the division to get anywhere near the asset.
In this boss fight, you want to deal with the turrets really quick. Normally, you wouldn't want to run into the middle of it, but that's the point of a tech tank. That's the point of a tech tank. If it don't run into the middle of all things. Like a dumbass. We should get a few body kills in, just so we can get some reanimated enemies.
Okay, this ends now. I'm going in.
Just too good. I'm even hitting headshots when I don't mean to. I just can't not hit that. Get up. Get down. I know we have some time to do some shenaniganery.
Come at me, quicker.
You lose your helmet, thank you.
Sumner.
And
Sumner.
it just went night normally.
Sumner. I can't fucking believe this shit. Fuck.
Yeah, let's enter photo mode again.
Got an extraction chopper inbound. Just need you to get Chernenko out of that chamber.
Get out of there, Chernenko.
Thank you. I don't feel deserving of your help. What I've done, what Kinner made me do.
Why so serious? And it is. That's all we needed there. You know what? I actually wanna wait. So this is like rent the M250 Series 2 from Tipping. Why is this so like specifically here? Series Dash 2. Somebody really overthought their. No. Thought maybe this is like a real, based on a real thing or something. It pulls up just a bunch, yeah. Like land mover stuff, like mining equipment. I need over there. That amount is one of my favorites actually. It's what was it? Air Dancer, but yeah, it's basically it's like one of those flailing things with the air. Right. Should be using this much more than I am. Actually, let's do it in here. Right. Can we? Oh, we can't emote in here? No. But it's nice and silly. Yeah, let's go to the other mission. Let's get that time trial in. It's kind of annoying that they're not doing emotes and stuff with the season track. Again. Because, yeah, they were actually so proud that they were doing emotes, for instance, again, and then also some of the weapon skins. But then, yeah, this season, there is no, like, specific weapon skins. There's only, like, the universal ones. There's no emotes. Yeah. It's only that I grab all my caches from there as well. Yeah, let's go do this. You know what, actually I could take, because cool skills doesn't matter to me. Norwegian doesn't matter to me. Don't want to deal with the rest though. Because I have one Fog of War, there's going to be like one enemy back corner somewhere, and they want to go. I just want the minimap.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Bam. Division spotted by the arcade.
Take care of it. I'm going after Keener, and the last thing I need is some other fucking agent in my way.
Understood, ma'am.
Targets are flanking.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Totally got me. Totally worked out for you. I'm just gonna skip all the loot here. I'll just grab the key chest along the way.
We'll retrieve him later.
Just to be
Focus on Keener. What
skip
about the
down
deal,
here.
man? Fuck the deal. Fuck Trinenko, and fuck you. Keener is the objective.
Oh, that's the 200 reanimated. Oh, so it does count the. That didn't count them
Looks like a trap.
until they got back up and the shock happened. But apparently, because that one triggered when I killed one on the ground still. That was sad.
Shit. These explosions are really messing up the park.
Oop. Actually, let's get the key chest. Some resources.
System malfunctioning.
Really? How did I kill you without headshots? Only your helmet was off.
System restored.
They like hit you in the neck? Oh, they might have... Oh yeah, they might have died to that cloud. That's the actual answer.
Lost a man.
Actually, with the double killing sometimes needed is actually not per se quicker with reanimating. Although while we're killing so fast. Also, that should be enough. Just those two dead bodies.
Dolores
The
is
tiniest
moving through
sliver
the
there.
haunted house up ahead. I'll keep an eye on the outside. Be careful, Agent.
Rogue agent detected.
Yeah, did they just... When the... Because yeah, the lever animation there is not there. Yeah, there's some Rouges. Well, I have some bad news for them. They have heads and reanimated is on. Actually, reanimated... Oh yeah, the reanimate doesn't apply to these guys. Well, fuck.
Vital signs critical.
Maybe I should have a little bit more respect for my...
Hostile fixer drone detected.
That reanimated worked against
Hostile stinger hive detected.
rogues. I'm gonna grab that from my empire. Oh. Where is this even? And have Oxy.
Ah, not today.
Indeed. No healing today.
Don't you want to be free of all this? Just give in.
Rogue agent eliminated.
Max mode or smart cover edition. Yeah, those are exceptionally rare. Much more rare than they should be. But yeah, we'll see if they address that at some point. Yeah, won't even go for Radigan. Let's get this done. I'll grab that one just because I have to wait here anyway.
I don't really need you anymore. You stick around. Enjoy the park. It gets cold in here at night. But don't worry. I got something to keep you warm.
Hostiles detected.
Conserve some ammo, maybe. I'll be fine.
I just spotted Dolores and her patrol on the boardwalk. Looks like they barely managed to pass by a group of cleaners.
Couldn't find the head end. Took a second. Yeah, this was definitely an pretty cool looking one, especially at the next room here. One of the, like, actually, you know what? This is definitely one of the best places as well to have neutral lighting. Like really makes it super atmospheric, especially the next room. Makes it hard to see as well, but yeah, it looks pretty cool.
Alright, listen. Spread the fuck out. Cleaners, division, whoever the hell is in our way. Empty a fucking mag in their head. Is that clear? Yes, ma'am.
That's right.
Get ready, Agent, because they look ready for you.
I've gotten
Expect
plenty
contact
of
right inside the old park.
still maxed out mods recently. But no, the smart cover ones are very, actually no, it's loading here, are exceptionally rare, kind of, which they shouldn't be to that degree. But you can get enough good ones, because also, yeah, going from the 4 that you can just craft for and get, and to the 5 for DTAC, for instance, yeah, that's not a big difference maker. I know, for instance, in places like this, especially with explosions, it looks pretty good. Double heavier? That's well.
Aim and pull the fucking trigger. There's too many.
There are too many ads?
Fucking mark on Twitter.
Do not let them flank us.
Yeah, it does make it hard to see. And especially with firefights and explosions and stuff, it does.
Dolores and the rest of the patrol are headed to the roller coaster northeast of your position. It's riddled with cleaners.
So what neutral lighting does is just removes the minimal value for stuff. Basically, the game kind of pulls up shadows and such, so that you don't have like dark normally, and then this turns that off. I feel PS3 is Max 6. I mean, well, I have 9 here, so. But yeah, for all of those, you need to like grind a little too much.
Watch out! It's coming down.
At least with the PFE, again, yeah, agree. Like it should be a little rare, maybe. There's also, again, also not per se needed. 12s are for a lot of builds fine, and then really just having all 13s on a build opens up just, for instance, you're going firewall instead of survivalist.
I thought you'd be dead by now, but you are one tough cookie.
Come out of your little hidey hole, you fucking coward, and I'll show you exactly how tough I am.
Thanks, but we're done here.
Skip some of the loot here.
Keener! Ah! You goddamn motherfucking piece of shit!
Agent, I've got eyes on Dolores,
Well,
and
Dolores
the
is
surviving
mad.
members of her unit by the collapsed coaster.
Let's see. I don't feel. Have they tinkered with that? I don't feel so. Like I'm getting just as many as normally. I've seen plenty of maxed out mods recently. Because yeah, it's very rare that they like tinker with anything drop rate related wise.
System disrupted. System back online.
Yeah, with the fire in the background. Just go away.
Yes, I have to take care of your sorry ass before I can get to Keener.
Yes, but you're also not gonna take care of my sorry ass, and you're not gonna get to Keener.
Ma'am? Come in. Fuck! Jones is gone. We failed the mission.
Keener, that son of a bitch.
Oh, the weekly
Not
is
only
just
did he
invasion
manipulate
and
the Black
stuff?
Tusk, he suckered us too. At least we have Chernenko and can find out what he knows. It's pretty clear that Keener is planning something big. With Chernenko's intel, hopefully we can stop whatever Keener is
A
planning.
lot of darkness here, but yeah, let's go back to normal
It's been a pleasure
lighting.
working with you.
Especially for stream and stuff and video, it's way too dark. It's completely different vibes.
Automated external defibrillators have been deployed by hostiles.
So as you see,
Safe area detected.
they have priority. Alright, you have a DOA on this character. Do these give no, just still like season XP normally, right? Yeah. So these also didn't give right. Yeah, this is the last character that still needs to do the where I want to do these, but I'm gonna actually save them up and do them all on purple builds, and then actually these ones not. And I want to go up against Black Tusk with purple builds, so keeping it to those. And these ones are just finishing, just also to get the rewards from it. Although yeah, you can just do like if you play in group or in groups, you would be done like in half day. I want to actually grind everything out myself here. Just because I want to. And yeah, we're actually so 2.5K away. Yeah. Yeah, let's maybe just go do a few priority objectives. Let's finish up the event pass today. Because then as well I can go back to like farming some countdown and stuff for some of the gear that I or some of the gears that I would want. Yeah, let's go to the DUA. On multiple characters. So not the completion of it, but you get like on day 4 and 5, you get 5 exotic components each. so that adds up. Some people are even doing just creating characters, doing these on normal, and then just recycling the character, kind of watch alting, but then for just projects alting. Because nowadays as well, you can just boost to level 40. So exactly. That is actually, that's a decent chunk of exotic components. So that character, although, well, it takes you like 2 hours or something, I would guess, to get through all those missions at the very least. Right? So you would get 3 times 15 times 2. So was it 3 for the second day already? Don't even remember. But yeah, that's already 30 at the very least. And then 39. And then even if the first and second day were 1, then 39, 42, 45. 45 exotic components for like 2 hours. The thing is, though, that, yeah, if you really want to do stuff like that, you might be better off just doing some of that stuff. Yeah, let's take that. We'll just take 3 directives, get a few stars out of it. That's also why I'm not matchmaking any of these. This would bug out the event XP I want to have done it myself. Even though we're doing it in like 2 days, like it wasn't too hard to farm this out. As we had the projects. Oh, I was wondering where's Alaska.
Agent, we need you to stabilize Constitution Hall.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. They can have it. They already have it, but they can have it. That was the last year. Well, no, it gives a lot of XP. So it gives a lot of event XP in some ways interacting with. You're likely, I don't know what it would be, but guess-wise would be maybe you're like everybody's counting for everybody or something. Like you get. I haven't done too much testing into it, and also, yeah, just doing a countdown or two seems to just. I don't know if they've fixed it already, maybe, as well. I'm gonna skip some of the loot here. What's the target at? It's gonna skip some of the loot here just to go a little faster. It's sacrilegious, but sometimes we have to lidge our sacries.
Experimental AEDs detected.
I was about to say, what? Wait, what was that call out like that late? I guess I hadn't had anybody respawn yet up until right.
Setting up turret.
The new character. Oh, there's a yeah. One of my biggest requests, if I could have my way, would be a 5th character slot. Even if I have to pay for it. Or something. I'd be totally okay. Like, well, in my case, I'd pay like $100 if I. Not the price they should ask, but I'd pay it. But also, I'm a fucking idiot, so that evens that out. But yeah, if they made a 5th character slot and, you know, even $15 or something, I'd be totally on for that. One of the main things, like on main account, I would love to. One of the reasons, for instance, that I don't spend too much time with hardcore is I only have hardcores on 2nd account. I don't have a slot in on main account to make a hardcore here. It's also why I'm not too interested in doing, for instance, the hardcore raids. It would be on 2nd account, and I don't care about commendations there. I literally have a commendation score of 0. Never claimed the commendation there. But I would love to do it on like main account. And at this point, like, I've invested way too much time on all my characters. I don't want to delete one. Hell, even just, you know, dealing with the build collection and, and stuff like that, that would just be hell. My final logo? What do you mean? You mean just my PFP? That's not per se a logo, that's just... that's from a video game. That I've appropriated. Let's finish super quickly for me. Okay, yeah. Well, it's not just the last tiers, it's like any... Like, basically, you get multiple times over, it seems, of what you should be getting. For me, solo, playing it solo like this, I don't think at any point it, like, didn't give me exactly the amount that it should, but definitely, yeah, group seems to affect it the most. Hmm. 1337, yeah. Who wouldn't? Last two devices. No one can. Oh yeah. Okay, so not only. Okay, yeah. I'm guessing there. Yeah. Yeah, I'll keep in mind that those are like, yeah, unless you have basically everything else accounted for already. Because those are, yeah, hard pieces to farm for. They'll take forever. But if you have everything else, like, then it's time to go for them.
RC on the move.
We're set up in the mall. They're not getting through here. Don't die, motherfucker. Not
No,
a
you
chance.
die. Oh wait, is it inside of a mission? Oh no, the turret was still there. I do like the airs on this, where they go up when we're in combat. But there was like, why are they still up? But then that turret was still lavish. Yeah. Although, well, likely, yeah, not with that logo. Not with the logo I usually use nowadays, or like I've always used. Mostly I just selected that as my PFP just for Discord and stuff, or further stuff, but that's not, I don't own that, so. No, we're good. Stop running, sir. Sliding down. Oh, that's right.
Still there, sweetie? Hello?
We'll grab the key
Everybody
chest
get
now.
yourselves ready. This situation is serious.
No, for me here it's just going like a normal rate. I'm finishing up some projects and stuff. And hey there, GZ, and thank you so much for the raid there. I'm kind of catching up on chat here. But I hope you had some fun, and I hope you had a good stream. And yeah, welcome in raiders. No, I was kind of trying to like, oh wait, is it only the last? Yeah, no. But yeah, the rest of it made it clear. What do you want about? I don't think they will. Especially in front. Well, we were actually joking about it yesterday, but we would just have like either a t-shirt or stuff like that, but then just with only the tip. Right, like I feel that's the or on the hat just going with like hi, I'm IKEA. But also in my case, I wouldn't have a logo or anything really. So I would have to do with those kind of things or something. And I feel also if if ever that would ever happen, yeah, just something, some purple, some purple hoodies and shirts and stuff. Just, you know. Oh, maybe even just going with purple gang or something. Should totally bring back purple gang. The superior rarity. Literally. Only literally, not practically. Oh yeah, get it. Ah, you missed. And over here, I'm just, as well, for those coming in, we're just farming out the event. I've been trying to farm it out without, as most have already recognized, is you can, especially those that play in groups, is if you play in groups, it goes by really quick, a lot quicker than it seems intended. And he's at the line. But yeah, I'm just trying to grind it out just normally. So, but yeah, we're just most of the way there, even after 2 days. So, just doing a priority here where I'll get a completion bonus and priority. Likely actually doing one more thing after would be enough. Likely, as we're on the last 2.5K. Detach. Yeah, we should actually maybe start Detach Gang as well. Yeah. At some point. Yeah, thank you so much, GC, and yeah, thank you so much again for raiding over here. And yeah, we'll catch you around. And welcome in, raiders. Let's add a run here so we run straight.
Failing.
Just missed it.
Air filter function restored.
Hi.
Acceptable.
How fucked up would that be? You just open a door and you're just walking into a room and suddenly there's somebody with an automatic shotgun in your face.
Stand and fight. You hear me? Stand and fight.
This way they can't follow us. Hey, wait, there's a glow in the dark or something? What's glowing in the... Oh. Wait, that glows in the dark? I'd never noticed that. On the Black Dusk skins, the handles glow. There. On the specialization weapon ones. It's not the curve, that's not the like the one we had recently, there's like an older one.
Failing.
Indeed, aiming for the heads. Wait, am I deltaing? No. What are you watching? Wait, where are you going? Lady, where are you going? Ma'am. Where'd you guys go? Someone just went down. Someone's going up? I believe I can fly. Excuse you? Seen this shit? You know what? Let's try to not cause a cloud. Wait, what? Oh, okay, she gave up. Yeah. Oh, the waypoint got set to there, of course. This wave spawn changed the waypoint. What was that? Never seen that before. Too bad we spawned that other wave by killing that one because, yeah. So she got a checkpoint or a waypoint came in. Actually, that's a good illustration of kind of how the AI of the enemies works, where because a new waypoint came in, they drop everything and just go towards that, basically. But that was new. was gonna say, where's Dime?
Taking out the hyena leadership leaves the faction in disarray. I'll send teams to start securing the supplies and the equipment those bastards were hoarding. And I'll let Odessa know. The theater settlement will be able to rest a little easier now.
She was on top of the world. Yeah, if somebody could clip that, actually, that would be. That was weird. That might be handy to have for some future things. For some silliness. Yeah, we got priority objective then. So that was 600 from that, 600 from completing. And that kind of checks out. So yeah, we're on the final stretch there. Let's just do some priority. This is Roosevelt. What's the target there? This got me done. 800 plus 800-ish, right? Which I need? So 1400. Okay, so that would get me. What was 368? Let's go see what this one was. That thingy's a second ago. 368. 20%. Yeah. Oh no, 10% because we're global event. 368. Oh, actually, that stronghold is maybe also something else then. 854. That's title. No, 843. Zoo. Oh, okay. Good thing we didn't pick it then. Because yeah, usually 8. How much is it with 20%? It's like 840 something, right? 829 is Roosevelt and 20%. 368 though. 368 is American History Museum. Let's maybe do that. Oh, let's take a reroll actually. 525. Space admin. Space admin is invaded, right? Let's do that. Although maybe I should save that for. Yeah, maybe we go to character 4. Maybe I save this on this character for whenever. Although space admin is like the end of the trail, right? With the thingy. Yeah, let's just take this for a second. Subbing for 2 territories instead. I haven't skipped anything, right? Yeah, let's take our hour timer there. 760. This will be Roosevelt then. You know what? Fine. Was 293. It's Descent. Oh, actually, yeah, the sun doesn't rotate yet. Yeah, let's take Roosevelt. Let's go to Roosevelt. Let's invade it. No longer. Should I do Jupiter? No. Jupiter is actually annoying, kind of. Scroll by name. We get up here. And I'm hard to share, so it doesn't oh, the Habsburg pieces, yeah, they can be pretty rare. Crafting for them along the way as well is kind of the way to do it. If you're farming, just spend some of the deconstruction parts on the, or deconstructed parts just onto the crafting some more. Just receive your teammates as what makes you jump through. No, we could actually just mess around with that with second account. Well, if it's whatever it gives, likely, because I would be, as long as you have exactly the number of like how much it is, because that's usually the thing. Like it's not per se instantly clear how much you're how much you are or aren't getting. But likely if you just have the number and then just try to like figure out like how it gets to that number, that would just solve it. Yeah, let's take some directives. Why cannot?
Taking down the outcast stronghold and neutralizing their leader, Emmeline Shaw, will do serious damage to the faction. Also, Henry has intel that a mechanical engineer from the campus
I had that on a character
be on the
today.
lookout for
I was doing some priority objectives, and I did that project first, and I actually hadn't picked or I hadn't looked at my priority objectives, and then I was like, oh, I'll grab a mission real quick, just to do a mission quick after I did the Coney Amusement Park, and I got Coney Amusement Park. But another character is beyond that point, so. Right, man. I already forgot. And some of these mementos. The other ones are way too far away. This will go. No, it's likely a composition of like, you know.
No indication they heard the shooting.
You take whatever it has and then divide it by the number of players, see if that lines up with something, and otherwise just adding them together in some ways. See where it kind of lines up. Basically in the same way of like back calculating talents or something and like making sure it's in the right category, just the same way. Profile picture, it's from a very old game, Fantasy Star Online 2.
It might be nothing, but it might
Yeah,
be
technically
something.
2 right now.
Is that supposed to be helpful, Earl?
Which was one of my formative games. I kind of like the image, and I've had it as my PFP like for like forever. But yeah, it's not per se meant as a logo, but then like when I started streaming and stuff, like yeah, that's already my PFP. So people also kind of recognize it. So. But at some point, I should just have something made because you know technically there could be some copyright issues there, but that's not going to get enforced ever, unless I like, yeah, try to make a lot of money out of it. I've been thinking of just maybe making having it be either a stylized version of that, but I think that wouldn't make too much sense. Maybe, and then nowadays, since I show my face, maybe just a kind of stylized version of my face. Just, you know, kind of caricaturized and stuff. I haven't been in a hurry to... Because one of the things I've been doing as well a lot for the channel and stuff, like I've made everything myself mostly. But that would be beyond my, like, drawing like that is beyond my skill set. I don't want to AI it. That basically leaves commissioning someone. But I've just been too lazy for that. Finish. Yeah, that is indeed a quick way to do it. Here I'm avoiding that on purpose. I just want to kind of see how the grind is for it. I'm basically done anyway here as well. I did use up a little bit of my journey steps. I still had like a few unclaimed journey steps. I claimed those. We did the scout, for instance. Put that, pour those into here. And then kind of just grinded some projects and stuff. Mostly as well, I have access to the 4 characters, so we can get like, you know, 4K a day just from those. And I kind of avoided actually on purpose being in groups, but I wouldn't recommend doing that way. Just get her done and move on.
You're coming up on a
I
burn
need
pit.
a Lego.
At least half a dozen
Yeah.
hostiles, but it
Although
doesn't look
till
like they're
now,
expecting
yeah, haven't. I've also thought of just because that I could make myself. It's just in kind of stylized writing, just high on IKEA. That'll be that one I could make. At some point I should just, when we do this mission, start a poll and then just, do you guys like barbecue? Yes, no? Exactly.
Fuck you and your friends. Damn it.
Do you guys like exploding heads? Each ear. Ghibli. Oh yeah. Maybe something like that neat. I know. Yeah, we're good. Well, also, yeah, it's not a priority for me. Just always had it on the back burner. We'll see. Maybe that's someday.
It's hard to focus with a gun pointed at your head.
Imagine
I'm working as fast as I can.
that's at least better than thinking of me as a car. I always love it when I grab an Uber. Quite often if I'm coming back like way late from work, I just grab an Uber. Instead of biking, I usually then take public transport there and I come back with a Uber. But yeah, it's always funny when they pick you up in a Kia. That looked funny. I'm gonna reanimate. That sucks to be you. No, I had my heart set on killing them that way, but I did.
Wing that bitch.
The helmet on Solace is actually kind of handy for knowing when you're in combat. Even with Fog of War, it's just actually practical. What's going on with the game today? It's a little bit drunk. There's those guys jumping around. Okay. This loot. We're off the clock. Might as well loot a little. Little loot. It's like that as well here. We'll finish up this. Maybe one thing more and then round it out. Especially wanted to get the the video in the bag, but also just get the event over. Likely tomorrow I'll just do oh yeah, Danny. Still need to go do Danny. What build am I using? Actually, so well, I will just go to the build collection fully. Here I'm using a Striker Tech Tank that is 3.14. But yeah, that will also take people to the build collection for actually the newer faces in here. Maybe I'll link both actually. The build collection, and then also this build specifically, which is the 3.14. This is a Striker Tech Tank. I like Tech Tanks a lot. This is the style of build. The Memento and the blue cores. I have a strong shield. I still have enough damage. Here though, Reanimated is doing a lot of heavy lifting as well, as I'm just shooting heads a little bit and getting a lot of damage out of it that way. So. And also in the build collection, there's a recommended build list and a recommended weapons list. Usually helpful for people too. But these are kind of my style of go-to builds for... Oh. As the Outcast, killing Outcast with Cloud. Which yeah, in the past actually was a very annoying challenge because the Cloud didn't use to do much damage. So I had to weaken enemies, otherwise they wouldn't die to the Cloud. But nowadays the Cloud is so strong that it just kills. Yeah, but yeah, this and the Heartbreaker Tech Tank are kind of my two favored builds solo. Still plenty of damage and
it looks like they've sealed the gate.
a lot of tankiness, so I can be silly with it and get away with it. You can be hyper aggressive and still live. Although yeah, these builds do require a little bit more. You need a memento. Nowadays, a little bit easier to get with retaliation game mode. Rose. No, just vengeance. And it requires Technician, which also can take a little bit to unlock. That's the tech in Tech Tank. Damn. Sure. Don't let me headshot you. Don't burn me. Oh, hi. I get it. For a big guy, he moves fast. Oh. Yeah. I'm not getting the headshots I need. And again, with Reanimated, just headshot enemies while they're on the ground. You don't have to let them get up. Sweet dreams.
Be careful. They're bound to be expecting you.
Really? You think? Let's put some shock rounds into my ACS. And see, Tidal is doing some marketing for me there.
A group of hostiles is moving toward a boat on the east shore. They're escorting someone who appears to be unarmed.
If Emmeline gets away, finding her isn't going to be easy. You've got to stop that boat.
I would lean towards some other builds, but that's also why I usually bring it like that. Like, it is my favorite build solo. Because I have in a group, small groups, especially in the open world and stuff.
Make sure that boat doesn't get away.
Thanks. I just quickly lean towards other things though in group settings. Yeah, got 100 titanium there. Also here, yeah, Reanimated is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. But actually, this season's modifier is also really strong. But even with that, you can do fine. You have to learn to play aggressively there. Actually, I totally forgot. One of the next videos I want to do, even though I kind of forgot it in that. Because we haven't done a toolbox in a while. So actually, I was considering doing, because in the toolbox, like, just to also kind of have it be about different things at different times. I was thinking of doing a movement toolbox. Instead of, for instance, like, build or something, but just more the concept of positioning and movement. Lighty.
What's going on with that boat?
Hasn't launched yet. Looks like they're in the process of fueling it. There are big tanks on either side of the boat.
So there's that. There's the build collection updates.
What about Emmeline?
I'm not done with the Tempest one yet, but yeah, Thinker. Oh yeah, timeline guide, because now it's done, so. Oh yeah. I also had one there that I didn't even remember what the concept of it was, but it was best practices. Rambling talk. But yeah, it's about like dirt stats and balancing crit and stuff like that. No, I forgot to visit Danny. But I did remember actually a few minutes ago to the... So yeah, it's gonna in my head now. Definitely gonna go visit Danny boy. Although worst case as well. They come around several times a week. Never weekly resets. We could always get them Friday, but let's get them a bit. Prove that their sacrifice is not in vain. What? I'm running the last cannon. It's gonna blow that up. He's shooting at me.
That'll slow that agent.
Spaten? Du Spaten, get out.
Burn it to the ground. I'll get him on cover. Now there's
Without their leader and their stronghold, the outcasts are going to be much less of a problem than before. You know.
See, it's self-defense.
But what they did was even worse. I just hope they're finally at peace.
Who's the last guy? Oh. Come on, blow up. Yeah, do it. That's where he goes, actually. We'll take him to Danny.
Priority objective available.
I've done this one still the start of the mission. They go all the way to the start of the mission. At least last time through they did. Coming. Let's go frolic. Hi, this is my new friend. His name's Jimmy. Just watch out. He's a little bit gassy. He's been known to kind of have some, you know, some bowel issues and just empty out a room accidentally. Knowingly, we'll run into enemies here. Coming.
I'll take care of them.
Ah, oh yeah. Live! Live, Jimmy! Jimmy! God damn it. It's all your fault. Oh well. We are gathered here to remember Jimmy, who ran as he lived, running. Anyway, he's been asked to be cremated, so there we go. We'll always remember you, Jimmy. Because the fallen shall be forever remembered as the Emperor's finest. I mean, Emmeline's finest.
Everyone's talking about you.
Oh no, where did Jimmy go? Yeah, Danny? Let's go grab a bunny here. Yeah. I forgot about the headshots causing the gas clouds. No, which is only one time. I want to say they're likely running towards, like they're gonna go to a door to despawn, right? Like that's the waypoint likely gonna be. But is it then just the control point? Because it's not too hard to leave one alive, but yeah, just reanimated is maybe not the moment to try to.
Control point nearby.
Because yeah, we do need to get through the bridge.
Want to know where my buddy has set up shop today?
I do want to know.
Successful hunt.
So that's Cassie. That's Danny. You know, let's go check Cassie as well for a second, and then we'll go Danny. If I go Danny first, I'm gonna forget Cassie. Hey, get your hand in age. Waiting for myself as well. I'm not gonna go way longer. We'll make it to 2 o'clock maybe here. Actually, wait, did I finish? I mean, yeah, right. 1994 out of 2000. You know what? Well, we'll see what the new daily, because yeah, the project actually does reset that too. This is the project. We'll go to till then and then do that project. And then we'll be done with the event. But yeah, we're basically as close to done without being done. Kansas pollen neat. And played a bunch of Warhammer games in the past. Those lines of it as well is just like them talking about the fallen just always makes me go to that thinking. It was just like the fallen shall be forever remembered as the Emperor's finest. But yeah, Emmeline's finest. Fallen shall be forever remembered as Emmeline's guard.
Is there something you want?
Actually, as I totally forgot to check the vendors, and maybe we will go check the vendors. Yeah. Nothing useful here, not particularly.
I appreciate.
Let's go get Danny boy. That was gonna be White Oak. Oh yeah, I ain't. We don't need to guess, do we? Need. Get a Bullet King out of it somewhere. Let's actually as well. Let's pick a priority objective so Anna doesn't say anything. Well, actually, I can also just do like one active, like an open world thing. 525 Space Admin. Let's see if we can get 137. This is double public or propaganda. I'm just gonna decrypt it. We're not gonna actually do that one. We're just gonna do whatever the project is, but unless it's like, although Camp White Oak isn't too bad. So I might just go do that one. That's right here. Oh yeah. Some shooting. Still worked. But wow. I really never knew this was like this.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
Oh, I should totally use this once. Put on the thingy, the bush camo. I feel this is our next intro most likely. But then with the, as you know it. No. Where's the ghillie seats? No, is that like not dirty looking one? Am I just blind? There's a sewer rat, city rat, and just super blind. Despite this also, you know, let's grab sewer rat then. But wasn't there another one? Maybe I don't have that one.
Guarding location nearby.
But it should be for some sniping video or something. It's like, I'm like, yeah. Shh, I'm hunting rabbits. We could have it like this, just. Although with the controller we can kind of edge it out, but. Or just like, like this, and then, hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, bam. Yeah, could have some fun with that. Should totally remember that and not forget it. He says, without noting it down, so he'll forget it. SOLS. Yeah.
Detected. Nearby location.
Now let's go meet them. Wee. What'd you got, Danny? Oh, yeah. So we have 1 exotic cache, 5 fields proficiency, a few crafting caches, and 2 named caches. Yeah. This is back in the day would have been the dream for.
Another agent is now in your group.
Thanks for trading with me.
Hostile broadcast.
That's that wanted. Wanted this KT. But yeah, the field provisions and stuff at level 30 were actually pretty useful.
Another agent has joined your group.
Because I already went some. But if you do need it, actually, I'll stay here for a second if anybody else wants it. Then I'll leave afterwards. Because yeah, these used to be level 30, or you know, whatever level you bought them on. So this can still be handy for hardcores and stuff. But yeah, on this account, I don't buy them. Mostly because as well, I'm actually like, well, I'm not low on textiles, but eventually I need to sit there and just open at several thousand caches. I'm still thinking at some point we'll have it easily there.
An agent has left your group.
I don't know. I'll leave you guys to it.
You have
Well, let's maybe go set up the pistol version of this. Actually, I need to open up a bunch of caches. Where did I get all of these from? Ew, I completed one of these, of course. But that's fine. I don't care per se about this one, but I want to keep these two at level 1, and then yeah, we're gonna do them all with purple builds at some point. But yeah, this one we're just gonna complete just by doing missions. But yeah, I was wondering where those caches came from, and that explains it. Yeah, let's open up these. These also add up for resources. They're not a ton, but you know, it's worth having. It's not yeah, no worries. Empty ad here. Better maybe than what I have in the stash. Let's see. I don't think I keep a hollow mine here. I have a red one, so. Yeah. So wait, let's set up this. Let's maybe run the pistol setup. For whatever it was, I forgot again. But do I really just not have? Oh, also I don't have the Tempest, right? No. Okay. Because I'm gonna put that DNH chest on this. This is gonna be for her, but then just crit chance mod. I need to clean out here a little bit at some point. Now let's go to character 1. As you know, let's run with character 4. We'll run Heartbreaker Tech instead. I'll run the other side of the fence. I'll work out as well for my brain, because then we'll have character 4 being done already with that project when it comes up in a second. Also check what Descent becomes. And it is this suit. I forgot about this suit. I am darkness incarnate.
automated external defibrillators detected on hostiles. Entering safe area.
I love puppies.
Good to see you.
Kitten. Where's that face again? Kittens are my favorite. Yeah, let's actually check the vendors. I didn't check the vendors even yesterday. Totally forgot we have a weekly reset. That'll also eat up enough time that we can till the reset happens. And yeah, let's also see what the scent becomes.
Good to see you, Agent.
D-Tuck Super 90. No good brands so far. And an Urban Lookout for. Even if I feel even actually donating this is even likely better. Although why you wouldn't, right? You just run it. Just run a piece. Or just donate and get 3 times. But I feel even buying 100 of those pieces is likely better than printer filament. No, that would be 5 times, right? But even that, actually, that might still. Because I could buy 100 and just donate 100. See if there's a band playing. If this guy shows up at your, you know, performance. You're nice and intimidated by it. I feel with this track we just go dance. Get your head. Play Metallica. So you also know it's a real concert. There's just people talking over there. I feel I need subtitles for this. Yeah, we'll leave them to it. We'll let them emo it out. What do you get there? Rate of Fire E6, but way too expensive. None of the good brands. No good man. Well, don't you suck? Let's go over here. Yeah, Doug was always going to be right about that. I wouldn't recommend betting against Doug with those kind of predictions. For no particular reason.
Combat simulation program.
Oh, actually, then this also reset. Hey, Wrath. Yeah, likely we'll go for a Nemesis patch. Health damage. Well, actually, you could take this for steady handed. Steady handed, I might. Yeah, would you? Yeah. Well, let's leave the other ones then. Oh, yeah. So Camp White Oak. Oh, wait, it cycles this as well? I didn't even think of that, but yeah, actually, it would, right? Kind of like with the eggs, it would reset if you didn't do them. If you didn't do all 3. But it wouldn't matter for this, but. Oh, no, actually, we're on the other character now. This character, I'm not sure. This likely just opened up again. Oh, okay, so they do give some better rewards at some points. Exotic cash, named item cash. I wonder if the rewards get better over time. Actually, that might have been part of that as well, right? Actually, I remember reading part of it, not all of it. Yeah, you know what? Let's go do a Camp White Oak now. And it is invaded. We'll do the invaded. It's invaded faster, slower. About the same, right? It is about the same. We'll also double check that invaded will count for this as well. It did for the others, it should for this. Even though, yeah, it strictly says time trial available on non-invaded mode. That usually doesn't matter. Does invaded have anything going with it? No, right? I mean, more boss fights. Yeah, she wasn't there, so that's okay. Okay. Yeah, that's, I mean, we got some great rewards from the other one, right? So this one not being that that impactful. Also, it's kind of good. You don't need to do them if you don't want to. There is not too much rewards for them. You're better off just going and doing an extra priority objective. I mean, yeah. Although, well, that's like actually, I'm on board for that. Like, if they had a repeating here with like 5 exotic components for the rest of these 3 weeks, each day going out and doing space admin and viewpoint over and over again, like we did with Roosevelt that one time, I'm not a big fan. So I'm actually happier that they just end kind of like this. Because yeah, this time around, I feel they kind of realized that they were causing those issues. So let's see actually what the last one of this is, because that one, well, actually it's 1 exotic component, right? So yeah, that's also per se not worth it. But that's also, I'm on board for that. It's possible to use range magazine for the survivalist class. Is there any point in it? Or do you mean like the specialization one? No, you generally want extended mags. So basically in all my weapons, it's for me always just the plus 20 rounds. There's a case to be made for the plus 15s and like not taking the reload hit, but I would take the plus 1. But yeah, nah, other stats, especially with the max size, like I was even taking, for instance, well, this optimal range is like completely useless there. Even though you kind of could, but you would just take 50. You could just take 50 here on the scope instead, or somewhere else. So. The magazine is too valuable. Is it following on Stronghold? I just do
attack the camp before we could finish going through everything they left behind when they extracted us.
Wall Street.
That suggests there's information here that
Wall Street and like
getting her hands on.
2 activities will get you there, mostly.
Enemy transmission intercepted.
This is Schaefer. Change of plans. I've sent in some new candidates for my unit to oversee the cleanup. Give them
timer. So it's still there for like
stay out of their way.
2 minutes.
Black Tusk attacked the camp before we could finish going through everything they left behind when they extracted
Let's
us.
skip the loot. There's actually one piece of loot over there.
Information here that Black Tusk doesn't want us getting our hands on, so we need to get our hands on it.
Enemy transmission intercepted.
This is Schaefer. Change of plans. I've sent in some new candidates for my unit to oversee the cleanup. Give them whatever they need and stay out of their way.
I mean, that was a body. It just wasn't an alive body. Being very aggressive, not really being very smart.
Advanced AEDs nearby.
Stop running.
Support foe! Support engaged!
My shooting's only so much worse. Tiredness, I guess.
Around that shield! Got the range! Weapons free! Weapons free!
Enemy transmission intercepted.
This is Tail. Got eyes on a group of JTF hostiles by the helipad. Wait a sec. I'm not seeing any weapons.
Still feel
16 is my guess.
having a female sniper team and calling one of them heads.
Have any of our stuff walking out of there.
Copy that. Engaging.
I don't feel she'll have a good time.
Fuckers.
in a military unit like that. No, exactly as well. Although the thing is, if you're just farming for exotic components, there's other ways as well. Which, yeah, if you have the option to make new characters there.
Your weapons or die. Weapons free. Weapons free.
but let's not get too much into this. But they're a good format that way. Indeed. One thing I would be curious about, and we might do that on third account maybe, just to get the backpacks everywhere. Or maybe actually on second account, and then I maybe do it on second character on second account. Going through the missions are normal, just taking, you know, booking it, not per se full speed run, but just, you know, just booking it on normal, taking how long, knowing how long it takes. I'd be curious to you. But yeah, it will be nice and boring because it will be on normal. It's a good chance on LMGs because overall that's usually the best option there. So for most builds that are built on crit chance, crit damage, so if it's like strikers or something like that, or you know, unless the build is not per se going for crit chance itself, which for instance is the case for some of the Lengmo or SD, but then not on the Lengmo, but then the triple take, for instance, because even the Lengmo is set up as a crit build. As long as the build is set up for crits, crit chance to that beats most other things pretty consistently.
Moving to the next target.
Except for instance in the case of tipping skills, where I take rate of fire. So.
Leave it to me, sir.
Oh yeah, no, we're on a timer. It's just a numbers game basically, so overall crit chance gives the best results, outcomes. Because you have DTA and DTH that can be a lot, but for instance at 60% at 60% DTA rate that I usually pull, neither DTA or DTH will beat crit chance. But then, for instance, yeah, for some things like the Pesty, where it also goes into the, for instance, well, with the triple tick, it goes also into the bleed, it also goes into the vile tick, so then DTA makes a little bit more sense. But even, for instance, the Pesty on Lengmo, I still take crit chance because that overall will work out to give the build especially a little bit more
Stand by! Stand by!
onward. That's annoying not having the time to
Luke, what's your status? Just reached the lake house. Work fast, you got trouble headed your way. Nothing I can't handle, boss. Yeah, I hear that a lot from folks that end up dead a few minutes later. Spare me the swagger and prove you can get results.
3 miniguns on me. Is disable a few? No. It's too confident in my abilities. Bank it.
Enemies on the flank! Enemy incoming!
There's actually as many times. I don't care about you.
Right here!
Not even gonna kill you. You'll just have to watch me kill your owner and then explode. Wait, worse than that. Unload, okay. Yo, if I was running sanitation there, I would just trigger sanitation.
We're falling back to the rally point.
Contact front! We're cut off!
Watch your...
Jam the other one.
System curtailed.
Man down, right here.
System reactivated.
Pew pew. And the downside for stacking builds with reanimated is just, well, the real answer is just run headhunter determined and just make it easy for yourself.
Talk to me, Loot. How's it going at the lake house? Just wrapped up.
But yeah, I'm killing so fast
All clear.
it's kind of hard to get
Good
stacks.
timing. Your party's about to get crashed. We'll be ready.
Behind the tree.
Target's coming up the side. Put him down. Shit! You see this?
Over here. What's your name again? Loot. Well, let's turn you into some. I was gonna say, did this RC car explode on the door?
Sis, we've got multiple armed hostiles approaching.
I know, we're skipping a bunch of loot here. There's some loot there, there's some loot that side.
I'll follow your lead. Let's give them another 15 meters so they'll be stuck in the open. Copy that.
Gotta put smileys. And
I'm pinned down by the helo. Multiple snipers. My entire unit is out of action.
we're around somewhere. No. Oh, solo, of course. Oof.
Saw something.
It's just not.
Deploying drones now.
Stay behind me. Sidelines.
Get up.
Airburst out.
I mean, he did airburst. It was just his face. Sir, there's a guy standing down there with a shotgun aimed at the sky. You get out there, soldier. But sir, no buts.
All targets down.
Any word on the contents of those boxes?
Assorted documents, including some maps. Also some memory sticks and hard drives.
Good work. Grab it all and scoot on out of there.
I'm gonna skip the loot here as well. Let's grab ammo. This is a long fight. Don't have a timer up, but we don't know how long we've taken, but don't think they're gonna be very
Contact imminent. Everyone get ready.
Remember your assignment.
very strict
Extracting
with
the
it.
stuff in those boxes is the priority.
Too late. They're almost on us.
Have my head again.
Hostile in my sight.
Heads, you say?
No! Fucking die!
Hey, get a hold of
out.
Where's your head? There. Found it. Where's your head? No, seriously, where's your head?
What the hell's going on over there?
My sister is down.
Sorry to hear it, but stick to the mission. Do you copy?
Fuck the mission! These fuckers are gonna pay!
Do not deviate from the objective, Tails. Am I understood? Fuck.
Whatever you say, Sonic. Get it, Tails, Sonic.
Hostiles closing in on my position. What?
Reloading. Cover those flanks.
Pew pew. And 2 more choppers.
Stay cool.
Hey, anybody copy? Anyone? What a shit show. Boss, it's Schaefer. Total washout. You want me to rebuild the unit? Stop sending me fucking clowns. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go shoot myself in the fucking head.
That's about right.
Sounds like
Well,
you
in the end, he didn't shoot himself in the fucking head. We did.
keep it up.
What's our time there even? Yeah, 14:41. I wonder what actually the project time was. Oh, we didn't actually get it. Wait. Is the invaded one just so much longer? Because I don't feel I like really went slow. Because yeah, we didn't beat it on time. Actually, no. I mean, the invaded has a few like more waves and stuff.
Automated external
here.
defibrillators detected on hostiles.
And either
Safe area detected.
RAM address. And yeah, it's going pretty well. Although we're rounding out here because yeah, it is 222. Even though I didn't actually get my, or did they actually make it a challenging time? But I still wanted the invaded one anyway because I get also for the project. Oh yeah, Tony there. But yeah, I'm curious actually. Well, we'll try that project tomorrow as well. And see if see. It's interesting that it still shows event XP for it because yeah, actually even without getting the thing, just the mission completion there, yeah, should have been enough to claim everything. Yeah, let's run that as well with that. We're gonna this is lion, right? This is all lion. Let's just claim all. Let's actually put lion on this character. Oh no, not on this character. We'll go to the other character. Put lion on them. And then we'll run that.
Good to be seeing you.
One exotic cache. In all that for some reason. Yeah, let's go to character 2. Let's suit them up in that. And then we'll run that here. in the background already. I'm gonna go and find somebody for us to raid in a little bit on the Twitch end. I get the feeling it's gonna be somebody we've raided a lot already. Let's actually see who else is in the category. Maybe we go with someone else. They're trying to find somebody English. Bunch of other languages in on display. But yeah, wait, let me get up here first. Our steps indeed. Choo choo. The grind train is moving along. LMG ended up. I've never made some spreadsheet about weapon accuracy. Not per se spreadsheets. The accuracy models and stuff are kind of hard to extract from the numbers and stuff. Even though I haven't even seen data mined from the weapons for a long while, but even then it's kind of harder. Some people have some stuff on it. As little of a fan as I am of Fog of War, we did put out a decent video, for instance, on that, on accuracy models and stuff. Just the rest of his stuff is I don't agree with, but just by itself on accuracy and stability and stuff like that, it's also gets affected by weapon handling quite heavily, and it also really depends on if you're on controller or on PC with mouse and keyboard and stuff like that. So, but at least, for instance, yeah, the recoil patterns on weapons, it's basically the only Fog of War video I'll ever recommend, but it's doable. Wait, what's this called? Lion. Let's equip Lion here, and then we'll round it out here. Because it's getting quite late. Also, we started pretty early. Also, my mind's kind of gone after as well. The video recording in-depth look there. We'll even take the backpack instead of the kitty cat one. And then we have all of them. And actually, it's kind of looks silly, but also I kind of like it, actually. It's just like kind of heavy body armory. On all of these, I wish they had covered up the neck. Like the neck being uncovered up kind of stands out. Same on Deimos as well. But I got like this. And yeah, we can be gigging. We can be gigging. Yeah, let me catch up some more here. Nice. Yeah, thanks for the kind words. Snicker. Yeah, indeed. And then we can all take those into a bounty. Let me something else here now. Let's actually, yeah, let's find somebody for us to raid. Preferably as well somebody in English. Preferably as well, not DZ or something. You know what? This name sounds familiar. I don't remember it now.
Yes! It's fixed!
Okay. Isn't very happy. Yeah, let's go raid Neuro is delicious. That's a name. But yeah, and then I'll be back tomorrow, and we'll continue on. Want to start working on the build collection update, so that'll likely be the next video upcoming after the Tempest, but that'll be next Tuesday, so we have some time. But yeah, I want to give a pass on the build collection, and then there's a few cleanup things I want to do there. I'm more likely gonna make a Tempest recommended folder. Tempest / pistol recommended folder. Oh well, it's gonna be Tempest, but it's for that striker with DNH and stuff. We kind of need that. Let me catch up one last time here before we send everybody off. There's a real answer. Hey. Oh, okay. I'll check those in a minute. And yeah, indeed. Let's go a raid in. Let's start that raid. As otherwise we would be raiding huge again, but we've raided them plenty recently. Tomorrow as well, we'll likely jump in a little bit into Division 1. Today we didn't play at all. I wouldn't mind, yeah, spending some more time there. Yeah, just build collection stuff and then kind of setting up towards the build collection video. It's likely as well. It'll be the retaliation timeline guide. Timeline guide is done, so we can do the video on it. Sure, at some point, yeah, also do things and stuff. But a lot of the big analysis ones are kind of done for now, so I'm happy about that. We'll have to spreadsheet a little less in the coming time. But yeah, enjoy Neuro is Delicious. I'll be back tomorrow, likely an hour or so earlier than normal. So around 8-ish my time. And then yeah, we'll keep going there. Yeah, thank you all for joining me. And as always, have a good night.
This isn't a bad space to set up in.